Cash. Bitcoin. We're good.
You're being so obedient.
Not on purpose. She bullied me.
Not just anybody can do that. And you are who?
You can just call me Grandma Sophie. I'm your new cleaning lady. I just started work today.
Give that to me. Hand me 2 more slices of that bacon and 6 more of those eggs. So then, who hired you to clean?
Calcifer did. He's disgusted by how dirty it is in here.
Markle, get the plates.
Wait a second. You're all gonna eat while I do all the work?
Go have some breakfast, Sophie.
Calcifer, you're being so obedient.
Not on purpose. She bullied me.
Not just anybody can do that. And you are who?
You can just call me Grandma Sophie.
X. Help.
So then,
Up front.
who hired you to clean?
AV. Someone. Yellow. Not. Yeah, Tony is fine. Someone. Just someone.
Wait a second. You're all gonna eat while I do all the work?
Go have some breakfast, Sophie.
Good morning, Nostriches. Welcome to the second day of Nostriga. It's been a pleasure having you all here. We still have 2 more days of Bitcoin conferences, so I'm just going to do some tiny announcements before we get going for the day. First of all, you all have sats in your bowl cards, hopefully, if you did not eat it all yesterday, but you can also pay with your own sats if you ate all your money. But if you want to know, just consult the people up front. They'll tell you how your balance is and how you're doing and if you ate all your money already. If you guys want to keep those sats, you can always redeem them with your own wallet, and we'll be posting a link later so you can consult and wipe out your cards and use them later for something else. I hope you all enjoyed day 1. Day 2 is also packed. There's 3 more stages. This one here, we have a lot of cool talks. Stages, the smaller ones close early today because we have our 2 closing panels that are pretty cool. So I hope to see everyone here again later in the afternoon. And again, thank you for being here. I have one last call to action to everyone that's here, and is that I hope today you all wonder and ask yourselves and talk to each other about how we're going to make this work. How are we going to make sure that everyone gets the tools that they need to actually tap into freedom and make sure that we did not waste our time getting all together in Riga, but that we actually manage to do something that's going to change things for the better. So thank you all for building. Have a great day, and see you all in the afternoon. Bye.
Louder now. So I hope you all heard me anyways, but I'm going to introduce Jeff. He is the founder of Nostrovia podcast, or not Jeff, G Sovereignty. They're sitting next to each other, whoops. He has an interesting client called Nostriga, separating business and state. And give a warm welcome to G Sovereignty.
Just give me like 1 second. Oh shit, okay. All right, cool. Do these ones work? Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm G Sovereignty, and hope everyone's having a good time so far at the conference. I've been building stuff with Nostr for a couple of years now, and started the Nostrovia podcast, which some people might remember. I received a grant from OpenSats, which I'm super grateful for. It's enabled me to spend the last 12 months working on Nostrocket. And so, okay, I'm going to talk about separation of business and state. When I was a kid, my grandfather used to tell me bedtime stories about communism, which is not as fun as you think it actually is. He grew up in a farming village in Ukraine, and he told me stories about how the soldiers would come and take all the farming equipment, like all the shovels and the rakes and the plows and all this stuff. They were literally seizing the means of production. And if you tried to hide the tools from them or something, or you tried to resist somehow, they would just kill you or send you to Gulag. And that didn't really, I didn't really know what to make of that as a 6-year-old kid. But in 2007, just a few months before the first bankruptcy of the financial crisis, I was in Beijing, where I met a professor of economics who teaches at the Central Party School of the Communist Party of China. Which is where all these guys go to learn how to govern the country and stay in power. Even the big man himself went to this school. So So this professor knows quite a lot about the nature of power. And he told me something very interesting, which made all my grandfather's stories suddenly make sense. And what he told me has deep implications for Bitcoin. And not only that, but it gives us a way to think about Nostr. It shows us a very clear picture of how we can use Nostr to unlock the next phase of Bitcoin's development, not as money, but as a territory of freedom. So we're all familiar with the fact that the state uses violence. But as this professor explains, violence is not the actual source of the state's power. Violence is just one of the tools they use to protect the real source of their power, which is their capture of the economy. And so back in my grandfather's day, they'd do this physically. They'd physically capture the means of production by taking all the farming tools, right? Today, it's the same thing, but it's more sophisticated. So the way it works nowadays is it's similar to how social media companies operate. Like social media companies, they capture a network. They capture social relationships, right? And so it's a network of social relationships that they're capturing, and they control access to that network. And they have absolute power over the network, so you act the way they want or they rug you. And so most people just comply, right, because they don't want to lose their time investment into the platform. The state and the financial parasites, they do the same thing, but instead of capturing social relationships, they capture economic relationships, and they control access to the economic network, which is the economy itself. So they've seized the means of production, but it's in a different way. And so fiat currency, it's not backed by violence, as a lot of people think. It's actually backed by a captured economy. And that's what gives the fiat dominion its power. We can emancipate humanity from the slavery of this captured economy by creating our own economy in parallel in a way that can't be captured by parasites. And creating a parallel economy, that's exactly what Bitcoin is for. Bitcoin is like a new type of country or a new territory with its own economy. And these are two distinct economic territories, right? We've got the fiat dominion and our territory of freedom. But the problem is that, like, our new territory of freedom is completely dependent on imports from the fiat dominion. So, like, if you want a new phone or a new computer or any of the services that are commonly available in the economy, even if you just want something like a pencil, as simple as that, we don't produce any of that in our territory of freedom. So you have to import it from the fiat dominion. And one of the fundamental axioms of economics is that whoever produces what you want to buy, they decide how the trade is settled. So just like when you go into a shop, if you want to buy a can of Coke, right, and the shop only accepts cash, and you only have a Visa card, like, you can try and tell them how good it is to accept credit cards, but if they want cash, then you don't get the Coke until you give them cash. And like, maybe there's some random guy in the shop who, for some reason, they can accept credit cards, and so you can pay them with your credit card, and they'll pay the cash to the shop on your behalf, and then you get the Coke. But it's like, you don't get it until the trade is settled in cash, because that's what the shop is asking for. And everyone who's producing stuff in the fiat dominion, they want to be settled in fiat. So you can buy stuff from the fiat dominion, and you can pay in Bitcoin quite often these days, but you're not getting the actual product or service until the trade is settled in fiat. So spending Bitcoin that way, it just creates demand for fiat. And so, like, whoever produces the goods and services in the economy that are in demand, they decide what currency the economy uses. That's just a fundamental aspect of the economy. And so a Bitcoin standard, it just means that Bitcoiners produce everything, right? That's what a Bitcoin standard is. Because if Bitcoiners produce everything, then it's Bitcoiners who decide what currency will be used by the economy. Or another way to think of it is, if Bitcoin is the currency we're using in the economy, it just means that everyone in the economy is a Bitcoiner. Instead of making this happen by getting better at producing goods and services ourselves, we seem to be focusing all our energy on convincing people who already produce stuff. We're trying to convince them to use our money, right, to adopt Bitcoin. But imagine if instead of begging productive people to use our money, if we could just make products and services that are so awesome that everyone wants them and can't live without them. And we're Bitcoiners, so they can only buy this stuff with Bitcoin, right? Because we're only going to accept Bitcoin. And also, like, if we have another contentious fork, the people who decide which fork wins will be the people who produce the stuff, because they decide which fork can be used to buy the stuff. We have the smartest people, right? Because the smartest people, they want freedom. They don't like being stolen from. They want to be able to build stuff. And so we have all the smartest people on our side, I think, right now, like more or less. And so, like, we can create things that the captured economy can't even dream about, right? They can't even conceptualize the kind of things that we can do. But you can't make anything alone. You can't even make a pencil by yourself, right? You need to be able to work together with other people. And right now, the way that we do that, whenever people get together to pursue some kind of venture, the first thing they do is they register a company with the state. And that's a big problem because a company is a branch of the state. Right? That's why even Bitcoin companies like Strike and River and Unchained, they have a compliance team, right? The state tells them what to do and they comply. So they're ultimately controlled by the state. So they're a branch of the state. And it's not their fault. I'm not trying to shit on the Bitcoin companies, but that's just the way it is. And it's not just the big guys. I see this all the time. Like someone in Freedom Tech, they get a cool idea for a new thing, and the first thing they do is they go and incorporate an entity and make themselves governable. Right? Registering a company, incorporating a venture, it makes you governable. That's the whole point of doing it. And Bitcoin's entire value proposition is that it cannot be controlled by the state. None of us would be here if it was controlled by the state. No one would even know about it. It'd just be yet another financial instrument. So all the good things about Bitcoin are a function of it being separate from the state. But if you use Bitcoin as a company, your Bitcoin activity is governable by the state. So you forfeit Bitcoin's entire value proposition. There's no such thing as separation of money and state if you're a company. It doesn't exist. And this also means, if you think about it carefully, this also means there's actually no 21 million cap on the supply if you're a company. That doesn't exist. What companies call Bitcoin is not Bitcoin. Bitcoin is permissionless. It doesn't need KYC. You can send any amount of money to anyone on the planet for any reason. And what companies are using is obviously something else, because Bitcoin is not permissionless for companies, right? Their Bitcoin usage is regulated by the state. This is a fork. Bitcoin is currently being forked. It's not a protocol level fork, it's a regulatory fork. And one fork is permissionless, genuine Bitcoin. The other fork is permissioned by the state. And most people haven't really noticed this yet because the permissioned fork is mostly interoperable with genuine Bitcoin right now. But as the parasites become more threatened by Bitcoin, this fork is going to become more and more restrictive. Then it gets even worse because Bitcoin defunds the state as we know it, right? So it's going to be fun to watch from a safe distance, but I don't think I'd want to be involved in any of this. So the parasites don't actually have a choice. They're going to rug every single one of these ventures by regulating them to the point that they become the enemy of Bitcoin and the enemy of freedom. Like, they don't have a choice. So we have this new territory of freedom, but it's dependent on imports from the fiat dominion. So we need to produce goods and services in our territory of freedom. And we need to work together to be able to do this. We need to be able to collaborate. But the way we do this right now is we use companies, but we can't use companies because incorporating a company makes your business permissioned by the fiat dominion. So that's a non-starter. So what's the solution here? Nostr gives us a self-custodial and portable web of trust that lets us build new types of social media in a way that can't be captured and gated and permissioned by parasites. And this web of trust can also let us build a new type of venture and a new type of economy that can't be captured and gated by parasites like governments and banks. A company is just a way to coordinate a way to control the allocation of resources towards some goal, right? So what if we refactor the commercial venture as a non-custodial coordination layer between sovereign individuals allocating their own time and resources towards solving a problem that they believe is worth solving. That's what I've been working on for the last sort of year or so. And instead of having a centrally planned commercial venture, this is just it's a coordination layer that focuses sovereign human action towards solving problems for fun and profit. And I'm super grateful to OpenSats for a grant that they gave me. And also Sovereign Engineering with Pablo and Gigi was just really, really good for this. It helped solve a lot of problems. So this t-shirt that I'm wearing right now, this is the first product created with this new way of coordinating a commercial venture. It was created in response to the problem of Nostr itself not having any swag for the conference, right? So now I'm going to show you how this process works. So Nostr is just a Nostr client using standard relays. Just like you can make social media clients, you can also make more complex clients that do other stuff. There's no servers, there's no caching, there's nothing. It's purely just a Nostr client with standard relays. And here you can see over here you can see the people who have been solving problems in the critical path towards creating Nostr itself. And this shows the proportion of work that everyone's contributed. And part of that work is creating swag, because all the cool projects have swag. So this is the problem tracker. It's the Nostr problem tracker, where you can see the problems that were solved to create these shirts. So I'll come back to this problem tracker in a moment to show you something very special about it. But right now, I just want you to notice that there's a problem listed here about not having any designs for any graphics for the t-shirts. And so I solved this problem by creating this PDF file. Apparently that's all you need. And it's just simple words on a shirt, because I'm a pretty boring guy. And so now that I've solved that problem, I need to communicate the value of my work in comparison to the work of other people who've also contributed to the project. And so you do the work first, and then you tell the other contributors how much you believe that work is worth. And the only work that's valid is work that solves a problem, because solving non-problems can be fun, but it's not a good foundation for a sustainable venture. And making everything centered on problems and solutions, it also creates an environment that parasites can't survive in. So, oh, that was actually meant to play. Okay, anyways. So here I'm just putting in like the value of this is the calculator to calculate the value in sats. And this is what's called a merit request, which is just this is where other contributors to the project can see my request here, and they can vote to approve or reject it. And it's not just some like wishy-washy, like I like this guy, I don't like this guy. It's not like that. It's there are clear rules, and all you need to do is decide if this merit request is valid based on the rules. So having rules like this allows the organization to operate without any central authority making decisions about what direction things should go in. The direction that the project goes in is an emergent property of the rules about which type of problems and solutions are valid. And it's important to have clear rules about how to judge this, because this is the entry point to the organization, and any ambiguity about the rules gives parasites something to mess with, so we make the rules very clear and explicit. So this has now been approved by the existing contributors, and I now have these merits here in this table. So merits are just purely a way to quantify what proportion of work was done by everyone. And now the t-shirt designs are done, but I don't know anything about actually printing t-shirts. So, but Sherry does. Some of people have met Sherry. She's been at a few of these conferences. she found a supplier and arranged printing of the shirts. And so she submitted a merit request, it's approved, so she's in its table as well. Now she arranged the printing, but she didn't want to pay the printers because they don't take Bitcoin. But that's just a problem to solve. The t-shirt printers haven't been paid. Jerkos wants merits, so he solved the problem by paying the printers with a bank transfer. And I wanted to show this example because it highlights the fact that we can utilize the fiat dominion's productive capacity, and our territory of freedom can add value to that. So this is how we can bootstrap our productive base despite not actually really being able to produce anything right now. So Jerko solved the problem and by paying the fiat invoice, and so now he has merits in his table as well. And the reason there are all these other merits in there aside from the t-shirt merits is because the organization actually exists to build Nostrocket itself, and the t-shirts are just part of that. So most of the problems being solved are software development problems. But you can make a rocket that just creates t-shirts if you wanted to. So now let's look at how this actually makes profit, because that's how it can become self-sustaining. So anytime someone pays for something built by a rocket, the sats go directly to the contributors. It's non-custodial. So you'll notice here that the revenue is all zeros because no one's bought anything from Nostrocket yet, because this talk I'm giving right now, this is the announcement that it's now live. All right, so now it's time for a live demo, and you have to be patient while I fix whatever breaks because it's a live demo. So this is nostrocket.org, and I'll go here to the rockets. This is the Nostrocket rocket, and here's the merit table here with the proportion of how much work everyone's done. And this is the t-shirt product, which you can buy right now. So there's different sizes here: small, medium, large, extra large. So if you buy one, if someone buys one right now, then you'll see how the sats flow directly to the contributors. And there's only like 10 of these shirts, so someone just bought one. And there you can see the sats kind of, see they expand. That's, yeah, okay, cool, Jeff got one. And who's you get, anyways. So if you buy one, anyway, I've got them here at the conference, and this is the only place you can get one of these shirts. So the cool thing about working this way is that this new type of venture doesn't have any accounting overhead. The whole concept of profit and loss calculation is obsolete. It's non-custodial, so it doesn't need a treasury, so it doesn't have the overhead of defending a treasury, technically and socially. Yeah, so I think it's going to be quite an efficient way to work. Okay, now I want to show you something cool about the problem tracker. So this is the Nostrocket problem tracker here, and the main idea I want to get across here is that all the problems exist in a tree type structure. So to create a new rocket, you state the problem you're trying to solve, and all the other problems are nested under that one. That's how it sort of it becomes sort of guided in a way. And so here's the t-shirt problem, the graphics problem that I solved, that we don't have any designs. That's nested under this problem, which is that there are no t-shirts. So here's the other problems solved there. And that's nested under, there's no swag for Nostriga. And that's nested under, not everyone knows about Nostrocket. And so they're all in a tree. And this is the actual problem that Nostrocket is solving. We don't have a good way to focus the action of multiple humans while remaining sovereign. And that's a long explanation there of what I'm trying to do. And these are all the sub-problems of that. Most of them are software problems because that's just where we are at the moment. And that's nested under Bitcoin's not fixing the world fast enough, and I explain what I mean by that there. And this is the top level problem that we're not living up to our full potential as humanity, because doesn't, like, you need to make profit to make these things sustainable, but you also need some kind of unity of moral purpose to guide these things. Otherwise, we're just going to create the same situation again that we already have today. So that's why I think if you create a rocket and you can't figure out how it can be nested under this problem, then maybe it's something that's bad for humanity somehow. And it also allows you to see, like, how if you're doing something sort of some menial level task, you can see exactly how that relates back to our adventure as the human species. So you can kind of experiment with Nostrocket right now to create your own rocket for your project. It's buggy and we're working on it. But if you want to stay in the loop, there's you can subscribe to updates. So it's and you'll get updates by DM. Nostr's Web of Trust, it's great for social media. It's going to become the entry point to the internet, but it's also going to become the entry point to the commercial venture and the global economy. And one way or another, like, this is my approach, but one way or another, we need to stop the economy from being dependent on fiat slavery, and we need to make it dependent on human freedom and the emancipation of the human spirit. Like, we need to get this done. And that's enough from me. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions?
I'll be around today, so if you have questions, just come and grab me.
I want to get a shirt. So thank you, G-Sovereignty. I don't know how to organize humans, and that looks like an interesting solution to that. I can't wait to see what a world looks like on a Bitcoin standard. Hopefully it's not that last image of the circular economy, but I'm stoked for that. Where is Rabble? Is he around yet? Not yet, so I got to babble. Damn, I don't know what to say. Well, I said this earlier while no one was here, but I want to say it again because it just means so much to me. Nostr, basically in Latin, means ours, and I think that's so beautiful because we get a new chance to build a new social network. We get a new chance to build something that, like, from us, not from the top down. And I think that's an amazing opportunity we all have, and the fact that we're all here gathered together talking about how to make this thing better is just so beautiful. So I'm so bullish on this community, and I can't wait to see where we are in a few years. Can't wait to see this room packed full. People, millions of people on the live streams on zap.stream. It's going to be so much fun. And pretty soon, wherever Rabble is, he will talk to us about open networks and the future of Nostr. He was Jack's boss back in the day, and he's been thinking about decentralized social media protocols, Bitcoin, for a long time. So he is a wealth of knowledge, and can't wait to show you guys, or can't wait for him to tell us what's up, what he's been working on. He founded a client called Nos Social, which is great. He's been onboarding a ton of journalists, and which makes Nostr a more vibrant place. $10 minutes? Okay, sweet. No, I'm going to show my trailer.
I've made mistakes, I've learned so many lessons. Put my relationships over all possessions. Now I'm taking life a day at a time. Worrying about tomorrow is a waste of my time. I'll put my best foot forward, I still have setbacks. Then I cut all ties that are holding me back. I can't progress if I keep looking back. The truth hurts, I gotta face facts. We had a miscarriage in November. Had a weekend that I don't wanna remember. June 2024, man, I might go dark. I'll be thinking about the baby that will be in my arms. Salah, Salah. My wife said, don't let's call the baby Salah. So I'm saying Salah, Salah. When I reach heaven, man, I'm looking for Salah, Salah, Salah. When I reach heaven, man, I'm looking for Salah. I know you know, Daddy's coming. I'm heaven bound, and I'm running. With every trip, with every fall, I get straight back up and then I give my all. I don't know how it got like this, but anything I aim at right now I can't miss. I'm with you Uncle Joe and your Uncle Richard, making Bitcoin beats, now the world listens. Went to sleep and woke up, guess I'm not finished, but I wish you were here so you could bear witness. And hug your big bro, and hug your big sister, getting hugs from your mama and a lot of kisses. I can only dream, I can only wonder, until we meet, I'm just counting summers. What's your laugh like? What's your smile like? Who'd you look like? Who'd you sound like? Salah, Salah. When I reach heaven, man, I'm looking for Salah. Salah, Salah. When I reach heaven, man, I'm looking for Salah. My heart's heavy, I can feel the rain. Lord, please help me, this is a new pain. I'm forever changed, just the way it is. I gotta get up, like David did. I'm the best me, when I'm rapping on beats, so I'ma do me until the day we meet. My like who? That's who daddy is. After every show, I'm blowing you a kiss. Salah.
Okay, thank you all for coming. I wanted to use this time here to have a conversation to make sense of where we're at with Nostr, where we've come and where we want to be going. And because we're all part of this large collective project, and we all see our own little pieces of it. And so I thought a bit of an overview might be very useful. Nostr is created by a community. Community is grown. It's not created artificially. It's not designed from the top down. And especially open technologies and complicated systems like the internet, they don't design well. They emerge. And I thought since Fiat Joff got in trouble for quoting some right-wing Brazilians, I would quote a Brazilian communist, which is, we make the road by walking. And it's a way of referring to how we're building this, and that we're building it in the work we're doing. We're building it in the collaboration that we make. We're building in the running of it and how we learn it. And I think it's really important to realize that the process of creating Nostr, of building all these apps and figuring out how they work, that's a process that includes all of us, and that's a process we're figuring out together. And I also, I figured, why not, since I'm being throwing things out there, I figure I'll quote the Bible too. But whatever has happened in the past is now here, and whatever is going to happen in the future is also here. And so, we have cycles of history. It doesn't repeat itself exactly, but it rhymes. And so we can understand where we are today and where we're going by looking at what has come in the past. So the question of where did Nostr come from, or where did we come from to get here? And one of the things that I remember thinking about, and I don't remember if Jack and I had this discussion, but back at Odeo, there was a discussion about what does emerging media mean and how does it work, and how we looked at past systems that we had liked, and we thought about what it might mean in the era of mobile phones, or what it might mean in the era of what the internet looked like in 2006. And that stuck with me because humanity is a couple 100,000 years old, and we've only had agriculture for 10,000 years. We've had cities for less than that. We've had the nation state, we've had money, we've had, all of these other constructions for a relatively short period of time in our history. But we evolved a long time ago. And so every time we introduce new technologies, we're going to repeat the same sets of human interactions, the same activities, because we're hardwired for that stuff. We're hardwired for community, we're hardwired for stories, we're hardwired for collaboration. And so as we developed new communication technologies, from the original cuneiform tablets, which weren't really used for narrative writing at all, they were mostly used for accounting, they were ledgers, to the original papyrus writing, to manually copying books. All of those early stages, a very teeny percentage of the population got to participate in creating media, transporting media. Everybody else just had oral media. And then the printing press came along, and the goal of the printing press was to create dominance by the Catholic Church and bring the Bible to everyone. But what happened was people beyond the Catholic Church got a hold of the printing press, and all of a sudden, this, preacher named Martin Luther started printing his pamphlets and created the Protestant Reformation. So basically, the printing press printed the Bible, which is the most printed book in history, but it also led to the collapse of dominance of the institutions of the Middle Ages. And we see the same thing with the rise of newspapers, where initially it was an idea of bringing everyone together and educating people. And what it did is it ended up changing how power worked in society. Every time these new technologies get introduced, we have moral panics. We have this idea that whatever the past worked, it isn't going to work again. And some of these moral panics seem quaint today. My favorite moral panic was Victorian-era novels, where there was a moral panic about reading too many novels was destroying the intellect of young people, and that legislators needed to do something to stop young people from spending so much time reading novels. And at the same time, or a little bit after that, there was a crusade against coffee shops, because coffee shops were where people got together and they read newspapers and they talked about stuff and they fomented revolutions and they came up with new ideas. And so coffee shops were a very controversial idea, and people had moral panic about the novel. They had moral panic about coffee shops, about it destroying everything that made sense in society and causing us to go into dangerous territories. And so when we think about social media today, we have to realize that history, that is a pattern that has always been there. And we can learn from it, and we can also be a little bit calmer about the moral panics because we know that they keep coming. Another thing to realize is that speech in and of itself doesn't matter. If you're talking to no one in the woods, it doesn't have any effect. It's with the distribution, with the ability to reproduce and share and collaborate. So on the top there's a picture of something called a scuttlebutt. And a scuttlebutt was how tall ships managed to send letters back and forth. Every time two tall ships met at sea, they would look in their barrel, their scuttlebutt, and find all of the letters that were going in the right direction of the other ship and exchange them. And it was a store and forward method of mail that had no central coordination at all. And then eventually we have the telegraph. And, Henry David Thoreau said, "I don't know why you would use a telegraph. Why do I want to talk to someone in Texas if I'm from Maine?" The initial thing was, how are these things useful? What is it going to be? What are we going to communicate? Well, eventually, it meant that it sped things up. It unified things. And some of these technologies aren't just, coffee shops fomenting newspapers and revolutions, but sometimes the technologies have really negative effects that no one who created them thought about, and it took society a long time to figure out what to do about it. The authoritarianism of the 1920s and 30s was not possible without the radio. And we don't talk about that very much today. But in the United States, there was this Catholic priest, Coughlin, who had a radio program that 25% of Americans listened to every single week. And he used that platform to advocate for the United States joining Germany during World War II instead of England. So he wanted the United States to join the Axis. No one in our history books talks about the fact that a quarter of Americans were listening to a long radio program advocating for the United States to be on the other side of World War II. What's also fascinating is he was deplatformed and shadow banned. Seriously, it was the first massive deplatforming and shadow banning where there was a concerted effort, some of it by the government, but a lot of it by people lobbying advertisers and lobbying radio stations to take him off the air. Now, I'm not saying it was a bad thing to deplatform him, but if we want to, this stuff that we're seeing today with social media, it's not new. Another thing that is fascinating when you look at the history of media is the utopian language that goes along with the other side of the moral panics. So the excitement and hope around broadcast television was that it would solve society's problems by unifying everybody under common culture. And if everybody watched the same TV program every night, then we would all have the same sets of ideas and all of society's problems would go away. And in some ways, it did have that effect. It did have this kind of unifying effect of culture. But it didn't, getting everybody on the same page and unified didn't solve all the problems. It didn't make society's conflicts go away. Because when we think about the media, there's a reality which is we have in the West strong protections for free speech, but we don't have strong protections for reach. And that was intentional. You know, the famous quote of, you know, freedom of the press is only guaranteed to those who own them, is that, yes, you can say whatever you want, but you can't get it out to people. And so, you know, Father Conglin, when he went up there, he lost the ability to run his radio programs, and he couldn't put up his own radio towers, and he was effectively silenced. And so that is important when we think about when we're building new things, what are those choke points? Because the choke points are often very technical and a little bit esoteric. You know, when television was introduced, people thought it was killing culture, and it was called sort of, you know, this mindless, you know, blue machine that was spraying ideas and things. But it also brought everybody together, it unified it, and it changed the culture. And every time we introduce new technologies, we shape that technology, and then it shapes us back. It's this cycle. And so when we're designing new things, we need to think about that cycle. You know, there's a meme which is like, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree, and that's kind of funny, but the other part of it is that we all exist in the context of society and history, and it's important to understand that context. So Twitter itself didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of existing things. It came out of existing ideas. It came out of a bunch of people collaborating. And I think if, you know, we hadn't created Twitter at Odeo, someone else would have created something similar because people were experimenting with those similar ideas. There were other companies, Pounce and Jaiku, and people trying to do it. Would it have been the same? No. Would it have had the same structures and affordances and values? Probably not. But something kind of similar would have emerged. So I was going to think about an inspirational quote, but I didn't find one. So I just throw up a picture of Jack on the sailboat. To make sense of what we're building, we need to think about what does it mean to be online with other people. And the best metaphor that I've found is that we are creating digital neighborhoods, because we can think of different neighborhoods or different spaces of having different affordances, having ideas of what's normal and what's good, what's bad, and you can see neighborhoods or digital spaces go from cool to not cool. You know, there was a time in which MySpace was really cool, and then it stopped being cool. There was a time in which Facebook started being really cool, and then everybody's mom joined, and then was not cool. And so we can learn from academics like Jane Jacobs and people who are urban planners and apply their metaphors, their ideas to designing the social systems, because it's the same people. We are the same people that were sitting around a campfire in a tribal group 10,000 years ago as we are today. Like, we have the same brains, we have the same sets of needs. And so we're the same people who are going out into a cafe or going onto a train or an airplane or into a supermarket. We take that same person and we go into these digital spaces and we look at the design. We look at the norms, we look at the way other people are behaving to know how we should behave in those spaces. And, you know, using this metaphor, I like to think about what each of the big social media platforms are like. What's their physical space analog? And for me, Instagram is like an art gallery. It's very showy, and you were rewarded for aesthetics. Blogging, an older technology, is a lot like an open cafe night. You don't know what you're gonna get. Everybody's sort of going on themselves. It's not particularly connected. Tumblr and LiveJournal is like a Comic-Con or maybe even a furry convention. It's it's a certain set of alternative culture stuff where people are playful but don't fit into mainstream society. TikTok is Coachella or Tomorrowland, a very large, very well-produced music festival. Twitter, to me, Twitter is the Zeitgeist bar in San Francisco, which is this kind of hipster, a little bit dive bar where there were lots of tables for people to hang out and talk, and it's really loud, and there's lots of stuff going on, and it feels like you're in the center of everything. Facebook has become a municipal community center. It's still there. Some people still go and use it, and in theory, we're better off to have community centers like this, but it's also really sad. Mastodon and the Fediverse is like a D&D game. And the reason I say this isn't just because of the people who use the Fediverse, but also because it's this network of people who set up all these little rules. And so each server, you're like your own little world, and all of it designed, and all of the adventure, and all what you can and can't say, and who can join, everything is designed by the dungeon master. And you don't get any say what the dungeon master is going to do. Maybe the dungeon master gives you a great game, and maybe it's a terrible game. But you don't have much autonomy because you exist in their world. Blue Sky is sort of this attempt at, fully automated luxury gay space communism. It's a particular set of very, very politically correct utopian, but not super interested in diversity beyond a specific set of people. And Farcaster is a casino. I don't know if anybody's ever spent much time on Farcaster, but they raised their money and they started growing a lot when basically they added all of these little cryptocurrency contests. You can post things and learn things, and you make a bet when you join a group, and then you can lose the bet money if you get content reported and stuff. They made it into a game, and most casinos make a lot of money, but only a certain kind of person goes there. And at the moment, Nostr feels like a Bitcoin meetup. And I don't think that has to be the case long term, but I think that is the reality of the moment of where we are. And so part of what I am suggesting we need to do is a kind of redesign of our community. We need to not get rid of the Bitcoin meetup, but we need to build other buildings. We need to build other spaces within our neighborhood. So where are we now? We are very much within the tradition of internet protocols that win and work. There's a phrase: we reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code. That is the motto of the IETF that designed the internet. David Clark, who said it, he was the person who designed TCP/IP. And when we think of TCP/IP, we think of it just as a fundamental thing that has always existed. What we don't realize was that TCP/IP was the rebel protocol that refused to do the right thing. TCP/IP was the poorly designed shit protocol, and the government wanted everyone to use OSI. None of us remember OSI, but at the time, it was very controversial because there were these architecture astronauts who were designing the perfect internet architecture for how it all worked, where it was all very controlled. And then a bunch of hackers came along and created TCP/IP. And the internet we have today exists because we have these layers of decentralized protocols. It's important when we think about Nostr to realize that open and messy wins. You know, we have these specs, but we also have this massive community of people who are trying shit. You can, in Nostr, you can create your new kind and you can start writing to it. You can write whatever you want out to these messages. In the Blue Sky at proto, which is very similar to Nostr, you have to write a schema validator. And you have to get a spec approved, and you have to put that on a bunch of different servers at different levels in the stack in order for a new message type to even work. And that is a fundamental difference in sort of how you think about things. But the complicated big parts of the internet, those all grew up from these messy, hacky things that were easy to build on. And so that's part of what drew me to Nostr, and I think we should celebrate it. And we shouldn't let people say, "Oh, this isn't going to scale." You know, I was involved with Ruby on Rails, and everyone would say Ruby on Rails isn't going to scale. And we figured out the scaling problems. Shopify is Ruby on Rails. Like, the things that work are the things that are put together in pieces. The internet we have today is small pieces loosely joined. Nostr is small pieces loosely joined. Nostr is internet native in a way that is very different than the big Web 2.0 platforms that run on top of the internet, but they don't run like the internet. Nostr is also based on a protocol that almost no one used called Secure Scuttlebutt. And Fiat Joff, it used to be in the README file when you looked at it, said, Secure Scuttlebutt is really interesting. It does a bunch of interesting stuff, but there are things that are holding it back. In Scuttlebutt, it was very hard to use your same key in multiple apps at the same time, the way we do in Nostr a lot. It was also impossible to delete because it had this signature chain. And the relays in Scuttlebutt were an add-on. But Nostr isn't the only protocol that was inspired by Scuttlebutt. Blue Sky was also inspired by Scuttlebutt, but they did it differently. They're the cathedral model of open source. In order to develop for Blue Sky, you can use it, you can make a client, but they say in their contributor files, we don't want contributions of substance because it is not created by a community. It's used by a community. Nostr is the other side. Nostr is the bazaar. We don't have a king or a president or voting. We build things up. We collaborate. Nostr's built like the internet that works. And so I get asked this a lot, like, how do you compare these? Where does Nostr sit in this larger ecosystem? And you can see that there are some real differences here. But the biggest one is just if you did the same thing with a different philosophy. If you decide to try and build a bottom-up decentralized protocol in a top-down way, and we're building a bottom-up decentralized protocol in a bottom-up way. Lastly, there's Threads, which has tried to join all of these protocols and everything else. And I have it on good authority that the Threads code is just a bunch of if-else statements in the Instagram code base. It's like, is this text, is this an image? And it has, like, I don't understand everyone who is leaving Twitter and going to Threads, because don't we have enough evidence over 15 years of Facebook and Meta lying and making false promises and chasing growth at all costs? Like, why do we want to give them more platforms? And why do we trust them that they really will open up to these open standards? Because remember, Facebook was part of the coalition that did activity streams, the precursor to ActivityPub. There was a time when Facebook supported those open protocols, and then they're like, oh, we don't have to support them anymore because we're big enough to ignore the open community. The history of software development, especially the history of the internet, has been a history of pendulum swings between centralization and decentralization. We had, we had mainframes and then microcomputers and personal computers, and we had CompuServe, and then we had FidoNet and BBSs. We are constantly swinging back and forth between the two. And there is a power fight and a technology fight that goes back and forth. And so we have seen the problems of extreme centralization, where all of your apps are provided by a server and then it gives it to you and it executes in your browser, in your local machine. But all the complicated stuff lives in some central server. The world of everything is handed to you on the fly and runs in the browser is not that different than the old world of mainframes, because whoever controls that central server has all the power. So when we think about Nostr, we need to realize that we need to build a kind of sustainable future and that we have the pieces to do that. And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how do we talk to people about Nostr and the complicatedness of talking to people about it as a censorship-resistant free speech protocol. Because most people think that someone did something bad to get their content moderated, or they want to say some offensive, dangerous thing. And so, as important as it is that we have that censorship resistance and that we have that control and that free speech, no one goes and searches out a platform for that in large numbers. But what they do want is they want fun apps to use. And Nostr is very different than Farcaster or Blue Sky or some of these others, or the Mastodon, because of the amazing array of apps we have. The true tragedy of the Commons for Web 2.0 was that it was enclosed by platforms. The early days, there were open APIs. There were open systems that you could collaborate, you could pull data from one system to another. And the early implementation of the APIs at Twitter, you just used your username and password. And so Twitter couldn't shut down third-party apps because it didn't know the difference between you using a web browser or TweetDeck. But eventually, OAuth got set up, which was supposed to protect users and help them so they weren't sharing their passwords, and that shifted the power. And that was the thing that ended up being useful to shifting all of the power back into centralized control. So if we think of Nostr as an app platform, then we realize that we are winning because we have all of these amazing apps. We have so many things that collaborate and work, and they're really good. Now, are they perfect? No. Is it figuring out how to log into them hard? Yes. But people tend to be blown away when we show them all of the things that you can do. And in our user testing, the thing that blew people's mind is when we signed them up for Nosocial or Primal or Damus, and then we showed them how to get their NSEC, and we put it in another app, and we showed them that it was the same content, and that other app was by a different person with different preferences, with different design, with different functionality. That's the mind-blowing thing about this. And that's why we're all collaborating together instead of just building our own little walled gardens. So I don't think we talk about this amazing array of apps enough. I don't think we talk about it in our apps. I know that in Nosocial, when you join and start using it, we don't encourage you to discover other apps of different kinds. We have built this amazing ecosystem, and the users can move between it, but we haven't quite figured out how the apps connect. Like, back when Facebook's platform was all these apps, Facebook did a pretty good job of letting you discover that there were different apps. Like, oh, your friend is playing Farmville. You might want to play Farmville. All those kind of things. And so we need to figure out in the Nostr ecosystem, how to support each other and how to make discovery of all these different apps easy and how to make it easier to discover what your friends are using and migrate to start using them. One of the amazing things, though, that we discovered was copying around an NSEC and putting it into a secure place. That turns out is not hard for non-technical users. It's a little bit dangerous if they put it in a web browser thing, and figuring out how to set up a Chrome extension was a bit dangerous and hard. But copy the app from one mobile app to another, like that NSEC, that was not a hard concept for people. It's a hard concept for people who understand public key cryptography. It's a hard concept for people who think about wallets. Because if you know what's going on, you're like, oh my God, what are you doing? But if you don't know what's going on, you're like, this is a magic string that I put from one app to the other, and all of a sudden, all of my data and everything is in the other app. It's just like a magic connecting string. So I think we got too worried about this. And we just kind of need to embrace the fact that it'll be this messiness. Now, as excited as I am about Nostr, I want to be very clear about where we are in the larger ecosystem. So I pulled up some stats. It's hard to know how much is going on in the Nostr ecosystem, but this is, the daily active users. In July, we were closer to 18,000. We dropped down a little bit in August. In weekly active users, we've been averaging about 40,000 weekly active users. We don't know really how many users we have because most people who use social media never post anything. They never publish, they never like, they never reply. It's entirely a consumer experience. And so those users are invisible in these stats. Well, let's look at a couple of the other platforms. This is the Blue Sky user numbers. And first off, you can see that it is higher. We don't know how many people are logging in, but we don't know how many people are liking. And so it's roughly 200,000 people seem active and doing stuff on Blue Sky. But look at the way the graph works. Blue Sky gets a bunch of press, and a ton of people sign up, things happen, they spike up, and then slowly goes down. Look at our user graph. We're not so high, but we are not spiking up because of one particular event. We're not getting a ton of press and sort of a ton of attention. We are growing organically. And to me, that's a really positive thing, as much as I wish we were at several 100,000 users instead of 40,000. Lens is another sort of Ethereum-based decentralized social media network. It's also inspired by Scuttlebutt. And if you look at their growth, they're actually consistently shrinking. And I think that's because they got outpaced by Farcaster, who were in exactly the same community as the early adopters. But Farcaster, who raised over $150 million in venture capital money a couple months ago, and it is even less open than Blue Sky's development. If you look at their use, it's not trending up in the right direction. So where are we at with the Nostr current community? Right now, we've designed Nostr to have one big community. It operates in a bunch of different languages, but it's essentially Bitcoiners. And if you look at it, there's a lot of talk about Bitcoin. But when it comes to Nostr, Bitcoin is a feature. Zaps are a feature. They get you two things. They're great, but they're not going to drive adoption to people who don't care about it, and people need to find stuff and be able to connect other things. So where are we going? We need to go from this network of apps that are possible to things that are easier to use. It is remarkably hard to make really easy to use software for people. It requires a lot of work. in particular, it requires talking to people, talking to humans, and not just scratching your own itch. Like, Pablo, I think you're amazing. I love all the things you do, but you're the prototyper who figures out everything. And then we need another community of people who takes all those prototypes and figures out what they make sense to users and how do we adapt them. And we have done a lot of user interviews in the last year around Nostr. We have done hundreds of times of sitting down and walking people through onboarding the apps and talking to them and understanding their social media states and what do they think about in 2024. And people want things that are fun. People want things that are playful. They want connection. They want connection to real people. They want to feel like they're connected. They want meaning. They're, you know, that's the problem with some of the Farcaster casino stuff, is it's just like make little bits of money. And much to my surprise as a Bitcoin skeptic, they want an economic model and they want the micropayments. People want the ability to send and receive money between people. Like, people who do not care about Bitcoin, they don't care about central banks, they're not engaged in all of it. When we're like, the economic model is you can pay for services and support it and run micropayments, they're happy because it means they're not looking into the advertising world. They need that alternative. They're desperate for an economic model that isn't selling them to advertisers. And this is good because we have an economic model. We have a system of payments that none of these other things, well, Farcaster does, but people don't want to feel trapped. They don't want to feel alienated and isolated. They don't want to feel like they're living in this sort of automaton world in which they're just being products that are bought and sold. They want to feel their humanity, and that's the root of a lot of the backlash against large language models in AI, is not, oh, this is cool, like we've taken all of the creation of humanity and we get to create new stuff together. It's feeling like it's exploitive. It's pulling out of their things. And people don't like that. People want community, and people want contradictory things. So when we onboard creators, and we've done this a lot in the last year, of talking to them and setting it up, the thing they care most about is how easy it is going to be published and use this thing, and how do I build an audience? And so they want the algorithm. The algorithm is what helps build them an audience in an easy way. It makes it easier to do. And they hate the algorithm because then they become dependent on it. So we often only hear the I hate the algorithm part. But what creators look at when they look at Nostr is like, well, how do I find people to follow me? How do I cultivate that community? Where do they discover it? And we don't have great tools for that. You know, this is what I was saying, that they want the micropayments. But a lot of people distrust Bitcoin. They distrust it because they've heard of articles about the environmental impact. They distrust it because it feels like it's a sort of an inward-looking community. They distrust it because of other cryptocurrencies scams that go on. And so what we found was, if we just talk about zaps and lightning payments and sending it between people, they're like, yeah, this is great. If we tell them it's a Bitcoin wallet, they're like, fuck that. And so that's really telling. It doesn't mean that we can't have Primo, which says it's a Bitcoin wallet first and, oh, it does some social stuff, which is sort of how they present themselves on their webpage. But it means that we also need a whole bunch of apps and a whole bunch of things that do the other thing, which is just like, oh yeah, this is the feature and how it works. The mind-blowing thing I talked about earlier is the way NSECs are passed between users and the way in which you can use all these apps together. It is a very different conceptual thing, and it excites people, and it's powerful. And users, especially non-technical users, they really need it to be incredibly intuitive. Like the amount of time we spend doing user testing and we need to like find out the edge cases is overwhelming. So where are we going with Nostr? My vision of Nostr is how do we migrate it from a Bitcoin meetup to Christiana. Christiana is a community in Copenhagen that was a military base that in the 1970s a bunch of people went in and squatted. And they said, we're going to build our houses there, we're going to build businesses here, and our businesses in our world of Christiana, they don't follow Danish law. So there's an open-air drug market where in Denmark, drugs are illegal. But they're like, in Christiana, we're going to have different rules of commerce. We're going to have our space where we control it. We're going to have different rules about free speech. And there's going to be a diversity of things that are here. And it's going to be fun, and there's going to be art, and there's going to be commerce, and all these things. And I think Nostr could be that. So how do we create that? We build it together, collaborating, and we build it in a system that we don't all have to agree. We all don't have to ask permission. But we do need to collaborate and learn from each other. And we need to listen to our users. We need to do more talking to users. One of our projects over the last few months was running a creator and journalism accelerator where we reached out to hundreds of creators and journalists, and we worked on onboarding them to Nostr. We set them up with wallets, we set them up with accounts, we figured out which of the apps made most sense. Some of them used Nostr, but a lot of them used other apps. And we then highlighted all of those users and those accounts and helped them build the audience. That's how we discovered the love-hate relationship to algorithms. Because at first, they're like, oh, I just hate the algorithm. And then they join Nostr and they're like, how do I build an audience? Why isn't there an algorithm helping me find people? And here, this is some examples of some of the folks we've onboarded in a directory. Another thing that came up a lot in user interviews and stuff is delete and edit. Users want these things. Users don't care that they're not real. Like, as technologists, we're like, well, this isn't really ever going away, and what happens to it in versions like that? They're okay with that messiness because it's the social signal. Users really want private groups. We are seeing increasing number of people who are operating on the dark forest vision of the internet, which is there are scary, dangerous things out there, especially with large language models and bots, and I want to be able to decide who joins my community, and I want to be able to have privacy. I think Will's going to talk more about this later, but like the ability to have a private group of everybody who follows me and who I follow, and I can post to them, and then I could also post publicly to everybody. That's something that doesn't exist on the big corporate social media platforms, but we can do it on Nostr. Like, there's a lot, like once we set up the technology, there's a lot we can do. And we need programmable spaces. We have that. We have this hackable space that's amazing. I go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and the 12th step of it is that having had a spiritual awakening, which is what it feels like to join the Nostr community and figure it, that it's our responsibility to figure out the right way to carry that to other people. Nostr doesn't have a marketing department. What we have is a movement, and that's more powerful. So one of the things I'm super excited about is bringing on large communities or other new communities of people. And so I was super excited about the trust group. So they've got about 100,000 people who are joining. I'm excited about Henhouse and what Alex is doing with Ditto, because it gives the community collaboration stuff of Mastodon, but you get the freedom of Nostr. And then I have a few projects I'm working on myself. One is in the late 1990s, I started a calendar activist site called protest.net, and I have been migrating it to Nostr, so it'll run on an open network. And there's actually not a lot of software to build. It's like Flockster plus a custom relay plus Ditto and a few other things. And then the other thing we're doing is we're acquiring causes.com. Back in Nostriga, I talked about collaborating with them, and this is a community of 300,000 users. 100,000 of them open the daily email every single day. And they're wanting to collaborate, and they're wanting to talk about politics, and they're wanting to build things, and they want to have a larger impact in the world. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add crowdfunding. We're not going to tell them it's a wallet, but we're going to let them collect money and bring it in. And then we're going to let them decide where to allocate those funds. And so we're using this open network to make it work. The last thing, I don't have much time, but we should not copy other people's social media protocols and apps just because we're copying them. But when they do things that work, we should consider whether or not it makes sense for ourselves. And here are a few of them. The Blue Sky starter packs, they're basically a list, and they have a special interface, and they encourage users to sign up for them, and they generate custom URLs. So it gives you a bunch of people to follow. We kind of have all the tech to make this work with Lister and a bunch of other stuff. We just don't have it all connected. They're custom feed algorithm stuff. We have custom feed algorithms, but they have these neat, I guess a little ugly, tools for building them. And inside the apps, they make the discovery of them very easy. They encourage things for them. We have DVM and custom feeds, but we only have a few apps that do it, and we don't make it discoverable as people use it. Farcaster has this thing called Frames, which is really awesome because the Yakahone folks have created this Nostr thing called Smart Widgets, which incorporates frames into what we're doing. And so I want to conclude this talk back where I started, which is we've actually come a long ways in the last 2 years as the Nostr community built. We have built hundreds of apps, and we have a vibrant set of community, and we've built a lot of NIPs and a lot of collaboration, but we still have a long ways to go. And we need to keep talking to each other and realizing that Lightning isn't our only superpower. Another one is all of these apps and the way in which you can collaborate between them, because no one else has that, and people want it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabble. Give me a hug. There's a good hug culture on Nostr. Love that. We are Nostr's marketing team, and we have the power to show all of our friends what's going on over there. So we are so lucky to have Rabble on our team. I could have listened in for another hour. This next talk I probably couldn't listen to more than 5 minutes of. It's the future of decentralized relays with Pablo, Milian, and Preston, and Cooks. So give them a warm welcome.
I'm your new cleaning lady. I just started work today.
Give that to me.
Is Michael, yeah, Michael Tidwell coming up as well? Okay. Michael, I got one here. Yeah, I got a chair. We're good.
So then, who hired you to clean?
Calcifer did. He's disgusted by how dirty it is in here.
And do we have another mic?
Marcus, get the plates.
Wait a second, you're all gonna eat while I do all the work?
Go have some breakfast, Sophie.
Here you go. All right, I think we're set. All right, so anytime I talk to anybody about Nostr, one of the first things that they always bring up is, oh, the relays. Yeah, that's going to be an issue as we continue to scale. And how are we going to make sure that they remain decentralized 5, 10 years from now? And you really kind of look at the long tail. We have some of the brightest minds in the space that are building, that have had experiences with relays. And I want to actually start off with you, sir. Because yesterday we were sitting over there, and you were kind of, you weren't frustrated, but at the same time you wanted to bring up a concern that you've had with running your own relay and the challenges. And I would just, encourage you to kind of tell everybody here what we were talking about when we were sitting over in the corner of the room there.
Well, now my whole perspective changed now after watching Rabble give his talk. I mean, I have no complaints now. It's all, hunky-dory. But to kind of go off of what we're talking about, we're sort of, I'm kind of working on a mental analogy in my head where, I know it's easy to say, like, when we get to problems, we'll address them then. But some of these, I feel like some of the problems is more like we need to build a 50-foot bridge and we only brought 20-foot worth of wood. And it's like, well, yeah, we're going to get to that problem, but what's the plan? And some of these things are kind of like seeable now. And one of the big ones, I think, is dealing with people purposely being malicious. And then it's like, well, we'll worry about that when it comes. I've dealt with that stuff, and it's like we didn't know what to do necessarily. And these are sort of, we talked about paid relays yesterday, and Rabble and Ben are big fans of the ideas of paid relays being sort of like maybe the way big relays operate in the future. So that sort of addresses this idea of like, people being malice, essentially stopping spam through, maybe like payments, getting onto, the privilege of using a relay. But yeah, that's sort of more or less where I was getting at, was when people are, when you start snowballing and you start building this community, kind of like, what Ravel's getting at, you want your trajectory to go up and to the right, or for the audience this way. You have these events that happen where you peak and then something happens and then you kind of collapse, condense that snowball. You're kind of left with like more of the core people, and then you lose all the fluff around, and then you miss out. You stop the snowballing. And I would hate for that to happen with Nostr or any other, Bitcoin. Kind of like has happened with Bitcoin a couple of times when we lost the Bitcoin Cash people. Arguably, and I don't want Nostr to grow and then it fractures off into more, other smaller projects. That's not what we want. So, yeah. So that's kind of, I don't know if that's where you want to take it, but that's sort of my
curious.
concern.
Yeah, I'm curious. The rest of the panel, as you guys hear that, do you share some of that sentiment or concern of paid relays really kind of having the actual incentive to drive it?
I'm not sure paid relays will really pan out that much. People don't really want to pay upfront for these kind of things. The friction of it is kind of like, somebody's offering it for free, I'm going to go there. Then that guy disappears with the relay because it's free. Then they start trying to go back to the paid relay, but it's missing the events from the original one. So I'm not completely sold on it. I do think that when applications start forming around Nostr, like if you have a very specific use case, you want to build a business on it, you'll run your own relay for your stuff. You might gatekeep it a bit, but the data's still open, so you can export it, put it in something else. I think it's going to be more like business driven. Like, I don't think people are going to pay specifically to join relays. I think it'll be a business running a relay for its users, specifically for its users. And maybe they'll share the data. It'll be cross-compatible, obviously. So I think that's one way.
Yeah, ever since I got into Nostr, that's like one of the first things that I thought. And I immediately thought, okay, paid relays are not going to be a thing. And I always thought of relays are just cost centers. When you pay for your Twitter Blue subscription, whatever it's called, you don't pay for, okay, $4 to be higher on the thread, and $1 is for the infra. Like, you you pay whatever it is, and you are paying part of that. Is paying for the cost of running the infra and ops and whatever. I've always thought that the vast majority of big relays are just going to be part of the budget for a company. But the optionality of being able to, I'm also going to store my data on this personal relay or on this community relay, adds some color to the equation. I do think that there is a case for paid relays, but you're not paying for the data storage, you're not paying for the accessibility to the relay. You're paying because there is something special going on in that relay, and you want access to that relay. And you're not paying for the relay, you're paying for access to the data. I've been working on NIP 29, which is like groups and communities and stuff like that. And to me, the question is, which is an unanswered question yet, what is the right relay? What is the best relay? When most people join and understand what relays are, they think, okay, what is the best relay? We don't really have a good answer, but to me, the good answer is not about speed or availability or uptime. It has the data that I care about. It has the people that I want to interact with. And I would be willing to pay for a relay. Like, when you think about what Patreon is access to a community. When you think about paid Telegram groups or whatever it might be, it's access to a community. You're not paying for the technology itself and the ops itself. You're paying, and part of that to serve what you want is running those ops. So I also have like strong disagreements with a lot of what you presented. I do want fragmentation. I think fragmentation is fantastic, and I think that's what Nostr enables. It enables a very organic, very human-centered fragmentation, not a technological fragmentation. But yeah, Million.
I think it's good to maybe just stop and assess where we're at right now, to acknowledge the situation we're in currently, which is we have a couple of thousand active relays that are publicly accessible, which to me, that fact alone to me is pretty amazing and unbelievable. When I discovered Nostr, my first question was like, okay, cool, who's going to run the relays? Why would anyone run relays? And most people kind of had that thought. But the fact is that we have like thousands of relays that are up and running and actively, publicly available. So this public relay infrastructure that's available to anyone to use currently that we have, that's interesting. Why is this happening? And this is peacetime Nostr. We're not getting actively attacked currently. We're not getting attacked too much by spammers, really, yet.
Comes and goes.
It comes and goes. You kind of see the waves of spam, but I would expect orders of magnitude higher attacks as we become more successful. Also, no one's really trying to actively censor Nostr yet. We haven't reached that level of success yet.
Other than Will.
Other than JB?
Yeah, JB, whenever he nukes the relay, and he censors everybody.
Which is a great service to Nostr every
100%.
time he does that, right? So I think it's good to kind of assess that and try to understand why this is happening. It seems like, there are a number of kind of bigger relays related to products and services that have been stood up on Nostr, so that's amazing. I think that's reasonable to expect that this will continue. Certainly at Primal, we run a relay, and we're planning to have like a paid relay as a part of our kind of premium service in the future. When it comes to paid relays, to me, it makes sense to kind of offer that service as a part of a bigger offering, not just the paid relay in itself. But who knows? Like we said previously, everything is allowed, so everything will be tried. So for sure, we'll get a ton of different kind of business models attempted out there, and we'll see what sticks. But to me, the most impressive one of the most impressive parts of Nostr is this ecosystem that has already developed and it continues to grow of just products and services that people are standing up and using, just acting in their own self-interest. That to me is pretty wild. I don't know if any of this helps, but
Can I respond to like a little bit what you were saying earlier? So the first one is, I think I think like you're right about talking about the use cases for paid relays, just to kind of follow up on that. But I think the big one that we're missing here is just the straight up use case of spam prevention. So even if you know, like right now it's insanely difficult to prevent spam on Nostr, given malice with a large set of IPs, you know, tens of thousands of IPs, hundreds of thousands of IPs, whatever it might be. And if they really want to fuck with you, they can. And you can do IP banning, but when you look at your Datadog or New Relic and you start understanding your data, you're like, oh my God, I'm only getting a few requests per IP, and they're doing this crazy attack pattern, you know? So having, you know, one time, you know, similar to like how some Telegram channels are like a one-time pay, like, hey, we just want to make sure you're not a bot kind of thing. Like, even if it's like insanely small amounts of money, like 1 Satoshi, the idea is like now you have some vested interest. It's not just this super ephemeral INSEC, INPUB that is a total throwaway, like completely. It's more just like, hey, if I am abusive with this reputation, I have to spend another Satoshi to get a brand new one in order to post on this relay. And that's actually, that on itself would be super powerful. So when I'm talking about a paid relay, it doesn't necessarily have to be this like thing where it's like, oh, it's going to be this paywall. It's more just like, it's going to be like this awesome spam prevention micro payment thing that hasn't really been possible before. So I think it's like really cool. And then, sorry, did you want to? And then you talked about another point. You were talking about fragmentation. I want to make sure that when we're talking about fragmentation here, we have to be careful. Like, I'm talking about fragmentation in terms of like the usefulness and the protocol. You don't want people to interpret things radically different. And you have a, you know, you want things to be messy. Like kind of going back to what Rabble had an amazing presentation, by the way. But you can easily, in my opinion, get confused where you're like, oh, it's messy and chaotic and fun, but things are still like productive, versus things are chaotic and nothing makes sense and now I'm confused, you know? And like when I'm talking about fragmentation, I'm talking about someone taking their chips and saying, hey, I want to invent a new protocol, a new network that's non-interoperable. That's what I was getting at there. So that's what I don't want, right? I like the spirit of what Rabble was saying, you know, like the idea of like, you know, free, let free, you know, like, you know, experiment and all that kind of stuff. But still, you have like this base interoperability, you know what I mean? So that's what I want to make sure like kind of stays core there.
So the way I see Nostr is, I think for the most part, NIP 01, so the first NIP, is Nostr. A lot of the other NIPs are protocols on top of Nostr, and it's okay to have competition of protocols that are built on top of Nostr. So DMs are perfect example. So Jeff Gardner did a presentation yesterday going over all the NIPs. I don't even remember all the DMs and encryption NIPs because we have so many. We have NIP 04, NIP 44, we have GripRAF, we have NIP 17, we have NIP 29, 28. And those are not completely competing, but 90% competing protocols. I think that's okay. I don't think necessarily the best and most elegant protocol will win. NIP 04 is horrendous in in a lot of ways, but it has a lot of traction. Maybe it will win. Like, I don't know. I hope not, but it might. But I think that's fine, and I think that's just the market or just us as a community finding what works, what's true, and maybe we will continue to have a few different competing standards for a while. Bitcoin Cash is somehow still producing blocks, so like, that could be the case, that we have like this horrible DM spec that refuses to die with 1% of adoption. It could be. So I don't have a huge problem. I don't have a problem at all with that. I think it's healthy to have these competing standards. And with regards to the pay relays, so I think I don't like the idea of to join a relay, you need to pay outright, because that creates, that kind of removes yourself, and that's fine, like yourself as the relay operator from the problem, because a person that is onboarding and they don't have Bitcoin, then they can't join your relay. So, like, and it's fine to remove yourself from the equation, because it is an efficient way to combat spam, for sure. Nos.lol, for example, for new pub keys that it has no idea, they don't have any follows, first time you see that pub key, it requires 28 bits of proof of work on the events that you send. And after a while, it removes the proof of work requirement from the node, and you're just able to publish whatever you want. I think that is one solution. So I think we have a bunch of different solutions. You could, and when you say IP banning, you have IP plus pub key, right? So you can do, like, it's not, the rate limiting doesn't need to only account for the IP. It can also take into account the pub key that the event is coming from. So, like, I mean, we'll see when we are actually stress tested. But I think we have a lot of different solutions. Like, another solution could be, if I join a brand new pub key and I start publishing events, maybe the relay takes your event for an hour. Relays are very aggressive with rate limiting, so you are not going to be able to publish like a whole slew of events. I think the Deimos relay does like 5 events per minute or something.
Right,
like that.
but this is silly, because you just make a script that creates infinite amount of npubs, so it doesn't really solve anything. But I think you brought up an interesting thing with the proof of work idea, right? As a mechanism for additional rate limiting versus just the small payments. What other sort of strategies have been deployed? Like, has anyone successfully done like any sort of web of trust spam prevention with npubs that is widely deployed? What is that?
Yeah, so for example, I run a relay, is the one that only accepts, it's 140 dot, well, that's my name. So that relay only accepts nodes that are up to 140 characters, so like Twitter. And that one is based on my web of trust. So you can only write to it based from my perspective, only if you are, and that's like 30,000 people.
And then is it like tiered, where like the more liked or trusted you are, you can do more volume of data, or what was that like?
No, and then I just apply like the normal rate limiting factors.
Okay, but then how do we? Okay, so you have the idea of like payments, right? You have the idea of proof of work. You have the idea of like web of trust stuff. But if you go too much web of trust stuff, I think the analogy of like then it becomes a D&D game. You know, these relays become D&D games. So then it gets like, you know, you got to be kind of cognizant of like what that, you know, if every relay has a different web of trust sort of permission schema kind of idea, then it's like we're just maybe like reinventing like a, not necessarily a worse version of Mastodon, but just like a different version of like this kind of like permit, you know, rule set. I like the D&D analogy. I don't know how to take that any further, but you know. But
yeah, I think so. Another tool is you accept events for like an hour, say, and if there is no engagement on that node, on that pub key, then you remove it. So, like I don't know, but I think this is not such a novel problem either, and we have a bunch of.
Well, it is a super novel problem because of the identity system on Nostr is super ephemeral. So it is a novel problem where other social medias don't have to really deal with this.
Yeah, but you have
social networks.
You do have the IP address, like, so with regards to IP address-based rate limiting, which is already a thing when it doesn't come with any type of identity attached to the request. So
Right, but think about how Google like prevents people from making mass amounts of Google emails, right? They use all kinds of data. They have a sophisticated process. They use your IP. They do all kinds of stuff. They'll use the device that you're using to make the. They have a whole list of heuristics on how they do that. I mean, like, right? Are we saying that we have to? Relay operators are essentially going to need to do something similar, or what do you mean?
No. So, but here's the thing. Google needs to protect this one system, which is of course, on the background, there's like a bunch of servers and whatnot, but they need to protect this one system, gmail.com, right? Whereas, in order to attack Nostr in this way, you'll need to attack basically an infinite. It's such a large moving target.
But you can reuse the same attack pattern for all the relays hypothetically if they're all using the same sort of protection mechanisms. So it's not like a. It's like a easier to. It's like you squash one Google and they're like, oh, there's like 20 more Googles, but then you just use the same attack
but
vector
there are not
and you squash
20. There are 20,000 more Googles.
But
so,
what I'm trying to say is you just rinse and repeat. You take. I mean, because think about it. There's like. There might be 1,000 relays, but they're not all popular, and they're not all well-run, and they're not all robust, and they're going to fall over as soon as they get, a few dozen requests per second, and you're going to have some that can take thousands of requests per second, right? Plus, what I'm trying to say is like it's not. I don't think it's actually that hard. Like if someone truly wants to be malice, it's not like a big deal. That's why I'm thinking like that's what I was trying to say. Like the small tiny payment is like super interesting because it does something that like really wasn't possible to be thwarted so easily. Like it's like such an easy way, and it's like, whoa, this is crazy.
But it's too easy. Like if somebody's gonna be malicious about the situation, then they're just gonna get a Lightning wallet and fund.
Yeah, but then
like 10,000 sats will get you 10,000 npubs in there.
Yeah, but then but that.
Like
I don't think no, dude. 1 sat is huge when you're talking about millions of transactions and you can ban accounts and you have to recreate those accounts for 1 satoshi. An attacker soon is like, wait a minute, I'm just paying this guy money in order to spam him.
It's been done so many times on Bitcoin on chain. Like dust attacks,
Yeah,
like
but then this goes into what's spam. This is a whole different
No,
conversation.
I'm not talking about the
like if you play for Sorry. All right.
I'm optimistic that the combination of Web of Trust, payments, and proof of work will solve spam once we actually start getting hammered by a bunch of spam. And it will be very obvious which relays are set up to handle all of this and which ones aren't. Also, which indexers are able to handle this. Because like we run an indexer, of course, and there are other people who run indexers, and we get attacked when any relay gets attacked, right? If we try to index all of this. So I think, I'm optimistic that a combination of these things where if your MPub is in some sort of, it has like a higher trust ranking in the Web of Trust, you don't need to provide proof of work or a payment. But if you're a new user, a new account, whatever the application that's posting your node needs to do a bit of proof of work just to kind of add some cost to it, or send 1 sat to a relay. To me, that seems like, I don't see why this wouldn't work as a solution.
Do you get the impression that none of this would have been possible unless we had a Lightning network where you can charge 1 sat of proof of work?
We certainly have tools and weapons that legacy networks don't have, like the Lightning network. Like we're in that we're willing to use this, right?
I think Lightning is an elegant solution, but kind of going back, I think there's obviously ideas of combinations of time delay, proof of work where you're actually having to crunch something, and then where it's like, hey, this identity has been around long enough where they don't need to do that proof of work. I think if Lightning didn't exist, I think Nostr would still be okay. Like, I think Lightning's obviously an elegant solution to that, but you maybe have alternatives. They're still okay.
Yeah, I see the Lightning piece not as fundamental for this part, for like the spam prevention. I do see it as close to fundamental in order to be able to run the actual relay and pay for your infra without KYCing yourself. not tying, not requiring the legacy payment. Because if the relay operations are sitting on top of the fiat payment system, then you can get WikiLeaked, right? Like you can get the same operation of, okay, you're running this release, but we're shutting you down because you cannot pay for your invoice. So to me, that is the important part where you need, and it doesn't require Lightning, it just requires Bitcoin, but Lightning makes it better. But yeah, to me, with the spam prevention is like all these things are tools on the relay operator toolset. Like even the proof of work, as you see spikes on, for example, as you see spikes as a relay operator that are like 100x from what is normal to receive in terms of event count, you might start ratcheting up the proof of work requirement. When it goes down, you can lower it. The clients are, like, we have standardized to say, like a client can see that the relay is rejecting you because of the proof of work requirement, and the client can act based on that.
If we fast forward, call it 5-10 years from now, and we see large relays out there, do you still see those relays being all paid relays, a mix of paid and not paid? And if you have large relays that aren't paid, I'm assuming that's being paid for by some type of AI algorithm, data harvesting type scenario, which bifurcates basically the user is then looking at this and saying, I'm basically giving away my data for free, and then they're going to do all these things because of it, or I can pay for this relay and not be a victim of them using my data. Is that the future you see 10 years from now with how the backbone of this infrastructure is being run, or am I like way off base with kind of thinking?
I think any of the data, once it's out there on Nostr, it's going to be harvested regardless. It's public data. It's the same API. As long as you have access to it, whether you're posting new events or not, you still have access to it all. Yeah. So maybe it will be easier because you want people to post stuff for free to the relay so that you can harvest the data, analyze it, train something with it. Fair enough, but I still think it's going to be business oriented. Like Primal runs a relay. I'm connected to the relay. Whether they allow my event kinds to run on it, well, right now you do. Like I use the CoinJoin coordinator discovery mechanism. I point to your relay. I use my own kind. You let it run in there, so eventually you'll probably ban it. Yeah?
Allegedly.
I don't run a coordinator. I just run the discovery tool. Eventually, I think it's going to be business-oriented. Like, I used to run my own relay for the discovery event. They started attacking me. I didn't want to run a whole relay full of RAM and all that stuff. Like, screw that. I just send them to you. Eventually, this will be blocked. Like, if you have your own business to run, you don't want to get attacked. If I'm giving you the attack vector, you'll cut me off. Then I can run my own relay and protect it in a more serious way if I have to.
Yeah, so all of this makes sense. I think it's reasonable to expect that there will be probably dozens, maybe hundreds of big relays, maybe even thousands of big relays, and a massive long tail. Who knows how many relays?
Very, very long hobbyist tail, but really like 6 relays that are like super popular, probably. That's what
I think that's very pessimistic. I think we'll have way more than 6.
But the idea that
we're talking like 10 years out. That was the question, right? Yeah. And so you're thinking like some sort of Pareto distribution where like almost everyone's on the top 5 reels. I hope that's not the.
Oh, I think that's super optimistic for me. Like I think like that. You know, an open software, open protocol, open ideas of all these things is really powerful. You know, like for instance, it's a similar idea of like saying, hey, I'm using Bitcoin, but I'm not running a node, but you know you can run a node, and that by itself is really, really important. If you couldn't, if I could use Bitcoin, but I know I couldn't run a node, that like actually changes me, even though if I don't run a node or not.
So,
like
here's another way to look at it. Like if we say we believe that majority of the big relays will be kind of business-backed, business-related, I am convinced that there will be many more than 6 successful businesses on top of Nostr.
Well, hold on. There's difference between businesses that are successful and when you download an app, how many, like, which relays are you going to connect to? And I think there's going to be very, very popular ones that you want to connect to that are going to be super dominant. I'm still saying there's going to be a long tail of hobbyists, and even then maybe a ton of middle tier stuff. But when you are spinning up a Nostr client, how many relays do you think you're going to be connecting to by default?
So at Primal, we started off, like, just for kind of expediency's sake, we started off with like we're connecting people to the most popular relays, and then we realized recently that that's not really the best practice. And what we changed was we kind of keep track of all of the active relays. We mentioned maybe a couple thousand of them. So what we do now is we spread them out. So a new user gets assigned a dozen relays semi-randomly from that list. So we kind of spread out the new users across.
But these aren't like Bitcoin nodes. These aren't like fungible relays.
They aren't.
So that's going to create different UX.
Yes, so the logic actually picks a handful of big relays, like 1 or 2 big ones, and spreads out the rest.
So the rest are kind of like LARPing a little bit, but really it's the big relays that are doing the heavy lifting there, right?
We're doing our best to spread it out.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying 10 years from now is a long time. I'm thinking if Nostr is successful, it's like, for me, well...
If Nostr is successful, I think we're looking at hundreds of businesses with lots of users.
Well, how many of those are going to be open?
Question in here. So, when we're looking at how nature progresses,
we're having our moment here.
No, this is all good. But I think this is what we're really getting at is when we look at nature and we look at how it progresses, and you look at a forest that's growing and cropping up, right? And you have all these different species inside of that forest. You're saying that's healthy. I can see the growth. I can see these things happening. There's large trees. There's small plants, right? So when we look at the network of relays, we have large relays. We have, I'm running a relay off of my Umbrel, right, which is just backing up my speech. So when we look at that trend, and I know we don't have a lot of data here because we're dealing with like 2 years of growth, are we seeing a natural looking growth of relays, small and large, or are we seeing some type of consolidation with a primal relay that's just taking over and it's totally dominating the entire space? What are we seeing?
By the way, that's not the case at all in terms of relays. Primal is not dominating. I don't think we're even in the top 10 or top 20 relays.
So no, we are. So if we are looking at the trend is it's kind of either flat or going in the wrong direction, and there is really good reason for.
In terms of distribution, or in terms of the number.
In terms of active relays and relays being used in general, and there is really good reason for that. So we started with a bunch of enthusiastic people in Nostr. We can say that there are a few of us that want to run the relay, just like we want to run the node. 50% of the Bitcoin nodes are not actually used, but we want to run the node, we want to run the relay, right? The vast majority, and yes, I am going to mention Outbox for the ones that know the punchline. The vast majority of clients said, oh, well, figuring out to which relays I should connect to, it's kind of hard. I'm just going to let the user say, okay, you can add this relay, but I'm just going to hard code as a client developer. I'm just going to hard code relay.demus and relay.primal and nostr.lol and maybe 2 more relays to be safe. So obviously everything centralized around 4, 5, 6, 10 relays. Obviously, the problem with that is that if those relays ban you, or you cannot access them, or they delete your stuff, or whatever happens, your data's gone. If you are not in those relays, you are not seen by most people. So for example, I follow Mike Dilcher from Gossip, and from some clients, if I go to his profile, because he doesn't publish to any of the big relays, I see nothing. Like I see just the profile and no feed and 0 events from him. So that's where the Outbox model, formerly known as Gossip protocol, comes in, where the client says, oh, like you were saying just now, there are a bunch of clients, but what relays are they going to use? What relays are they going to use? That is the most important question. Like, that is 90% of the problem that needs to be solved. Not the problem that needs to be solved, the problem that needs to be addressed by more clients. And I see a very healthy, positive direction in this sense. A lot of clients are implementing or have implemented the Outbox model. And that responds, because yes, until 6 months ago or 1 year ago, it was mostly LARPing, right? Like you just said, oh, choosing the small relays, it's mostly LARPing because no one reads from them.
I use that in a kind sense, you know. I LARP, you know, as a, you know,
Wait,
like running a relay is fun.
We all LARP. So but with the Outbox model, I will actually go and connect to your relay, and I will actually use it to fetch data from you, without me having to, like the user, having to make all these decisions on where to go and add this manually this relay. And so far, we've been mostly talking about the global use case, which I think it's why it's coloring the conversation, and we need to understand that we are talking about this one specific use case of Nostr. In my mind, the Outbox model for that particular use case, the Outbox model is kinda mandatory. You can't really have censorship resistance and good UX if you don't care about censorship resistance without the Outbox model. For the communities, for the private groups, for an internal Slack type or Discord type, Outbox is wrong. For a big, and like Telegram and Discord, these are huge use cases, right? So we need to understand that part also exists. But for the Twitter, for the more public square style conversation, Outbox is kind of fundamental. Because otherwise, yes. Otherwise, it is LARPing. But I think in that sense, we're trending in the right direction. The number of relays has been responding to the fact that no client was implementing Outbox, or very few clients was implementing Outbox. But in that sense, we are trending in the right direction.
Cooks, what are your thoughts?
So, I think, honestly, my idea would be to kind of like start trying to separate, like, you know, you're trying to work on communities and groups. What if every community and group, we've talked about this for years now in Nostr, basically having a relay for different topics. Like, you separate a community based by relay. And that would allow some leeway for scale to some degree.
But there has to be a natural incentive, an economic incentive for that.
It could be just a community, right? Like if you're just segregating to smaller relays just based on topic, I mean, you probably still need some kind of a gateway. Like, people don't want to connect to like 50 different relays based on the topic. You have to be smart about it. You have to filter on demand. Like, you have to have some entry server which will direct you to the right direction.
All right, y'all ready for what will actually happen? All right, so 6 relays is actually super optimistic. Let me jump back. I'm not being pessimistic when I say that. Pessimistic would be like what GitHub did. They dominated the Git protocol. Everyone's using GitHub, and now we're like, oh shit, if we want to go to GitLab, it's like we're losing a lot of like the niceties from GitHub, right? Because they've done such a damn good job, and it's free and all blah, blah, blah. So like, you have this free relay that does like a really good job. They don't make you do any proof of work, no payments, all this stuff. They do like super sophisticated Google-like authentication, weird shit, you know, Illuminati, CIA type verification that we all understand. And then they have the great UX, and then they decide to make rule changes and stuff, but they're at such large scale that like it's like, oh, everyone's going through this relay, and that's more dystopic. If you have at least 3 or 4 like really big relays that are doing really good jobs, everyone kind of holds each other accountable, because it's like, oh, if Twitter clone A does a bad job, I go to Twitter clone B. But it's like, but if it's just Twitter, right, and then they do something you don't like, you don't have a perfect clone of this thing. But with Nostr, you would have that, and I'm thinking that's optimistic. Optimistic is like you have choices, and these choices kind of hold the whole thing together. And pessimistic would be like we only have one choice because someone did a really good job and no one really competed with them.
If everyone has the same opportunity on Nostr, which we all do, why would you think that there would be only one competent player to execute something like this? There would be many competent players.
It's a magnet, right?
Can I ask you a question? Why did GitHub get so popular?
But it's a really bad analogy, because GitHub is creating a bunch of really useful metadata that you can't export. Like, you can't, just because you do a Git clone, you don't have obviously
the issues. I mean, okay, like when Git started, what, in like 2016? When did Git start?
No, way
I mean, I'm going to jump in here. We literally had a presentation. We literally had a presentation yesterday on a new decentralized GitHub, right? Let's say look at the speech that's happening around the world right now, and how stupid it already is, and how governments are trying to step in and censor what people can say and do and where they can get it. If you don't think that in the next 4 years or 6 years or whatever, that's only going to intensify and get worse and go after centralized GitHubs and things like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. Like, that's going to happen. It's going to get worse. Like, we're just getting warmed up right now, folks, right? So when we see a presentation yesterday of a decentralized GitHub, and the government maybe steps in and goes to GitHub and tries to, like, start preventing what can be seen and what can be posted and whatnot, I think there's a massive natural tailwind incentive to start posting into a decentralized version of that becomes who wants to run that relay? Who wants to have the economic incentive to back that up? There's a lot of people that are going to want to have that incentive to do it. So, I mean, I appreciate the pushback a ton, and that's why I wanted you up here on the stage, to be honest with you. But I think we also have to balance out the argument with what are we seeing from the backdrop of, like, what's happening in the world that's going to push and incentivize more people to come into this space, as to just saying, this is what the world looks like today and nobody's going to move there. There's forces that are moving people towards this, and there's things that are also pulling people towards it. So what other things are you guys seeing? This is the question. What other things are you guys seeing that you think are these environmental factors that are going to push people towards Nostr and running a relay and having an economic incentive to do it outside of, let's say, GitHub?
Can I just respond to the GitHub question? So I don't think that's the best comparison, because, like, our pattern in Nostr is not to post to one relay, right? Like, so our pattern in all Nostr clients is you post to a number of relays, maybe half a dozen or a dozen. So it will be very hard. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's a concern that we should kind of keep an eye on. But it would be very hard for just one player to kind of dominate the relay space.
Well, I mean, Git is like that. You can push to multiple repos, but I mean, this is future thinking. 10 years is hard to think about. We're thinking 10 years from now, when potentially volume 10,000 X's, right? And not every relay is going to be able. You're not going to there's not necessarily going to be tons of reliable relays that can handle tons of volume. You're going to have a bunch of hobbyists, like what you're saying, like the backup relay, where you send all your stuff to your backup. Like, I think that's going to be maybe a super common use case, right?
But sorry, I need to challenge that false premise, because you kind of just like slid it in. This is all based on the assumption that all relays, like the Farcaster model, that all relays must keep all these huge chunks of data. Like, we have horizontal sharding within relays, within Nostr, just organically. We don't need to have these huge relays. If we have a 10,000x growth, the idea of, and then the relays will crumble down because only one relay is going to be able to sustain, that that is just not how it works.
It just depends what you think a relay's volume will be in the future. If you don't think relays are going to be like massive, these massive ideas, then you're right. But if the idea that where people are all going to be pushing to the same relay potentially, like, hey, like that relay is really popular. All the clients send to like a bunch of relays, but also that one, and everyone sends that one. That relay is going to need to be like super beefy.
Yeah, and it will fall down because it
or
won't.
Maybe it doesn't because a business is running it. And this goes back to the point I was trying to make about GitHub doing a really good job, right?
A client that does that is a malicious client, outright a malicious client.
Malicious for pointing to a relay.
For pointing to a single relay that the user can
They don't have to point to a single relay. I'm just saying all clients might point to a relay as one of their set of relays because it's a really popular one. That doesn't make them malicious.
If the user has no agency, whether they control it, I would say it's a malicious.
It's a business thing, though. It's a business decision to do that.
Yeah, it's a reasonable pattern that you're describing. I just don't think it centralizes around one relay. That's
When one relay sucks, it eventually will suck if it gets too busy. People will move to the next one. That's what people do.
What happens if it doesn't suck?
Well,
We got
stick around until it does.
So
Everything sucks eventually.
we have guys. We have 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. I want each of you to take 30 seconds of your closing thoughts on the conversation, whatever it is that you want to highlight to the audience about this particular topic. Go ahead, Pablo. Go first.
All right. Yeah, I think the whole relay concern is 99% uncalled for. It's a top-down view of the world, looking for a solution where we all need to get together and decide what is going to happen in the next 10 years and what do we need to force the market to do. I think number of relays, just like number of Bitcoin nodes, it will go up, it will go down as demand, as are demanded. And I literally think that the only thing that matters is clients having Outbox, because the Outbox model fixes all of these issues without us having to make any grand plans and grand decisions.
Million.
I'm personally optimistic about the open market, free market, kind of handling this in an organic way, kind of what we've been doing so far. And I think it's also useful to have these types of discussions and brainstorms and try to identify problems before they become massive problems, right?
Very much so. Cooks.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out eventually because every business will probably want a reliable connection for their users. It's an open data structure. Everyone knows how to parse it, how to move it along. You're not walled in anymore. And that's good enough, honestly. I think it will just, if people hate the service they're on because something happened, they'll just move on to the next one.
I am a big fan of Nostr. I used to hate Nostr, actually, when it first came out. And then the more I talk to Joff and the more I use it, the more of a lover I became of it. I'm a super big fan of Nostr for ephemeral use cases. It shines so bright for ephemeral message passing and being a message buffer for projects and stuff, such as like super testnets, like CoinJoin ideas, OAuth, like the list goes on of just awesome developer experiences that Nostr enables because of its frictionless environment. I'm really looking forward to what do the reliable, persistent use cases look like. That's what I think we're really talking about here. And I think it is already doing an amazing job for the ephemeral stuff. As long as you don't care about that data being around forever, it's amazing right now. I'm really interested in, we talked about so many different tools and pieces and strategies. I'm really interested to see which ones take off, for those next use cases. Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the debate. It was a good back and forth.
This is how we grow Nostr. Let's go. It's lunchtime. Let's go outside, get some real light, eat good. Remember, there's 21 bucks on here. Spend them. And we'll see you back here at 1.
To invest in each other, take care of our community. The soul needs healing in a world that is chaotic. Our pain has purpose, allowing us to be more than robotic. So tune into the bugle to fortify your mind and boost us with Bitcoin if our values are aligned. If you're listening out there, know you aren't alone. Join as we travel bravely into the unknown.
He just wanna shine today, a young boy on his grind today. He just wanna shine.
Many boomers don't understand why millennials or the younger generations are thinking about Bitcoin.
I roll up, no paper, no visa. My rogue money ain't got no Caesar. I'm online just looking for a dealer. Bitcoin only, P2P, bruh. Money makes the world go round, but holding on to fear, my net worth goes down. Had a lot of dollars and I had a lot of pounds, but now they're living better with Satoshis now. I'm straight pleb chain, do it for the pleb chain, do it for the no runners network, maintain. No addendum, it's the same, 21 million, no runner, gang, gang. I rep TZ to the fullest, 24/7, man, I'm so bullish. All the FUD, we rise above it, surf on the wave like hit another summit. I want my money invincible, stack sats every day. I want my money invincible, stack sats every day. I want my money invincible, stack sats every day. I want my money invincible, stack sats every day. Trying to stack 100 mil, stack sats every day. Trying to stack 100 mil, stack sats every day. Trying to stack 100 mil, stack sats every day. Trying to stack 100 mil. I know them crypto bros, man, they're not like us. If it ain't Bitcoin, finna turn to dust. All them Bitcoin datas, man, they know what's up.
Yo, man like who? Man like Craigs, yeah. Put my artwork on this platform, my new canvas, I don't conform, not contain, not control, not
We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine.
He just wanna shine today, a young boy on his grind today. He just wanna shine.
Many boomers don't understand why millennials or the younger generations are thinking about Bitcoin.
I roll up, no paper, no visa. My rogue money ain't got no Caesar. I'm online just looking for a dealer. Bitcoin only, P2P, bruh. Money makes the world go round, but holding on to fear, my net worth goes down. Had a lot of dollars and I had a lot of pounds, but now they're living better.
Parallel paradox. Call it the doxalil.
Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, I'm up 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. Went big, bull tar, make bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Got my bags packed, oh, you wish you had that. Try to tell the normies they ain't listen, how they sad. Big BTC, Lil Bro E, GRT. I've been telling y'all to church. Carry round bags so heavy that my knees hurt. Please, sir, this is for my family. I've been buying daily for prosperity. Okay, you got your suicide stack, all in Bitcoin. I don't need no cash. Fuck cockbucks, they suck. I don't want a pay stub. You can keep the cash. I'ma stack until that day come. Lambo, moonshot, I believe since day one. Elon finna pump this shit to Mars, no need to say none. If you been on the sidelines, FOMO when it's my time. Dumping on you fast, here hold my bags and watch them decline. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, I'm up 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. When Big Bull tart and bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Shout out all the homies who just stack and stack. Marty Bent, Matt Odell, Mr. Swan and Max. Every fellow OG on CT. Loom Dart, R&R, Loops, and Kobe. If you don't know me, this is wrong hands only. Have fun staying poor if you capitulate, homie. I could never do that, hardly ever go flat. Small ting won't do, full send it for ham cat. I'm long with a whole stack, I'm giga brain bull chat. Okay, here's what happened before the IRS mad. I went full bull tart and the bearers died. It sounds tall tales, but this no lie. See, I lost all my money in the exchange hack and the boating accident that happened after that. Plus I'm down a couple racks from when I bought Z cash. It's okay, I'll write it off, whatever helps the tax, yeah. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, another 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. When Big Bull tart make bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price went and flew away. But that was yesterday.
Skies. I try to see the bright side, finding harder up this hill. I try to wake up, try to unplug, but I gotta choose a pill. I can't stop, I won't stop, meditate till I hear a pin drop, build something to last forever. A wise man once told me it's impossible for anyone to own me. With my amp up and Satoshis, and now I'm rising free.
P to P, V for V. I start making sense, I mind Satoshis. Slave to the system and then I break free. When my fear of money becomes BTC. My money's orange now, used to be green. And Twitter is my ex now, got a new team. Purple is my new who, Club Chain is my new crew. Gamma Intel for my boy QW. This my freedom chant, no I don't trust banks. Anytime I walk in feels like quicksand. Yeah, I got a better plan, uncuff my hands. Got 24 words and my piece of land. And my peace of mind, and my piece of freedom. Piece of time and a piece of Eden. No, I'm not dreaming, wide awake. I got a piece of freedom that they can't take.
Now me. Now I'm rising free. Life is coming at me. If I blink, it's gonna pass me. Make the most of every day. The future moves faster than the past, so hear me when I say, yeah. I can't stop, I won't stop. Meditate till I hear a pin drop. Build something to last forever. Wise man once told me it's impossible for anyone to own me. With my air glove as a douchey.
Rise and shine, plebs, this is our time. Rise free from the bonds and the shackles that they made for us. Rise free from the path that they forged and paved for us. Rise free from the deep depths and the pit that they set for us. Rise free every day until we are breathless. I'm rising free with these 24 little words. I'm rising free from slavery, no longer I serve the system created to keep a man down. I'm rising free till the day they carry me on my shield and bury me in the ground. I'm rising free. I'm rising free from the lies they told us. I'm rising free from the lies they showed us. I'm rising free from what once controlled us. I'm rising free, no one can hold us. I am a free man. Are you?
This the pump they can't handle. Everything we work for, they wanna dismantle. I say God candle. B.I. Max is in shambles. Humble sap stackers come and get a handful. I say God candle. God candle. I say God candle. God candle. God candle. I say God candle. I say God candle. It's the pump they can't. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. Fuck man, let's just not even discuss it, man. BTC, yeah, the bull running rapidly, busting all the FUD. It was told through the prophecy. Prophecy perpetuated ever since the Genesis, and properly peer-to-peer the emphasis. Satoshi's penmanship wrote the white paper, 9 pages. It's been monetizing ever since. Menacing. We from on Wall Street, shit post often dunking on these birds, and they tardiness is costly. They get the price that they deserve. Ain't you heard? They quit pumping, really ain't nothing new till it suddenly a God candle comes rushing through. Let's go. I say God candle, white paper the preamble, numbers on the screen, glaring at the fiat scandal. I said God candle, death to time thief vandals, cantillionaires, yeah they falling off the mantle. I say God candle, God candle. I say God candle, God candle, God candle, God candle.
are witnessing is a battle for perception. All they have is dishonesty and deception. They want you to be tired, afraid and alone. Their control disappears in the face of backbone. There is no way to control population that is ungovernable. People are dangerous when they choose dignity over being comfortable. When you realize how much there is to lose, all you can do is stand your ground and refuse. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. Habits, dishonesty, and do you comply or defy? In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no easy path forward, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no way to control it, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. When times become difficult, we are faced with opportunity to invest in each other, take care of our community. The soul needs healing in a world that is chaotic. Our pain has purpose, allowing us to be more than robotic. So tune into the bugle to fortify your mind.
Shift where we are basically pulling the rug from
Know you aren't alone. Join as we travel bravely into the unknown.
Ethereum locked and your sats in cold storage. Hodl. Just shut up and calculate. Don't trust, just verify. If we fix the money, we can fix the world. Bitcoin is hope, peace, love, and harmony. We are toxic maximalists. We stack sats and we don't give a shit. We are toxic maximalists. We mine blocks and we take orange pills. We take orange pills. Time and space. Bitcoin mermaid. Take control of your future today. Don't trust, verify, rely on relay.
Alex.
Stack sats, stay humble and safe. Don't wait to buy Bitcoin and wait. Buy instantly, hold your own keys with ease. Be your own bank and look after your seeds. In relay we say self-custody, please take responsibility. We're not alone in this world, have some sensibility. Slow down, do your homework, read the Bitcoin standard. Relay goes with the flow, I told you so many years ago. But don't you worry, cause it's not too late. We're only at 0.5%, this is only the beginning. So get ready everybody, this party's just getting started. This party's just getting started. Whoa, this party's just getting started. Bitcoin mermaid. Take control of your future today. Don't trust, verify, rely on relay. Stack sats, stay humble and safe. Don't wait to buy Bitcoin and wait. Take control of your future today. Don't trust, verify, rely on relay. Stack sats, stay humble and safe. Don't wait to buy Bitcoin and wait. Keep your Bitcoin off exchanging. Storage vacuum sealed, individual sovereignty for everyone, for you and me. Uncensorable money, relay for everybody with no more need for third parties. P2P, there's no second best, just like there is no second grader. Either it's leveled or it's not, and when it is, it relay can't be straighter. We are entering a singularity, the event horizon of truth, and well into the dependency. Once you're in the rabbit hole, there's no ladder to get back out. Once you're in the rabbit hole, there's no ladder to get back out. There's no ladder to get back out. It's really that easy, really that simple. Take control of your future today and tomorrow. It's really that easy, really that simple. Don't trust, verify, rely on relay and Bitcoin only. It's really that easy, really that simple. Stack sats, stay humble and safe, some time and space. It's really that easy, really that simple. Don't wait to buy Bitcoin on relay. Really that easy. Listen to the relay podcast at the Bitcoin Mermaid. kick it to the beat. Solar apocalypse around the corner, hyperinflation on the horizon. Babylon crumbles, white swan rises, orange pill healing, solar punk mining. I am unconfiscatable. Save and non-custodial. Digitally unduplicatable. My values are immutable and uncensorable. Individual sovereignty, peer-to-peer from you to me. No more need for currencies. Constitutional liberty. I am time and space, proof of work, sweat and tears. Fire and ice, rain, thunder and lightning, abundance and peace, independent and free. Happiness and hope for tomorrow. I am what I am, not more or less. I am pure energy, hot, tender and real, a mathematical singularity. I am the one piece, solving the equation to make digital anarchy a part of this reality. I am everyone who wants to live and dance in an eco-friendly, economical top sound system. The dark ages are over, a new dawn has begun. Rebirth is a state of mind, and so is having fun. We say let's come together and do something that matters. We've got the power, not the feds, nor the IRS. Love Mother Nature, save the planet, give home to the orphans, free information, make and eat like meat, be kind and sweet, spread seeds of joy, flowers and trees, just shut up and calculate. Don't trust, just verify. Get rid of your shit, bitch. Stack your sats and be fine. Stack your sats and be safe. Stack your sats and be safe. Be safe. Déjate llevar por la radiación de mi corazón. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. Tengo soberanía individual, valor intrínseco, físico y virtual. Mi carga es natural, inagotable y renovable. No tengo comienzo y no tengo final. Soy una estrella inmortal, vengo del más allá, a volar a través del espacio infinito, con la fuerza ancestral de todo el universo. Entre el día y la noche encuentro el equilibrio. Soy atracción magnética interdimensional, energía vital eléctrica, astral y material, oscuridad, frío y calor, llama galáctica de la verdad. El poder de mi gravedad te va a transformar. A veces te quemo y otras te pongo hielo, pero siempre con todo lo que yo tengo. Cógeme la mano y sácame a bailar. Cógeme la mano y sácame a bailar. Cógeme la mano y sácame a bailar toda la noche, todos los días. Cógeme la mano y sácame a bailar para siempre, toda la vida. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. Tengo mi oasis tropical, con playas turquesas, río y fuentes de cristal. Yo tengo mi mitología, soy un ser celestial, la selva y un manantial. El viento es mi compás y la luna mi mamá. Me muevo entre la luz y la sombra, me atrevo a caminar sobre el fuego. Me llevo lo que quiero y puedo, y creo que hay que mirar hacia adentro. Creo que hay que vivir el momento. Veo a través de los tiempos y siento que todos somos eternos. Por mis venas corre pura adrenalina, aguas sagradas y la esencia de la vida. De eso yo sí que voy sobrada, a mí de eso no me falta nada. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. No necesito batería, no necesito gasolina. Yo soy fusión nuclear, una supernova que explota sin parar. Cógeme la mano y sácame a bailar toda
We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. That we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine.
Despierta y date cuenta que todo lo que te cuentan se lo inventan porque intentan confundirte y distraerte, que no veas la verdad y que mires a otro lado desorientado y cansado. Mañana te habrás olvidado, así que no te dejes engañar por pretextos falsos, fronteras imaginarias y papeles de mentiras. Si estás perdido y hundido, no pierdas la esperanza, ya no temas más, El Salvador te salvará. El Salvador ya llegó a rescatarte de la prisión. El Salvador ya llegó a liberarte de Babilón. El Salvador te salvará y también salvará la selva, salvará los animales, los mares y la tierra. Escucha tu corazón y utiliza la razón. Encuentra el equilibrio entre la luna y el sol. Levántate, camina, decídete y vive tu vida. Tu destino solo es tuyo y de las estrellas borrón y cuenta nueva. Escribe a tu manera, cambia de ropa de gente y vuela con el viento y la libertad. Si estás cansado de luchar, sin hogar donde descansar, ya no temas más, El Salvador te salvará. Te salvará. El Salvador ya llegó a rescatarte de la prisión. El Salvador ya llegó a liberarte de Babilón. El Salvador te salvará y también salvará la selva, salvará los animales, los mares y la tierra.
Great ideas are beautiful and have great power. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. That is why next week, I will send to Congress a bill that will make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador. In the short term, this will generate jobs and help provide financial inclusion to thousands outside the formal economy.
El 7 de septiembre del 2021, El Salvador es oficialmente el primer país del mundo en adoptar
We're going to start making our way back into the main room.
esperanza y libertad para todos los habitantes de la Tierra. Este evento histórico marcó el comienzo de una nueva era de prosperidad, paz y soberanía individual basada en el bien más escaso del planeta. Bitcoin, el primer y único objeto físico-digital finito. Bitcoin, el primer y único objeto.
Great ideas are beautiful and have great power. But like most beautiful things, they can also be
Pretty
more
low.
fragile than we think.
Pretty low.
When I was a kid, we thought about the future and we were united by its possibilities.
Check, 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 check. That sounds better.
But now, ask almost anyone what they think about the future, and they will say something along the lines of nuclear war, climate catastrophe, hunger, pestilence, the death of life. We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future, that we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. Our ingenuity, what separates us from other species. In El Salvador, we are trying to rescue this idea and start the design of a country for the future, using the best ingredients that makes us who we are, while using sensibility to find the best examples of ideas from history and around the world. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. I believe Bitcoin could be Bitcoin. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas.
Bitcoin, el primer y único objeto físico-digital finito.
All right, let's get things started for the afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. How was lunch? All right. Did you spend some sats? I hope you did. I'll be your MC for this afternoon. You might notice considerably less hair from our MC this morning, the incomparable Paul. Thanks. Good job, too, by the way. It was great. So he's going to be on the panel, and we're going to talk about onboarding Nostr and retention. Before we get into that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Reverend Hoddle. I've had the extreme good fortune to be part of this Nostr World, the 3 conferences, starting in Costa Rica, again in Tokyo, and now here. We're involved with the live stream, so we're, again, very proud to be doing that. And I must say that that cannot take place without an incredible team. And I would just like to give a shout out to probably the best team anywhere in the world that does live streaming, starting with audio by the incomparable X-Frog. Thank you so much. Anything you hear has gone through that man's dials, as it were. And we've got great camera people, great producers. Maybe we'll have a chance to introduce them later. But let's get into our panel. Before we talk about the whole idea of onboarding, just maybe set the table very quickly. You can see I'm of a vintage that is maybe a little older than a lot of our average Nostr and Bitcoin users. I recall a time when, and Rabel talked about it earlier in his session this morning, television. Well, television used to be a thing that you got up from your chair and you walked over to the console and you twisted a dial to maybe 4 channels if you were lucky. And that was television. So how are we going to get from 4 channels to thousands of channels in cable? Well, it was a great little invention called the remote. Now, there's a reason I'm telling you about this, and the whole thread here is interface. So fast forward a little bit later, I get sent a card in the mail, and it's from my bank, and they say, hey, if you take this, you can put this card in a machine in the wall. You don't have to go into the branch anymore. Touch some buttons, and you can take out money, and lo and behold, money comes out of the slot. Now, at the time, I was the last guy that was ever going to use a computer. I had absolutely no clue. That was for far advanced thinkers than myself. I was a musician drummer. Drum's probably the most analog thing in the world. How am I going to cross over into the digital world? Well, when I punched in these buttons on an interface that I was familiar with, looked like a telephone, lo and behold, I could bank. So we then fast forward into this wonderful thing called the internet, or maybe even bulletin boards, if you remember bulletin boards. You would have a computer attached to a modem, and on a command line, you'd have to download a JPEG image, but it didn't immediately appear as a picture. You had to have a viewer and load the picture in the viewer, and tick, 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 line by line, in came the image. And then we had Netscape Navigator version 1, interface. So there it was. That brought us the World Wide Web. And now when you use Netscape, or you use live streaming of audio, or you do darn near anything today, it's all about interface. And that's kind of the setup for you guys. So how is it then that we are going to onboard people simplistically? How is it that we're going to retain them? I think I would challenge anybody that's in the development thing and say, it's going to be about interface. Make it super easy. So not that you need to talk about that, but let's think about that as the panel goes along. So please welcome everybody to the stage. We have Vanessa, Paul, we have, forgive me, Terry, and we have Derek. All right, welcome back, our first panel of the afternoon.
Thank you so much. Hi, okay, great. Thanks, everybody. We're excited to be here. I think we have a diverse group of people on stage. Unfortunately, one of our panelists, Linda, couldn't make it, but Derek has gladly stepped in here. So I think I'm Vanessa. I'm working on Damus and growing Nostr more generally when it comes to unmarketing and trying different methods. So I'll get you guys to introduce yourselves and maybe also talk about your onboarding to Nostr, positive or negative. And how that affected you in using Nostr.
What's up, I'm Paul. I'm a Nostr shill, so much so that I ended up getting a job with Primal. Been to all 3 conferences, and I remember the beginning was like, oh my gosh, I'm a hacker wizard. Look at me. This NPub, this NSEC, throwing a wallet on there. What the hell is going on? There's no way this scales. And now it's scaling. And there's people coming on board. And you can get an account in 50 seconds. So it's getting way smoother, so hopefully that keeps going on.
Hey everyone, my name is Terry. I'm a software developer. I contribute to Damus, but I also work on my own client called Commingle. It's an events app built on Nostr. I was on Nostr before I was on Bitcoin, which I think is kind of unusual for a lot of the folks who are in the Nostr space. But it was super high signal for me. I never really used social media before then. And I found a lot of signal talking to folks with like high quality conversations and meeting them in Costa Rica. That was just mind blowing. Just meeting strangers that I met online, in person, or if it was vice versa, then it's like, oh, connecting after the fact. And I still talk to them today. So yeah, super awesome.
Hello, my name is Derek Ross. I guess I'm a Nostr technology evangelist, maybe. I love Nostr. I love to educate people on Nostr. I love to grow Nostr. And my initial onboarding is a great example of how far Nostr has come along and where we're at today and why onboarding is easier today. Because I tried Nostr summer of 2022, and I don't really remember too much about it except for the person that tried to onboard me just said, hey, this is cool, check it out. And I checked it out and said, oh, this isn't cool, the user interface sucks, I'm not going to use this thing. And then I gave up. And then 4 months later, I checked it out again, and it was like, oh, okay, this is actually better now, I like it now, and now I can understand why it's important. I'm going to spend time to figure out why it's important, and the user interface has gotten even so much better today that now we don't have to try to sell a lot of the reasons of why Nostr. We can, start to onboard people and give them the tools to use Nostr now.
That's awesome. So these guys interact with users in really different ways, which I think is exciting and why I wanted them to be here. So Paul, a lot in the jungle, but also just live. Terry with people from all over the world. He's very interested in globalization of Nostr. And Derek, of course, with anyone who will listen, including in the lake or wherever. So when you guys are interacting with these people, what is the single biggest issue that they have or hesitancy to join based on, hey guys, here's an app, check it out? What do you find the most?
There's no hesitancy for me. But they get on there and then they go away for a few reasons. One, it's not maybe as fun as normal social media now. There's not as good editors in the apps where you can make fun stories, or there's not as, the data storage thing's kind of hard. You can't post big videos. In the beginning, it was like you'd post something and it'd be upside down. So there's some of that. But it's the fact, the tough part for me is that it's hard to get your friends there, and then once all your friends are there, maybe you'll check in with them every once in a while. So it's like the retention that's a little bit more difficult, and yeah, that's where I struggle.
Yeah, I think for me, it's kind of similar to what Paul said, but also it's so different. It's pretty different from traditional social media. There's a lot of levels of understanding that you might need to know before you can actually get into it. Like every time I try to onboard someone to Nostr, it's always explaining. It's like, oh, it's not username and password. It's public key and private key. It's like, oh, okay, what is a private key? And how do you deal with that? It's like, okay, you got to store into a password manager. Okay, what's a password manager? Right? There's a lot of people that don't even use password managers, first off, right? And so there's a lot of steps that you need to take to be able to even onboard in the first place to Nostr, but also for retention, finding content that's really interesting to them. I think because we're still so early, that there might not be the content that they're trying to look for, that they're used to in other traditional social media platforms. So yeah, I think that's some of the difficulties that they have.
Whenever you mentioned onboarding people at the lake, and I thought, actually I have done that. And I'm trying to think, what did I tell that person at the lake that definitely does not use social media in the same way that I have? And I tried to focus on some of the more interesting and new concepts of being able to take your identity with you, and then as soon as I said, oh, it's a key you take with you, and it's not a username or a password. So that is a little bit different, and I think that is a hurdle, like pretty much everybody has kind of echoed, is that the base technology that we're using is so very different from a username or password, and when you tell people you can never change these things, that's just an unknown concept, and then you tell people that they need a way to secure and manage that password different than they've ever managed anything before. That's a technical hurdle that I think needs to be solved to make people understand that they can use this in that way by porting everything around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you touched on there, like the elevator pitch for Nostr right now is, I think, extremely difficult. Personally, when people are, well, what do you do? Well,
it's fun.
Yeah. So it's really tough to get past that first, hesitancy again to be like, okay, well, but what? Like, what does it do? What's the purpose? Why would I switch from the traditional methods? And then when you get people on whatever app it is, and we know that all apps have different ways of doing this, and we've experimented, all of us have, in different ways. What do you guys find are some of the tools using different apps that are working?
But that's part of the problem, the different apps, right? So you onboard somebody to Nostr, you sell them why it's cool to use it, and you say, okay, you need to download this app, then you need to install this other app. And after you install that other app, if you want to use it on the web, you need to install this other app or this extension. To use Nostr effectively, like how a lot of us, more power users use it, you need like 6 apps. That's a hurdle in itself right there. That's what needs to be overcome to make that more simplistic. You know what? When I was going off my rant, I forgot your original question.
No, that's okay.
What was
No,
your original?
It's funny that you say that because you have folders on your phone. Like Nostr's a whole folder.
Yeah,
you have to use the whole folder.
These things enable me to use Nostr. That's a little much.
Yeah, it's so much that I personally usually blow by it. And that might not be the best approach, but I also kind of have in the back of my head, they're not going to use it again, but I got to just plant the seed. And sometimes there's some rectification. Like in Bitcoin, you lose a key, you lose your Nostr key, then that's actually how you learn. It's the best way to learn. But yeah, I don't know if that's the right approach at all times. So.
Yeah, so when I was building Commingle, I had to really think about the onboarding steps to get a user onto the app. And I think my approach was defer introducing Nostr concepts until as late as possible. Like get them into the app first, get them familiarized with all the feature sets that they might find valuable, and then when they actually want to interact more with it, that's when you start introducing these new concepts that are like, oh, okay, now you have like a public key and a private key. So I try to put some like instructional text that says like, oh, and by the way, you can use this key in other apps that are on Nostr. And so that's like sort of your first foray into the Nostr world. And hopefully that maybe gets you curious enough to be like, okay, what other Nostr apps are out there? And where can I use this key? And I think organically and slowly, they'll try to onboard into Nostr that way. But it might work for some, it might not work for others.
Were you familiar with public and private key tech? Because you said you didn't come to Bitcoin at all. You weren't in that space at all, and then you learned it through Nostr.
Yeah, so I have a computer science background, so I understand public key cryptography. I cheated, but I didn't really read into it in the Bitcoin context. I knew more of it as like a developer context. And so when I came into it, it was very intuitive, but also understanding that not everyone has that background, so it's a little bit harder for them.
Well, that's actually a really good question. How many people in the audience are technical? So, and then of the people who aren't, did you find it easy to get onboarded to Nostr? Not. Oh, okay, a few maybes. So that's telling, and Rabble had a lot to say about this earlier, which was great, and in our research too, it's an issue. So kind of going back to the question around tools, Derek, if you want to. So in terms of, is it suggested follows? Is it suggested hashtags? Is it different like intro posts, that kind of stuff? What are the tools you think are currently working or not working?
Well, I love the introduction hashtag. That's like my favorite hashtag to follow to welcome new users. Not all clients do that. Thomas does. I know that so people don't start using Nostr and think it's dead or there's a void of content. Some clients will automatically, suggest users to follow so they have a feed. But I think these are all ways to show that there is something available. This all goes around, user discovery and content discovery. But I think that we can obviously do better with this. Maybe, now that we're starting to talk about some type of feed algorithms and choosing them and customizing them in DVMs, maybe that is part of the onboarding process to choose a feed right away so you have more content to see when you first get ready to make that first post. I think that the hashtag thing is cool, but hashtags aren't that great because they can be gamed and spammers use them, and it probably isn't the best tool, but I think it's better than nothing. So it has been working for people to find new users to help in the welcome wagon and to help with the onboarding process. But I think there's still more work to do to bring users forward, to bring content forward, to show people that there are other people out there. It's not a void. So we're on the right path. There's been a lot of discussion about that over the past 2 days here.
Yeah, I think for me, the interoperability piece is really huge, and it's such a divergence from your traditional social media, where the other stuff really ties in really well, right? Your portability of your identity, portability of your social graph, and just the diverse set of apps out there that integrate against Nostr. And so I think if you have your your short form blogging kind of client like a Damus or like a Primo or Amethyst, being able to see how that connects to other apps out there, right? Your music app, your events app, and knowing that your data, your metadata, your social graph comes with you. I think that's super powerful. So in my case, I'm building an events app. The fact that the people that you follow on your Primal or whatever, and you want to connect with them and go to an event with them, knowing that you can go to a different app where you can see what kind of events that the people you follow, what kind of events they're creating, or what kind of events that they've RSVP'd to, that's super powerful because that kind of experience doesn't really exist or is being used elsewhere. And I think the interoperability piece is really cool to unlock and discover and highlight in the Nostr space.
Yeah, I just had one of my first I posted an article on Highlighter and then saw how that works. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but it's kind of like a Substack alternative that Pablo built, and there's a couple of them, but then he highlighted just a sentence of what I said and then posted that, and then you can click on the highlight and it goes to my blog, and it's just what? Everything can be in one now? It's absolutely stupid right now in the social media space. You have a different strategy for TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Reels, YouTube, and it's when we keep building out Nostr and it really truly becomes the all-in-one, that'll do the marketing for us.
Well, I think for creators that's powerful, right? Because then they don't have to spend as much time managing multiple profiles and multiple strategies. They can spend more time doing what they want to do, doing what they're good at, focusing on their trade and focusing on their content instead of trying to manage socials. Because a lot of them probably don't want to do that. They want to they want to do their job. They don't want to do a second job.
Yeah, there's DMs in 6 different places.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Yeah,
imagine one identity that can handle all of this across all of your socials.
This is why I'm bullish.
Another person who recently posted about being bullish is Lynn Alden, obviously, one of our favorite ambassadors for Nostr. And she had a really good quote talking about Nostr growth and how over the next 6 months or so, the UX and the applications are going to get better and better. But that in itself is not going to lead to user growth. It will, in her prediction, will lead to more capital in this space. which is a really interesting take. What would you guys do with this added capital? Because I know, again, we're all doing this in different ways in terms of experiential marketing or these conferences, different things. But what would you do if we had, you know, not a traditional, but a budget in order to market Nostr and bring more people in?
That
I know what you would do.
A lot of fun. I would just invite all my friends to the beach, and then we'd make content, and then just keep making noise. I mean, there's been a lot of noise, and lately Nostr's really felt alive, which is fun. Just keep making noise, and just keep, I mean, we don't even have to make that much noise anymore. The traditional platforms are making the noise, and like, everybody I talk to knows social media is broken, but nobody knows that there's really a viable alternative emerging. And everybody, there's movies made about how bad social media is too, so it's really cool that there's like this group of people out here working on this to fix it.
I think like just comparing and contrasting with traditional apps and models out there for like traditional social media and other apps compared to what Nostr can provide, I think doing marketing that way would be really effective. But also selfishly, as a developer, I think I would just use that budget to help with development of apps, because I think we're pretty stretched thin, and I think we could use as much as we can to invest into that.
So I like to say that governments and centralized social media platforms are some of our best marketers. They show us what's wrong and not how to do things, but now we need to take all of their mistakes and the things that they're doing that are probably not good and put all that together in a powerful advertising reel and just market the hell out of it, paste it everywhere. Everybody needs to see how it's led up to this, and how Nostr is a beacon of hope for many, many people, and allows us to unlock ourselves from these algorithms and all these centralized entities that have been in control of our attention. I think that maybe is actually a good way to phrase this, is that our attention has been monetized and monopolized for maybe the past 2 decades or so. Nostr allows us to recapture that.
For sure. Wanted to touch a little bit too on our growth. And again, there's been lots of people over the last 2 days talking about user growth. Is it at a good pace? Is it too slow? That's kind of the first part of the question. And the second question would be, do you guys think we should be reaching out to other groups specifically? For instance, there was a great panel earlier on music, and we know that that's an area that's going to be targeted in different ways over the coming year. But are there other groups that you think we should, or again, the HRF is doing a great job with that angle. So what are some other groups that we should, target, or should we start targeting everyone? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I guess it makes sense to target the important people, but yeah, I mean, first I want to target my friends and just bring them over. The world is our target. Everybody complains, so hopefully we can build something that is ethical and makes sense. In the short term, it's funny because there could just be a massive FOMO effect overnight, and this Nostr just skyrockets, has a huge spike too, and we don't even do anything. It just happens. So it's funny, like how to concentrate your efforts. That's something we discuss all the time, and it's tough to really hone in on one.
For me, the global audience comes to mind. A lot of my focus is in globalization. You may or may not have attended my talk yesterday. I talked about globalization of Nostr and how much coverage we have in the world right now, and what we're doing with Nostr clients to sort of target that audience. And we're kind of concentrated a lot on like North America and Europe, and a little bit of like scattering of other continents and countries. Like relays are really concentrated in North America and Europe. And then in terms of like translations, not a lot of, well, some Nostr clients have already translated to other languages, but there's so much more that we could do. There's a lot of popular clients out there that don't do that right now. So I think capturing the global audience, the international market, making your client useful first off, but also accommodate how accessible it should be with your audience. I think getting different markets to adopt your client is really important. And just like focusing on just like an English-speaking market, I think it's a little bit limited.
Obviously, I want Nostr to blow up and be super successful and hyper-Nostrification to happen. It'd be great if it happened overnight. But then I think, are we ready for that? I look back at November 2023 when Edward Snowden joined Nostr, and essentially every client in Relay was on fire for a day, and a lot of problems had to be solved immediately, and they were, and maybe nothing lights a fire under infrastructure operators and developers' feet. Besides something like that where they need it. But I also think that maybe our technology stack needs to be a little bit more robust to be able to handle a massive influx of people. Like, we don't have an insane amount of traffic now, so some of the issues that we do have aren't really issues because the amount of active users is pretty low. But if we were to increase 100x overnight, I think a lot of things would become apparent of being broken and not being sustainable, especially around sustainability for relays and things like that. So I think being low and slow is okay for now. That allows us to focus on the technology layer, but obviously we want it to happen soon, but I don't know if we're ready.
No, those are really good points. I think it's going to be a topic that continues to come up, and I think it's good that we're having these discussions. We've only got a minute left, so I think it would be great if anyone in the audience, online, please let us know if there's things, and this is not just Thomas, any of the clients, anybody working in the space to try to build, if there's things that you find, your elevator pitch, send it or post it to try to continue helping us build this important space. Thank you so much, guys. It was great.
Thank
you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, panel.
All right, now that I got all your guys' attention, I'm going to shill a movie that we made. We're going to post it Nostr first, possibly Nostr only for a while. I live in the Bitcoin jungle in Costa Rica. So here's a little 3-minute trailer of a story that was supposed to be a 5-minute quick little YouTube clip that turned to an hour and 20-minute documentary. So I'm super stoked to share this with y'all.
I'm really excited that in this lifetime we're witnessing this shift where we are basically pulling the rug from below the feet of this class of people that are abusing others.
Ya encontramos nuestra misión.
If you look at the Buddhist wheel of life, it's basically saying these are the root causes of the human condition.
Richard has the prophecy of the hummingbirds.
The project started at a local organic farmers market that was founded by Kena Aguilar and her mother Estela.
It's all crazy to see how we each have a job in this ecosystem.
The hummingbird people, and that Uvita is the land from which the hummingbird people will emerge and heal the fracture of the world.
This comes out of the Amazon way back thousands and thousands of years ago. Nobody has any idea when this prophecy started.
Mayan ruins have been discovered throughout this entire area.
And it basically says that back in the midst of history, human societies decided to go on 2 different paths.
The eagle can represent the mind.
It's an energy that discovers, invents, makes things. Que usted pueda escuchar de una persona que quiere venir a desarrollar esa y lo que ven es un símbolo de dólares.
It was prophesied that during what is known as the 8th Pachacuti, which would begin in the 1490s, the Eagle peoples would become so powerful that they would practically drive the Condor people into extinction.
Me han ofrecido mucho dinero. Bueno, tuve 10 tentativas de homicidio.
The Condor is the path of the heart.
It's more mellow, softer energy.
Costa Rica is a very interesting magnet of a place.
At the current state of consciousness of humans, they are not ready for just giving to each other. We need to heal humans first.
Nosotros empezamos con una lucha social durante el COVID.
Our parents' generation were told if you do this, you do that, then you get the kids, you'll get the house. Turns out that was a bunch of shit. That's a load of lies.
We've had to go through these hundreds of years of ascendancy.
To heal humans, we need to connect them to the sense of fairness and accountability, transparency, and to show them this is real. Accountability, transparency, and fairness is real, and Bitcoin represents, anchors that.
Out of this change is birthed a completely new type of being.
Thanks, y'all. And you can follow us here. And yeah, I know you couldn't see it, so watch it again so you can understand the Spanish. The founder of the farmers market was shot at 10 times, and she survived by people trying to take her land. And it's a really beautiful story that I can't wait for the world to see. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Yeah, that was great. That you could see Govinda, wasn't that who we saw there? Govinda in the picture, awake in Uvita. It was a remarkable thing. It got this whole Nostr world rolling, and here we are for a third time. Alex Gleason, I'm looking for Alex, is here we go, fantastic. We're going to talk about communities and Ditto. So Nostr currently lacks a meaningful tool for communities to set their own standards for content and behavior while still maintaining the full spirit of freedom of the protocol. And that's what we're going to be exploring here in Alex's talk.
Hello, hello.
Whose laptop is this? I can take that for if you want. Do a quick tech changeover, and we'll get Alex right up to the stage.
Hello, hello. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Why is it doing that? That's Linux for you. I mean, it's cut off. Let me try just going straight into HDMI. Let's see. Okay, USB-C is the problem.
GM. GM. GM Fiat Jeff. Can I get a GM Fiat Jeff? All right. Nice. Okay. Time to get started here. So, the biggest complaints that I continue to hear people say about Nostr is that when they join Nostr, all they see is people talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. GM, hodl, bullish. Now, Bitcoin is revolutionary, and I believe it is key to Nostr's success. But social media needs communities. Black Twitter, Stan Twitter, journos, Book Talk, Fit Talk, Swift Talk. Mainstream social media is already benefiting from these communities. There's no reason Nostr couldn't also have communities, especially considering that they can monetize with Bitcoin. But we are not marketing to these communities. We are simply saying, Nostr, 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 and hoping that they find us. Kind of like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that. People have often asked me what I think success looks like, and my answer has always been the same. When your grandma is using it. In 2019, my wife and I launched a website called Spinster on the Fediverse. For those who don't know, the Fediverse is the larger network of Mastodon. And at the time, people on Twitter were getting banned for having the wrong opinions about gender identity. So, we did a little marketing campaign on Twitter where we said, we don't ban feminists. And in our first week, we had 5,000 people knocking our door down. The site would freeze and crash as people fought to get in. And once the users finally did get in, they immediately waged a war against each other over whose true land this was. Once I figured out how to load balance Mastodon, things calmed down, and Spinster grew into the largest feminist website on the decentralized web, today with over 20,000 users. Overwhelmingly, women in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. Grandmas. And once I realized this model was successful, it pushed me to make it reproducible for everyone. So I created Soapbox. I turned Spinster's pink into blue by default, but I made it configurable so the admin could choose any color scheme. They can upload a custom name and logo and launch Soapbox on any domain name. Soapbox went on to be used by Christians, Italians, furries, Muslims, feminists, shitposters, and many more. The goal has always been to attract every niche until we have everyone. Most notably, Soapbox is being used by Truth Social on the web, where I served as their head of engineering for 2 years before jumping ship to Nostr. Something I wish more people knew is that Donald Trump's social media platform is a fork of a feminist website. Now, I've been building social media for my entire life. When I was 13, I created this website called Gleasonator. It was used by my friends at school, and for a while, it was our primary form of communication. During that period of my life, my entire friend group was defined by this website. One friend even wrote a song about this, where he described it as the place where some people met most of their friends. Then Facebook came along and decimated this website. But the way I saw it, they had only won the battle, and they had not won the war, a war that I am continuing to fight today. Later in 2016, Mastodon came around, and it restored my hope in independent websites being viable again, leading me to create Spinster, Soapbox, to work at Truth Social, and ultimately to build on Nostr. Today, Gleasonator has been revived as a testing ground for my new software, and it's the main way that I use Nostr. So, For the past year, I've been working on bringing that experience to Nostr. Last year, I presented the Nostr Bridge at Nostriga, a bridge that connects the Fediverse and Nostr together. Today, I'm introducing a full-fledged Mastodon alternative built entirely on Nostr. Ditto! So, what is Ditto? Ditto is a Nostr community server that aims to expand the network. With traditional Nostr apps, people discover Nostr by searching for the keyword Nostr. That means they already have an interest in Nostr in the first place. And once they're in, they might find a community if they get that far. With Ditto, people find websites they want to join because of a community. And then they discover Nostr as a side effect, which gives them the opportunity to learn what it is and why it matters. The idea is to launch thousands of Nostr websites on different domains, each marketed towards a specific community. There are over 9,000 Mastodon servers already doing this. But Nostr could do it better, because unlike Mastodon, users on Nostr are not locked in to a single server. They can move freely between clients. But even though joining a Ditto server is joining a community, you are not isolated. You are still part of the bigger Nostr network, just like a regular client. This model emphasizes independent websites and domain names. Every Ditto server starts with a domain name. Users can request a NIP05 on that domain, which admins can approve or deny. Then there is a dedicated feed of people on that domain name. When you're on gleasoner.dev, you'll see the gleasoner.dev feed. When you're on ditto.pub, you'll see the ditto.pub feed. You still have a regular home feed, too, of people that you follow across the network, but the local feed is emphasized in the UI and on the homepage. For example, you can see the feed of any NIP05 name from Ditto. Here's nostrplebs.com. On Ditto, Nostr Plebs becomes a community with its own user base and feed. Here's getalby.com's feed. I think it's interesting to see the different ways that people have been onboarded onto Nostr. And if you look closely, you'll notice that there's actually a tiny little Alby icon in the corner of each of these posts by their usernames. That's the favicon pulled from Alby, and when you click on it, it takes you to the Alby feed. And there's a Zeus one down there too. Okay, here's the feed of primal.net. On Ditto, you can see not just feeds of any other Ditto server, but a feed of any NIP05 name. So this makes it easy for people to implement and makes it backwards compatible with the existing network. Okay, let's talk about how Ditto can strengthen a community. One way is by improving discovery. So the Ditto admin can curate people to follow by marking them as suggested users. Then they will show up in sidebars across the site, allowing people to discover content related to the community. This way you can curate people who you think are good representatives of your community, and then when people join, then they can find those people. For example, these are some of the suggested users of Henhouse. Ditto also has a trending algorithm that scrapes the database a couple times per hour and then generates a NIP32 label event. And that's how it's able to create those graphs of the trends over time, because it's just querying the labels over time. And since it saves them to just like normal Nostr events, I think this is pretty cool because other clients like Coracle can take advantage of this to create custom feeds. Moderation. Each Ditto server has a team of admins and moderators. They can approve and revoke usernames, ban users, and delete posts. And it's one of the most robust moderation experiences on Nostr today. So when you join a Ditto server, you're opting into that particular team of moderators, essentially curating the community for you. And this is a thing that many people actually want. But the beautiful thing is, if you don't like how a server is run, you can just move to a different Ditto server or move to another Nostr client entirely, because it's essentially just still Nostr. So I believe that this is something that's going to help Nostr spread without limiting user freedom. And since Ditto needs to support thousands of users, I put a lot of effort into performance. this Prometheus Grafana graph here, which is kind of still loading, just shows a ton of data about the Ditto server, including HTTP requests, database connections, and then kind of down at the bottom, it has a full breakdown of relay events by kind. And so you're able to see, it's kind of interesting, likes come in a sawtooth wave. Kind 1 is the most common thing that you'll see. But this has just been extremely helpful for figuring out where problems are. And frankly, I don't know how relay operators are able to build without something like this today. I think that everyone needs something like this. So if you're running a Ditto server, you're going to be able to set up one of these as well so you can get some real insight into what's going on. Finally, Ditto integrates with Bitcoin to support Lightning zaps. And I think in this community model, zaps are even more awesome than they could be. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. Okay, so who would make a Ditto server? I think in this model, there are 3 main personas. There's leaders, followers, and independents. And as far as independents go, I think that the existing Nostr ecosystem kind of has y'all covered. Like with apps like Damus and Amethyst, people don't need to run their own server, but the relationship between leaders and followers is where I think Ditto really shines, because Ditto allows leaders to create servers and then draw in huge amounts of people who then empower the entire ecosystem. So I have a few ideas of Ditto servers I'd like to see. I'd like to see one for gamers. If any of y'all have seen the Super Smash Bros. Community, you know what I'm talking about. Another one I'd like to see is a political server, especially for a third-party candidate. And again, Yang Gang, if y'all remember them, then you know what I'm talking about. But I have so many ideas. It's literally endless, but I cannot build them all. So this is where you come in. If you have a community or even just an interest and you want to be a leader on the Nostr network, start a Ditto server. To do that, head over to docs.soapbox.pub/Ditto and follow the install guide to set up Ditto on a VPS. Or if you want help setting up a Ditto server, apply to our creator program at soapbox.pub/creators. More on that later. Okay, now seems like a good time to go over kind of the technical side of what all is happening here. So Ditto is a TypeScript server running in Dino. It has a Postgres database, and it implements Mastodon's REST API. Ditto is both a NIP01 client and relay all in one package, and that's why I refer to it as a Nostr server. And so each Ditto server exposes a /relay endpoint that is a full Nostr relay that other clients can connect to and do the regular relay stuff. And this is actually kind of a unique design, oddly, in Nostr, and it's because of the difficulty with signing, and I'm going to talk about that in a moment. So a lot of the problems that I solved on the Nostr side, I also extracted all of this code out and created this super thorough Nostr library with tons and tons of documentation. So if you're interested in doing things the Ditto way, then feel free to check out Nostrify. I gave a little speech on it yesterday. You can find the video if you missed it. Okay, so signing events. Ditto is actually kind of like a traditional Web 2 server, like a Ruby on Rails type of thing. And the reason people don't normally build something like that is because users want to be able to access their keys. So the naive thing to do if you're going to build something like this is to just custody the keys. But what I really didn't want to do was to reproduce all of the things that I dislike about Mastodon. I want this to be something that is like all of the things that are good about Mastodon with none of the downsides. So I decided to implement NIP46 all throughout the code base. And even in the scenario where you're like pasting your NSEC in there, which that is a major part of the UI, that is using NIP46 behind the scenes to do it. So, and if you're using Soapbox with Ditto, Soapbox also has been updated to be a full NIP46 signer so that it's completely seamless. If you're going through the browser extension or you're just pasting the NSEC in, then the user doesn't even realize NIP46 is happening. NIP46 signing also opens the door to compatibility with Mastodon apps in a secure way. So this is one of the really interesting things about Ditto, as I was building it, the goal is to make Soapbox work with Nostr, essentially, all of the stuff that I've built over the years. And as a side effect of doing that, well, I have to implement Mastodon API. Now, all of the Mastodon apps happen to just work. So that's something that's pretty cool. Mastodon Android works, Mastodon iOS works, Sengi works. You can actually just install a Mastodon app and then type in ditto.pub or the URL of any Ditto server, and then you'll see this screen that pops up and it asks for a bunker URI. So you can just use any NSEC bunker or whatever, get your bunker URI, authorize it, and then you can use Mastodon Android. So now it's time for a quiz. I'm going to name an app, and then by show of hands, I want you to tell me whether it's a Mastodon app or a Nostr app. So the first one is Rabbit. If you think that Rabbit is a Mastodon app, raise your hand. All right, hands down. If you think that Rabbit is a Nostr app, raise your hand. Seems like about 50-50. Rabbit is a Nostr app. All right, next up. Rodent. If you think Rodent is a Mastodon app, raise your hands. Like 30% of you, maybe. If you think Rodent is a Nostr app, raise your hands. Okay, more people definitely think it's a Mastodon app. And you are correct. Rodent is a Mastodon app. Last one. Litterbox. If you think Litterbox is a Mastodon app, raise your hands. If you think that Litterbox is a Nostr app, raise your hands. All right. I think y'all are right again. Litterbox is a Mastodon app. But the beautiful thing is, if you're using Ditto, you can use any of these apps. So it doesn't really matter. In fact, you can use any of these hundreds of Mastodon apps that already exist. And it feels like by building this one piece of software, I've actually created hundreds of new clients. Because these are all new experiences and new gateways for Nostr users that people did not have access to before. For example, here is Mastodon Android on Ditto, and I think it works pretty well. Is it better than Amethyst? Probably not, but I think it's really cool that it works. And it could open doors to people on the Fediverse who just want to continue using the app that they're used to, being able to do it on Nostr. So that's Ditto. Now time to talk about some stuff that's next. One of the things we're really excited about is we are building out Zap splits right now. And one of the major issues that we've run into on the Fediverse is kind of just sustainability of servers. Because what we'll see is because of this Fediverse model where you're locked into a server, and then there's people who are paying for these servers, they kind of just decide at some point, this is not it for me anymore, and then they shut their server down, and then we'll just see thousands of people kind of go away forever. And this problem is completely solved on Nostr due to portable identities. So one thing that we can do to kind of improve the experience for admins and for server runners, and also by extension people who are running relays, because each of these Ditto servers is a complete relay, is to enable Zap splits throughout the UI of this Ditto server. And that's going to allow people to have sustainability for their server. Another thing that we've done this year is we've launched a creator program, kind of similar to what Nos is doing. We see you. And if anyone is interested in starting a Ditto server and you don't have the means to, please head over to soapbox.pub/creators and apply with the form there, and we'll see if we can get you started. In addition to the creator program, this year I've also started a mentorship program to give up-and-coming developers an opportunity to work on Bitcoin and Nostr. So I want to give a special thanks to my wife, MK, to my team members, Shantaram, Patrick, and Daniel. I want to say thank you to Daniel for his work on design, and to Shantaram for hacking on our database. And as for Patrick, I first met Patrick on Telegram, and I learned that he taught himself in high school how to speak English by watching American movies. And he taught himself how to code because he wanted to become a professional programmer. But when I met Patrick, he was working at a Brazilian shoe factory because he had not yet had the opportunity to use those skills. Now, by show of hands, how many of you in this room are wearing shoes? All right, most of you. Now, by show of hands, how many of you would like to stop development of Nostr? None of you. Seems like a good lateral move, Patrick. So anyway, then I told Patrick to quit his job at the Brazilian shoe factory and to come join my team building on Bitcoin and Nostr. And then you know what happened? He did it. And then he integrated Lightning Zaps into Ditto, fixed bugs, added features, and became an integral part of the team. And then it took him 5 days to get from his small town in Brazil to Riga, Latvia, where we are joined by him today. Stand up, Patrick! Let's give him a round of applause, everybody! There is nothing I admire more than bravery. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
All right. We got about 5 minutes. Alex, you want to maybe take a few questions? Anybody in the audience have anything for Alex? Right here in the front.
When is Truth Social moving to Nostr?
Oh, man.
When is Truth Social moving to Nostr?
That's a great question. So I went to like a dinner with them one time, and I told my coworkers, so every time I say federation, y'all drink, okay? And I would just be like, so, federation, federation, federation. And they would say, oh, well, we're already decentralized. We have people all over the world. And I don't think it's a winning argument. I don't think that they're as interested as they should be. But I would love to see it myself.
Anybody else?
Anyone brave enough?
All right. Thank you very much, Alex. Entertaining. I remember Alex from Tokyo, and boy, he woke up the room. That's great. We've got lots to come, folks, and we're going to get into some more panels. I'm in touch with some of my boomer friends. I hate to use that category, but these are the people that are retiring from their fiat mines and now living a life of luxury. And I'm going to tell them that I learned today in Latvia about playing with rodents in a what was it called? A litter box. Was that what it was? Anyhow, they won't know what I'm talking about. But our next panel is going to talk about how we are going to get the word of Nostr out there. It's kind of a running joke. The CEO of Nostr, where is headquarters? Who do I call to get support? And where's the marketing coming from? So we're going to learn why Nostr doesn't need a marketing department. Are you all set? Pablo is probably developing or running on 4 panels at the same time, I think, at the moment. We can hang out for a few minutes and wait for Pablo if you like. Somebody give Pablo a call, and then we'll get the next panel going. Give us a moment or two. We're going to stand down for about 5 minutes, folks, and we'll be back at 5 after.
Perhaps you'd better start from the beginning. Perhaps you'd better start. Start from the beginning.
We'll get things underway in just a couple of minutes, folks. Stand by. About 2:10 is our starting time for the next panel. All right, folks, 1 minute and we're going to get going with the next panel. Maybe take your seats if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. All right, let's get back underway. If we can, thank you for taking down, boy, great job there on the tech desk in the back. I was going to say earlier, we have BTC Studio Murphy on cam, Yastani in the back, Wendy, the lovely Wendy over there on camera doing your live stream. So say hey to everybody online that's watching. It's a tough room. Holy cow. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, let's talk about why Nostr does not need a marketing department, nor do these two gentlemen need any introduction. But nonetheless, all caps, and Pablo, come on up.
Yo. Okay, Pablo's moderating this one.
Welcome to the panel, Matt. You want to introduce yourself for the people that don't know you?
Thanks for having me. I'm the guy who posts in caps on Nostr. By a show of hands, who is all in on Nostr in this room? Let's fucking go. I noticed Jack didn't raise his hand. Maybe he'll delete his Twitter account later today.
I think so. I've heard some rumors.
So there's been a little bit of controversy on Nostr recently about marketing and about doing coordinated marketing, centrally planned marketing for Nostr. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I hate the idea, to put it bluntly. Yeah, I don't think I think it's a harmful endeavor if we were to do that. It could kind of paint the picture. It would be difficult to differentiate a centralized marketing plan for a protocol from a platform. It kind of feels like what a platform would be able to do. So A, I don't think we need it, and B, I think it would be very easily harmful. And how do we agree on the what's the message that we want to? Thank you, sir. The message that we want to paint. So I think this is just better left to the margins to be figured out at the edges. The people that need and can benefit from Nostr will find it under the right narrative, because it will be portrayed to them under the right light. So I don't think we need to have a one way of talking about what Nostr is.
So when you're thinking about that, you mean like individual companies, projects, users will do their own organic outreach?
Just like with relays, yeah.
Just like with what?
With relays.
Exactly. Who will run the relays? I mean, to that note, I just want to, Marcy, can you just stand up real quick? Can we get a huge round of applause for Marcy for putting this conference on her shoulders? She's very humble. She won't. If you see her around, just make sure you tell her you appreciate her, because this wouldn't be possible without her, and many other volunteers who made this happen. The reason I brought up the beginning part about who is all in on Nostr is because I think that is our single greatest asset as a movement. It's a protocol, yes, it's a technology project, but to me it's very similar to Bitcoin in a lot of ways in that it's a movement of individuals that just want a better world, right? And there's something to be said about our ride or dies. Like, and that's not just developers, that's designers, that's users, that's people that actually put time and energy, scarce time and energy into this protocol. And we have the best ride or dies. Like, I mean, I watched the Rabble presentation earlier. Alex just got off stage with Ditto. Like, there's dozens of us. There's thousands of people that really, really care and have dedicated significant time to this thing, and that's what really is going to push this thing forward. And that trend just keeps growing. Like, it's hard for me to sit here and not be just incredibly optimistic on this movement. Like, all the haters are going to be damned, right?
Yeah, I get a lot of, whenever I release something new or I'm working on whatever, a new spec or a new product or whatever, I get a lot of, oh man, it's so cool that what you're doing for the protocol. I wish I could, what can I do or how can I help, or I wish I could be able to do the stuff that you're working on. And what can I do? I get a lot of that question. And to me, a product without people using the product is pointless. So the people behind the product, the people using the product, that is the life of the product. So you interacting with the protocol, you interacting with all the tools, you being there, you bringing the energy, that is the life. That is the most important part. To me, you actually said this a couple of days ago, that the way to what did you say a couple of days ago? That the way to promote, you say a lot of things. The way to promote Nostr is being a Nostr.
Yeah, just use the fucking thing.
Just use the thing. Just use the thing. And I think one of the things that we can do that is way better than a marketing initiative is use all the other stuff, especially like bring life to the whole spectrum of tools and applications that we have, because we have a very rich ecosystem. And I think one of the best ways to support a developer, if you're not Jack, is using the things, giving feedback to the things, is interacting, finding the bugs. That is so important for a developer that is just slaving away on a code base for tens and tens of hours each week or each day, and then no one cares. It's just bringing that life and bringing that exposure that is super valuable.
I mean, I think one of the really cool things is, like, the feedback mechanism is you using the protocol too. Like, if you run into issues, that could just be a Nostr note in itself, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas on how we can, the developers can say and users can say this application can do this thing, and we can do it in a very simple way within the protocol itself, and we can have conversations around. Say Amethyst supports live streams, and Vitor could say, within the protocol, Amethyst supports live streams, and then if there is a bug, you could respond to that event and have a conversation. No, your shit is broken, man.
No, I've literally had zap streams where Kieran is in the live chat debugging the zap stream issue while we're live.
It's the ultimate we'll do it live.
It's a special beast. That is super rare. I don't think people really appreciate how fucking awesome this community is. And that because it's a communication protocol, we're all able to literally just do it live, like make it happen. So, I mean, by the way, guys, like me and Pablo had a very, very rigid plan on this conversation. And we've just completely diverted from that. We're going to just do this live, I guess.
Send back reports.
Pablo, I mean, what are you most... the energy in this room just needs to, like, we just got to pump it up, guys. We got like 5 more hours, and then we're gonna party. What are you most excited about with Nostr?
I'm very excited about bringing the communities that are adjacent to the stuff that we care about, the stuff that we like. Obviously, we've been like the community has been seeded with Bitcoin, and that means the values of Bitcoin, and which is kind of cool that a piece of software has like emergent values. And I'm very excited about bringing in the people that are around that community that share these values. They don't know, they don't care so much about the censorship resistance, but there are shared values that they would care about. So to me, it's a lot about understanding their pain points and speaking to them in a one-on-one way, not in a let's create a marketing plan as a protocol.
I mean, my head is running in 2 different directions. First of all, during Rabel's presentation, it was, as a ride or die Bitcoiner, before I was a ride or die Nostrich, like, I just love Bitcoin. This idea that people just hate Bitcoin and that's a negative is kind of foreign to me, but after Rabel's presentation, I completely respect it and understand it. And I kind of do like the idea of just faking them into Bitcoin. He's just like, well, we're just going to call it zaps. We're not going to give them any context. It's just like units are just moving up on your posts, I guess. I like that idea. That's a cool idea. But on the opposite flip side, I'm incredibly disappointed with Bitcoiners. Like, I just feel like the Bitcoin community really hasn't stepped up to the occasion. Like, most of them are just doom scrolling on Twitter. Like, is Marty over there? I think Marty is scrolling on Twitter right now. Probably in a different room. He's not even in this room. Do you share that disappointment? Is there a little bit of disappointment and frustration in your mind, or is it just my burnout talking?
No. I mean, I'm also burnt out, so we'll share the burnout. But I do share it in a way. I understand where it comes from, and I think there is a lot of bullshitting, like with Web3 and all these things that sound kind of similar to Nostr, like Farcaster, for example. So like
what is that?
Farcaster.
Oh, I've never tried it.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's pointless. Good for airdrops and shit like that. It's useless. But
the Bitcoiners aren't using Farcaster.
No. But they've heard that pitch so many times, right? And I think Bitcoiners, because we do require 100% consensus, like on what is the state of the chain, they extrapolate that need to everything, and that's why they say, well, Solana will never work in a decentralized manner because the consensus must be kept, and with the throughput is so high that you will never be able to decentralize, which, of course. But Nostr doesn't require that consensus. And I think they conceptually understand that, dude, it's okay for relays to have different data. It's okay for fragmentation to happen. It's good for fragmentation to happen. But they cannot really embrace that is the fact. And I think that's where a lot of this derangement syndrome that they have with Nostr comes from.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 pieces there. Like, during your conversation earlier on stage with Tidwell, a Bitcoiner I have a lot of respect for, the technical Bitcoiners, I think, tend to get stuck in this headspace where it's like nothing is perfect. It's like and they have all these like edge cases that they're running through in their head, and it's all these theories and like theoretical stuff, and they just don't want to just do it live and just rip it live. Because rightfully so, a lot of technical Bitcoiners are incredibly conservative. You're building the base of a global financial network. You should be very conservative in development. I think that's completely different with Nostr, and one of the reasons why it's so much fun to work in this ecosystem. So you have that side on the technical Bitcoin side, and I think we're going to prove them wrong, and I think they mostly come from a good place. And then you have like Bitcoin Twitter influencers that really do not share a lot of our same values and are just in it for the engagement, and they don't want to leave their engagement. And what I've found a lot of success on is you target their engagement. like if you get the plebs that are liking their posts and reposting them, because retweets don't exist anymore, and you get them to move all in on Nostr, and they go Nostr only, then their engagement suffers, and we just starve out the beast. And I think that's been working. Like, from what I hear, like, Twitter engagement on Bitcoin Twitter is way down, and it's because the ride or dies are all moving to Nostr, and then the influencers will move over later. And that's fine with me. I think that's completely fine.
They can be the laggards, yeah.
Yeah, let them be last.
The Think Boys can stay.
Yeah, they can have Nostr at the price they deserve, right?
100%.
Yeah, damn right. Let's fucking go. So thank you, everyone who's participated in starving them out. Each one of you do make a difference.
Yeah, and one thing is that I think we are our energy, and we have a limited amount of time. And if you're putting your energy on Twitter, you are feeding Twitter. If you're putting it on TikTok,
you're the product.
You are the product, and you're feeding.
And you're a collaborator. You're like you're preserving their business model and their predatory practices.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's like, not that I'm saying that you shouldn't, but maybe you shouldn't. But it's like paying taxes, right? You are feeding the enemy. I'm not an American, so I'm okay, I think. But you are feeding the beast. So within the law, you should do your best to pay the least amount of taxes possible. Maybe zero.
I mean, there is something interesting there, and they're about to beep at me, but I'm also the next panel too.
They're beeping at me.
There's something to be said there about. We had Paul up here earlier talking about how when he talks about when he uses different social media platforms, he has to have a different strategy with each social media platform. And there is actual like historical case studies that influencers are more successful if they focus on a single platform, because they understand how it works and they really focus on it, and their energy and time is spent on that. And I think if we're trying to move people over to Nostr, there's really something to be said about being incredibly focused on just Nostr. And as a result, you actually live it. You're actually part of it, and you're actually engaged in it, rather than letting all these other things zap your time and zap your energy.
Yeah, I think one thing is that within the platforms, obviously you cannot just access all the data because there is too much data. So algorithms are a must with regards to TikTok and Instagram and Twitter. It is required. But the only input that someone publishing, an influencer or whoever publishing on these platforms, the only input into the algorithm is getting you to like, getting you to subscribe, getting you to comment, the stupid faces on the YouTube thumbnails. It's the only input that they have. So because they have such little agency, that's all they can do. And all these people are reduced to saying, please like, comment, and subscribe, which is so pathetic.
It's so bad. But if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, consider liking and subscribing and sharing it with your audience. We would really appreciate that. Can we get a huge round of applause for Pablo?
Thank you. Matt's going to stay up, and we're going to get the next panel. Now, I have strict instructions from XFrog that we got to stay on the clock. So, Matt, we're going to hang for about 3 minutes before we do get going. I'm going to leave then. Yeah, why not? And we'll go to some music, and then we'll come back to the stage in, I don't know, 3 minutes or so, and we'll stay on time. We'll be back. Thanks. We'll be back to stage in just a couple minutes. maybe a quick little drink break or something, but don't miss the 2:30 panel. You're going to want to hear this one. This is fantastic, scintillating conversation. Be back in 2 minutes at the main stage. All right, why don't we get things rolling? Back of the stage. Next panel, we're going to talk about funding Nostr. And I'll just introduce our guests as they come up. Unless you want to have a little lunch or something like that, we can. Yeah, we'll get going. Bring your lunch up, Preston. You know we're casual. It's an unconference. In between sessions, he's got to get a quick bite. All right, guys, let's grab a microphone and get ourselves comfortable. This is going to be a great discussion, and it talks about how to fund Nostr. So we have Preston, Alex, Odell, and for the first time, I think, on the stage here in Riga, Marty, you're going to moderate for us, or were you on another panel? Forgive me if I missed you.
You are correct. This is my first panel of the week, and I'm very excited to be here. Got thrown on last minute, and it's a topic that we talk about a lot, so I'm excited for the conversation.
You got it.
We're here to talk about funding Nostr. Like I said, we talk about it a lot on RHR, particularly not only funding Nostr, but Bitcoin. But before we get into the specifics, Matt, when we say funding Nostr, what is the context of that, the different context of that in your mind?
Have you zapped today?
I have. Actually got in a zap war with you.
There's a little bit of a zap war going on. That's how we're going to fund Nostr. Is Paul here? I don't know if Paul's here. That Hummingbird, everyone go follow Hummingbird on Nostr and just look at the zaps on their note. When you think about funding Nostr, it's interesting, right? Because fortunately, it's a very FOSS-focused ecosystem. It's an open source focused ecosystem. Almost every project in the space is open source. A lot of them do not have obvious monetization models or sustainable funding models for themselves. I think there will be a lot of interesting strategies that different projects employ to try and get sustainable funding. But in the meantime, what that means is that a lot of the funding is based on donations, right? And one of the cool things about Nostr is Nostr has Bitcoin built into it. Or if you use Rabble's client, it just has a random unit that you zap and the units go up, but not Bitcoin. And I think that will be huge in the future. I think like developers will post they'll post on Nostr, they'll have a new software update, or they'll be teasing something, and their users will directly fund them with no middleman. But that's a time and maturity and adoption thing. And right now, unfortunately, like we are seeing the early signs of that, but we're not seeing that in real, I don't want to say, yeah, meaningful amounts, right? Like people need to pay their rent, they need to support their family, they need to feel comfortable leaving whatever their well-paying, soul-sucking job is to work on this very new, nascent, open source protocol. And as a result, they need some kind of security. And so what we've seen come into play, which is these organizations, these nonprofits, specifically OpenSats, which is what I work on, and HRF, which is what Alex works on, really stepping up to the plate and providing a lot of the early funding for a lot of these Nostr developers. And I think I can speak for both of us that hopefully for a lot of them, this will just be kind of the jump start, right? It's the paddles on the chest, and then they like get up and they're the Frankenstein beast, and they just keep going, right? But right now, it's actually incredibly optimistic. Like the amount of developers we have working on this space full time, the amount of designers, the amount of just open source contributors in general, is incredibly impressive. It compared to any other industry ecosystem at this stage in its life, I just think it's unparalleled.
Yeah, and that's a good point there. And like shifting to you, Alex, I think I'm going to throw this out there. Like you mentioned OpenSats, HRF. You guys have been doing the funding of Bitcoin open source developers for years now. Were there lessons learned in building up those funds to fund Bitcoin developers that were easily applicable to Nostr as it started to emerge?
When it comes to Bitcoin or Nostr funding, I think that a lot of organizations tend to be very conservative. They're worried about their image. They want to support the right projects. They're worried about blowback. They don't want to fund a project that might be a liability down the road, whether it's due to, some crazy developer who posts weird stuff on social media or someone who is not that sociable. I think one thing that HRF has learned that it is important to take risks early on when you have a burgeoning new ecosystem that's not been like vetted by corporate lawyers and auditors and people in suits to say, well, this is clean or this is good for the brand of whatever you're supporting. It's important to take calculated risks early on, support small and early projects that don't have, you can't have a multi-year long track record when it comes to Nostr development when the protocol is only a couple months old in the beginning. So I think what I would say is we've learned to take some risks, be calculated. Of course, you got to do your vetting. You got to look at a developer's history, proof of work, what they've done in the past. But it's important to be able to be action-oriented, take some risks, get shit done, and support a protocol in its infancy so it can continue to grow and develop.
Yeah, with that in mind, like, what are in terms of funding needs right now, from your perspective, is HRF and OpenSats looking at all the projects and like prioritizing what to fund? Like how do you guys approach that?
I think one issue that is plaguing a lot of open source developers, and this is not just with Bitcoin or Nostr specific, is just figuring out ways for sustainable long-term support. Right now, a lot of funding in open source is on a grant-based model where you give someone a grant to work for maybe 6 months, a year, maybe 2 years if you're lucky, and then 6 months, year, 2 years down the line, you reassess. And that can be very stressful for developers who don't know whether they're going to have an income or salary after their grant is over. And in a grant-based model, it often is very confusing for grantees as to, okay, what are the objective criteria for me to renew my grant? Will I still be supported down the line? And oftentimes that doesn't actually have to do with the quality of your work, but just has to do with the state of financial markets or the state of Bitcoin markets at the time, whether we're in a bull or bear market, whether people that actually traditionally give you funding have money. And that's very stressful for grantees, and that's not an easy problem to solve, but we're working on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like twofold. First of all, it's always about increasing donor base and getting as much donations as possible. I mean, huge shout out to Jack, who's the overwhelming majority of OpenSats donations in terms of amount. But I will say one of the cool things about OpenSats is we have, I think, nearly 10,000 individual donations because people can just easily donate with Bitcoin or dollars. And if they donate with dollars, we automatically convert it into Bitcoin. So we're just trying to increase that donor base, make sure that we have the funds available for open source developers, regardless of where we are in the Bitcoin cycle. But then the second piece is like, how do you scale these things up? And it's difficult. Like as Alex said, like the renewal process is a mental time sink for everybody involved, not just the developers, but also the teams that are allocating funds and processing all the paperwork and whatnot that is necessary. There's a lot of burnout in every direction. Developers are burned out. People on our team are burned out. It's just everyone is incredibly hardworking, and there's very little time to go around, and there's pain points that just keep popping up in different places. Communication is a major issue that we are specifically working on at OpenSats. It's great when you receive a grant, and we're almost at 200 outstanding grants at OpenSats, which is kind of insane to think about for such a young organization. But I think we're at like 800 or 900 denied grants. And if you just start to think about like the level of paperwork and communication that is required to not only manage the existing grants, but then also manage the inbound interest and need, it's quite monumental. And we personally are trying to do it on a very lean budget. OpenSats is 100% pass-through, so we don't take a cut of any donations. So we have to fund our operations through a separate operations budget. And as a result, and we're very transparent with it, we try and keep that number as low as possible. So there's a lot of learning experiences there.
Preston, any thoughts to add to this? Pull you into the conversation.
On the OpenSats stuff, no, I don't have anything additional to add other than to Matt's point, getting donations from people that have really kind of leaned into this because they understand how important the free speech aspect of it is vital. I think that's going to be a main source of funding moving forward. It's going to have to be a main source of funding moving forward because from like an investment standpoint, a lot of this space, this is a hard truth I'm about to say, is uninvestable just because of where we're at in the timeline and the risk profile of some of the startups, and the protocol itself is, as far as the size of it. Because this is one of the challenges that you have from an investment standpoint, because we're Bitcoiners and we understand what that hurdle rate is. It's compounding, and we're going to be pretty conservative. About 50% annualized is what we're saying is the hurdle rate. People in traditional finance would tell you the hurdle rate's 5% today, right? And we're looking at it and we're saying, no, the hurdle rate's 50%. So if I'm going to be a good steward of my LPs that are providing capital to me, and I'm going to employ that in a way that's going to get a return, because the number one question I always hear in the VC side is, well, why don't I just buy Bitcoin? Like, why am I investing in you guys? And so I have to look at every single thing from this hurdle rate of 50% annualized, or else I can't look at that person with a straight face and say, oh yeah, I can outperform that. Because if I'm not making decisions that is trying to outperform 50% hurdle rate, well, what am I doing, right? So when we look at all the startups in the space, and we're saying, all right, it's like, what's investable? Can it compound? Can the top line, outperform 50%? Well, very early stage stuff can, but when you account for all the technical risk, the protocol risk, all this, I mean, we had a conversation up here about relays. I mean, I don't know what the consensus was, for the people listening.
That was a spicy one.
It was, yeah, but in a good way, right? And do we know what this looks like in 5-10 years from now? No, we don't. I'm very hopeful. I think the the environmental factors are really going to push more people to come on board. I wouldn't want to be Elon right now. I can tell you that much. I think he's got a massive target on his back, and so like, let's say they lean into that and they really start to pressure him even more than they already did by not honoring his options over at Tesla, right? Like, we could get into a whole, put the tinfoil hat on. Why do you think that didn't happen? I think some of it had to do with Twitter, to be quite honest with you. So like what happens when they amplify that? I think it's going to give a nice tailwind into the protocol, into Nostr. And I think it's going to help assist making some of these things de-risked and make the math work a little bit. But I'd tell you right now, the economic calculation and the math on it right now is very hard for-profit funds, VC funds that are trying to allocate capital in a way that's very responsible. But
yeah, I mean, I would just to add there, like I wear multiple hats, literally, and one of those hats is venture, right? We have 1031. We're focused mostly on Bitcoin businesses. We have a single investment in the Nostr space in Primal. And we tend to agree with you that a lot of this is very early in terms of investable opportunities and obvious business models on how this all works out. I will say, I think it's actually kind of beautiful. I think, historically speaking, when you see new tech develop, it's largely led by VC investment. And VC investment comes with their own incentives, and some of them can be quite broken. But in the opposite side, it's like we have these open source grants that are being provided, and the first major incentive that provides a project maintainer or a founder or something is you actually have a strong incentive to have a open source project. Historically, like if you took VC money, and I think Bitcoin-focused VCs are not really included in this for the most part. They encourage you to keep everything closed source and proprietary and walled gardens as much as possible because they want to protect their moat. And the open source grants does the exact opposite. The second piece is it gives founders a lot of flexibility because they're not actually giving up any equity in their business, right? They're getting no strings attached grants while they figure things out and see what the business model could be while they work things out. And then the third piece I would say is, you said the hurdle rate is a conservative 50%. I mean, the last 10 years, it's 63% year over year on Bitcoin. So like Bitcoin is very much the opportunity cost when you're talking about anything you build. And it's not just from an investor's landscape. Like if you are a founder, if you're an individual, you should probably have the overwhelming majority of your assets in Bitcoin. And every time you are bootstrapping your own project, whether that's a bakery or whether that's a Nostr client, like you should be factoring in the opportunity cost of that yearly return that we see on Bitcoin.
Yeah, just to add to this, I was upstairs listening to Oscar Meyer from Fountain explain how they did their migration to Nostr, and having listened to that, it seemed like a pretty Herculean effort on their team's side. And I think what he mentioned upstairs is that Nostr at the protocol level really needs to work on standardization that makes it easier for incumbent companies that want to come on to Nostr to do so via NIPS particularly. And the reason I bring this up is because if you're a founder out there building on Nostr and you want to build a business that's monetizable, I think focus should be on creating those bridges that make it easy for incumbent companies to get on Nostr, because that will show for-profit VCs that there's a lot of activity here. It would increase the potential for you to get funded as a business. But there's, as we said, particularly in VC, timing is a big part of it, and it's objectively true that it is very early on in Nostr, and the timing probably isn't perfect for deploying capital into investable or businesses for a VC-like return.
One thing that makes it really hard too is Matt hit a little bit on the competitive moat. I mean, anybody who's an investor. So I come with this Warren Buffett value investing background, like hardcore background, and studying him and all that kind of stuff. What you find is one of the most important things he looks at is having a competitive moat. I want to buy something, I want to squat on it for 20 years, and I don't want some other actor to come in there and erode my competitive advantage in the marketplace so that I can continue to, benefit from the free cash flows that the company kicks off. And when we look at this particular space, it's very hard for an investor to look at a business that's so open that any person can then, hey, you can make a client, and I can make a client, and I can tweak it just this little bit. I can basically fork what you're doing and just tweak it this little bit. From a competition standpoint, and this is what makes Nostr so great, right? We all know that. But from an investor's lens, they're looking at that and they're saying, risk, 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 risk. I could just get chewed out. Like, I could have the best client for 2 years, and then year 3, it's gone. And like, poof, there goes your investment. And there goes your return. And there goes Bitcoin. Right? Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, but you also have the alternative when you build on open protocols and you build in an open source fashion, where if you're bootstrapping a new business, you don't have to do it from the ground up. You get to take advantage of everyone else's network effect, and you're all compounding on top of each other. So there is a bit of a give and take there. And, you know, I personally believe that we should all try and be the change we want to see in the world. And I do think that traditional investing techniques are going to be flipped on their head, and the way people think about things in this way going forward will change significantly. And part of that's open source, and then secondly, part of that is us moving towards a Bitcoin standard, and money not being so cheap. You know, money actually having a real cost and a real hurdle rate that you need to outperform.
Shifting this back to open source funding, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the crowd who are particularly interested to hear what you have to say, Alex, Matt. From your perspectives, you mentioned the communication, the amount of inbound that you guys have. Like, what advice would you give to open source developers looking to a grant? Like, what boxes do they need to check to make sure that they're getting noticed and that they have a high likelihood of getting accepted?
Well, first of all, raise your hand if you're on an HRF or OpenSats grant in this room right now. Okay, that's awesome. Hopefully next year the hands are even more. I mean, I think the number one thing is what's really cool about providing open source grants, and then I'll hand it over to Alex, is that there really is usually a verifiable proof of work in terms of commits and repo activity. Also on Nostr in general, because it is a communication protocol, you get to see a lot of these projects actually develop in real time and interaction between them and their users. The more information we have, the better. Obviously, in terms of resources, everyone is a bit constrained. So one of the issues is like having a reasonable ask in terms of how much money you're looking for. But I think both us and HRF have been trying to push the limits a bit on what kind of funding we can provide. And actually, sometimes we do dual fund projects where both HRF and us will split a grant, and there's communication there, you know, that there's like honest communication there, both with the grant recipient is saying to us, you know, oh, we're also applied for a grant on HRF, and then also, you know, friendly communication between Alex and the rest of his team and us in terms of actually verifying that's the case. We haven't seen anyone abuse that yet, but I would say in general, first of all, it's a longer process than you're probably hoping for. Hopefully we can cut that time down, and the more information we have, the more proof of work, the better.
Yeah. At HRF, we have a Bitcoin Development Fund, and even though it's called the Bitcoin Development Fund, we also support Nostr projects. We support free and open source Bitcoin and Nostr projects. And the number one piece of advice I would give to aspiring developers or educators, activists, community builders who are looking for grants and funding is don't be afraid to make the ask. The worst that can happen is we say no, and then you can always reapply. So the first step is just, yeah, don't be afraid to make the ask. Don't be afraid to apply for funding. Don't be afraid to ask for help in this space, whether that's for, you know, applying for a grant, or whether that's just asking for a referral, whether that's just showing up to a conference and asking for travel grants. We're trying to support everyone, and although it's impossible to support everyone given limited constraints, we're doing our best to try to expand open source funding, give more funds every year, support more people, support more projects. So yeah, the number one thing I'd say is don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen like a Nostr post where someone's like, why aren't you funding this thing? It's like, well, they should apply. You know, go to the website, put an application in. Like, if you don't apply, we can't fund you. End of story.
Marty, I would just say if people in this room, the builders in this room, are looking at this and hearing this conversation, thinking about what it is you want to build something, you just don't know what it is. This is what I would tell you to start with: the upstream, you know, incentives and impacts that are playing out. Speech, they've got to try to control the speech. These, you know, lizard people are trying to control the speech aggressively. It's going to amplify, It's going to amplify aggressively, okay? So there's going to be this movement towards Nostr, right? What exists today that is vital for free speech and for free and open communication, like GitHub, right, or Signal, or like these things that already exist in the world, and then think, is it built over on Nostr, or could it be built better? And think in those very big, broad terms as you're thinking about putting in your application of the business that you're, or the idea that you're trying to build out. That was really, for me, that was really exciting yesterday to see the whole GitHub thing and all the work that went into that, because that's huge. It's absolutely huge. So that would be my bit of advice for people sitting in the room that are maybe looking to do something, is just start with the free speech, understand that there are things that are already constructed in a very centralized kind of way, and build it, and then talk to these guys or submit your application with these guys.
Shifting back to what you started with, Matt, like the concept of zaps and being able to directly not only fund projects, but you can tip people for their content. And we've discussed this for many years because we've been on Podcasting 2.0 for probably 3 or 4 years now. We recognize that the amount of people streaming us sats or boosting us during the show isn't material yet, but you can squint and look forward, and if adoption of Bitcoin and these apps increases, that it could become a significant revenue stream for podcasts. Like, do you think that potential exists for funding projects, businesses, and
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely massive. I think people are really sleeping on that. I mean, it enables business models that were just never even possible before. It enables audience and donation-based funding without a middleman, very low fees, very low friction transactions. A lot of times people want to support, but if there's any little bit of friction there, they fall off and they don't support, right? So you want to reduce the friction as much as possible. And seeing it on Nostr, I mean, we've reduced that friction over the last 1.5 to 2 years so significantly. I think it's easy to just underappreciate how far we've come. But like I said earlier, like me and Marty we literally got into a zap battle over supporting that Hummingbird film about Bitcoin Jungle. And it was very low friction for us to send a lot of money to them. And I assume that Zap Battle will probably continue, and someone else on the live stream might pick it up and start battling us as well. But on the Podcasting 2.0 piece, that was another key, right? Is lower the friction as much as possible. Oscar and the team at Fountain have done a really good job at lowering that friction. Some trade-offs were made, you know, a lot of dependency on custodial wallets. Hopefully we can move away from that, or at least have more privacy-focused custodial wallets with stuff like Cashew. But we're definitely seeing it trend up, even if it's just maybe the amounts aren't as high as people would expect them to be. Like clearly, like on the podcasting side, you make a lot more money doing advertisement-based model still. But like if me and Marty like open our nodes, like at any moment, there's like someone, at least one person, like sending 1 sat per byte while they're like listening. And we're just sending 1 sat per minute while they're listening to the podcast, which is like super empowering and super cool to watch. And we've seen that trend up in terms of number of payments, if not the total amount.
Just looking at it from an incentive standpoint, I know what my podcast makes on the traditional side, traditional advertising side, and I know what it makes by people streaming me sats. The disparity is so absurdly large, the difference, that if a person is coming over through a natural incentive, they're not coming for the money. They're doing it to support the network because you're in I don't say this to offend anybody. We're kind of in an R&D phase with this. This is not like full production, like deployment. We're sucking a whole bunch of demand naturally over to it at this point. You're not even close to that right now, based on the numbers that I'm seeing. That doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't make it right. I'm just trying to like properly frame the current setup and the environment that I'm personally seeing with this. The challenge that you run into is this model is so ingrained, this advertising model, the whole Spotify and all this kind of stuff. These are massive things that are going to take a lot of time to switch over. What is the timeline? it's not 4 years. I think it's more than 4 years for this particular topic. I think you're like 8 to 10 plus, personally. But
yeah, I mean, I think as Bitcoiners, we talk about incentives a lot, right? And the beauty of the value for value model, the beauty of direct user funding or direct audience funding is you have this nearly perfect incentive, right? Which is the creator, whether they're a podcaster, whether they're a developer, is directly getting rewarded from their user base. And as a result, they are the stakeholder that they are trying to provide as good of a service or as good of a podcast as possible. The advertising model is, at its core, is a surveillance capitalism model that like perverts every incentive and makes these large tech companies incredibly predatory. They make the podcasts incredibly predatory, and they try and track their users as much as possible. That's why we start to see stuff like Spotify do these exclusive deals where they can try and track podcast listens even more so and know who the demographics of your users are and all this other stuff. So it's important that we start going down this trajectory of trying to improve the incentives. The second piece there is there's something about it on Nostr rather than podcasting 2.0, because I agree with you, like the disparity is massive between advertisements and value for value. On Nostr, you do have that social signal element that you don't really have on podcasting 2.0. You do kind of on Rabbit Hole Recap, we read boosts, which is probably where we get the majority of our sats from podcasting 2.0, because they get like shout out in the podcast. They hear their name, right? They get that social signal. And I think just that little element on Nostr clients of having that social signal, your little badge, you know, saying that I zapped more than Marty, does encourage people to do it. And then the third piece is it's different for a Joe Rogan than a new podcaster. A new podcaster actually has a lot of trouble getting advertisement deals. A new developer that has a brand new project has a lot of trouble having any kind of monetization scheme. And there's actually not that much friction for them to have more in value for value than they do from any kind of alternative. They have no alternative. That is the only way they can go.
Yeah, I can hear Adam Curry rolling over in his bed right now from afar. The value for value.
Well, maybe one day he'll understand Nostr.
I just texted him about it, actually. But going back to what Alex said earlier, like if you want to monetize via value for value, don't be afraid to make the ask. And figuring out unique interaction models with your audience, like Matt mentioned, we read the top 4 boosts each week on Rabbit Hole Recap, and that creates a marketplace so that people get their boost read on the episode week in and week out. And so as a creator or somebody building an app, trying to get people to interact with your Nostr notes, like think about unique ways to incentivize people to do that so that they are more compelled to zap you, and then you can take that money and go build what you want to build. Switching gears, you didn't really answer the question earlier. What do we think is the most prescient need in terms of areas of the Nostr protocol that need funding, attention, review, focus?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good answer for you, Marty. Like everything and everywhere, and it's cool because we are working on. There's so many different. There's so many projects being worked on in Nostr. Like we can't even keep track of all of them. I think anyone in this room that says they know every single Nostr project that exists is just 100% full of shit. Like there's no way that you're able to track all of this. It's a full-time job in itself. And I think that's the cool part because you can build on it in an open, permissionless way. I will say, like, we probably don't need more Twitter-like clients, but also more don't hurt. And maybe there's a better one that comes out, you know, so I'm not also going to discourage people from doing that. In general, with how we do OpenSats funding, is we try not to do, you know, the way OpenSats works is we have a 9-person board, and during the review process, it requires 5 of 9 board members to approve your grant. And the reason for that is because we wanted it to be as corruption resistant as possible, so individual biases of board members don't corrupt that process. And especially when you start to talk about larger numbers and more donations received, that becomes more and more of a concern. So it's important to have that base level foundation. So it's hard to speak in broad broad strokes about how OpenSat's review process works, and it's probably one of the most frustrating things for grant recipients, because like they could have a 45-minute conversation with me or one of the other OpenSat's board members, and they'll pretty much still have no insight into whether or not they might get approved. But there are general broad themes, and in general there, we tend not to be like, oh, well, this is a client, and there's too many Twitter-like clients, so we're not going to fund this. Does this project have is there a need for this project? Does it accomplish something in a way that other projects aren't tackling? And is there verifiable proof of work that this project actually exists? It's not just like an idea. So I don't want to discourage anyone from working on anything in the Nostr space. I think it's so early that it'd be incredibly conceited to say that we know how to do everything. We actually know how to do very little, and a lot of these things will be figured out over time as people experiment. So the more experimentation, the better.
To add to Matt's point, I totally agree with him that if anyone thinks that they know 100% of what's going on in Nostr, they're full of shit. That's totally true. I feel like I took a 2-week break from the internet where I just chilled and relaxed and try to detox myself from the toxic algorithms. I come back and I'm just like, what's been going on in Nostr? I'm just like, ooh, like, all this new stuff going on. A slightly contrarian take on what I think needs the most development in Nostr is I feel like we're obviously not fully funding all the Nostr developers out there. There's a lot of projects, a lot of amazing developers who still need funding. But I think that we are slightly underfunding people who are doing community building, who are doing marketing, people who are onboarding new users, right? Because right now, let's be honest, Odell and many people here on the panel have taken the brave step of deleting their X account. Many of us still use X every day. I'm part of this crew. I even paid for a blue check mark, and oof, yeah, Odell, you can roast me for that. Paying $8 a month to boost my algorithmic reach on X.
Did you use a KYC phone number when you did that?
I did.
Oh, whoa.
I did. So you got me there.
The issue isn't the payment. The issue is the identity verification. I think actually, in a lot of ways, one of the good things that X is doing is it's proving at scale that people will pay for a product, so you don't need to rely on the advertisement model. And I think that's a key piece that people miss, is that actually we probably should be encouraging more and more projects to have some kind of premium model where users pay them directly. That is, it's not Adam Curry's value for value, because Adam Curry's value for value is you pay what you feel like. But I think it is a step towards sustainable, more freedom-focused, user-focused, human-focused business models.
Yeah. And I think one thing that Href does slightly different in the Bitcoin funding space is we would try to fund circular economies, we try to fund global communities, because we want people to be able to actually use Bitcoin. And if people want to be able to use Bitcoin, they have to know it exists. They need to have an environment where they can safely learn how to actually install a wallet, safe on and off ramps within their country. So we try to fund Bitcoin circular economies and educators and activists around the world. I think we need a little bit of that in Nostr, where we need a way to, obviously Nostr is different than Bitcoin, and a innovation hub or a circular economy is not the same as a booth at a conference where you can learn about Nostr. But we need ways to better on-ramp people to Nostr, educate people of Nostr, get people to actually know that Nostr exists. And I'm not sure what's the best way to do that right now. Is it funding people to go to non-Bitcoin and non-Nostr conferences to educate people about Nostr? Is it paying people to get on panels at mainstream conferences around the world so people know that Nostr exists? Is it just starting a global campaign to get people to delete their X account and to use Nostr exclusively? Who knows? But change comes from within, and we have to start, even in the Bitcoin community, getting people to use Nostr. Like, it's amazing how oftentimes I go to a Bitcoin conference and ask people, what's the best way to stay in touch with you socially? And they're like, oh, follow my Twitter, follow my X. I'm like, oh. We need to get at the point where you go to a Bitcoin conference and the first thing someone says is, follow me on Nostr.
Damn right. I've been thinking about your question a little bit more. One of the things I'm really excited about is, I think one of the cool parts about Nostr is this idea that people can control their experience, that the user has, fine-tuned controls on how they experience Nostr and what content they see and how they consume it. And I think while there's a lot of good work that is moving towards that direction, and I'm really excited about like DVMs and this idea of like choosing your algorithm and like algorithmic marketplaces where you can choose different things. I think there's still a lot of work to be done there, and the key issue there is it's like twofold, right? It's the technical issue of how do we provide users as much control as possible of their experience. So instead of having like a top-down censorship model like you see with X or TikTok or something like that, it's the users ultimately choosing how they experience the protocol. But the second piece is trying to do that in a non-overwhelming, with very little friction. Because if it's overwhelming and you just like all of a sudden hit them with a bunch of sliders and a bunch of options and a bunch of different things, then we've also failed on that regard. And when we're talking about onboarding people to Nostr, like if they hit that piece of friction, they're just going to get overwhelmed and they're just going to go back to Facebook or LinkedIn or wherever the hell they are.
On the incentives to drive people to Nostr, I think that the Western governments are going to probably do most of the heavy lifting for us. So like we can do a lot of these things and attract people in, but I think the real pull and the real demand that's going to come out of it is just people that get very frustrated because they're going to have a 2020 COVID-like experience, not necessarily a pandemic, but like all of my friends are like, wow, like I didn't realize the government was like truly like censoring us and like not allowing us to see stuff. Like everybody was weirded out, very weirded out after 2020. And I think that there's more of that kind of stuff on the horizon that's going to just naturally push people over. From an investment, I don't know if this is a good answer, but I find the interoperability stuff to be really important. And oftentimes there's not like a business there, unfortunately. And it's people like Pablo and many others that have been on stage, the last day and a half, that are out there clacking on keys, writing like amazing code that is benefiting the connectivity between all of this type of stuff. So when I see OpenSats and I see some of the stuff that they're funding, I absolutely love this program because it's the thing that's kind of stitching this all together, that's going to eventually give us the performance that we're in better than of what we're used to having in these centralized, cesspools that are, feasting off of us. And it's going to be a completely different experience on the other side, but stitching it all together because it's so decentralized is really challenging. So I was on a Nostr Nest the other day, listening to a Nostr Nest, and there was, 20 people listening. And when you're on Twitter and you go on a Spaces, if you have somebody with 10,000 followers or 100,000 followers or whatever, their entire group of followers see that they're in a Spaces, which then drives more engagement and more interaction and more people on stage because it's all centralized. So when we're looking at the Nostr Nest, is there some type of little circle that goes around the person's image that they're in the room listening to that? No. This is interoperability pieces where you're connecting things that drives engagement for that Nostr Nest. But you have to have a client that's willing to code that up. You have to have, all the engineering behind all that is not easy. It takes time. It takes a lot of time to stitch that all together. So I get excited about the interoperability piece. I think it's a real challenge to have it funded, but the nonprofit and having an appreciation for kind of where we're at in this prototype / R&D phase is very important, especially for everybody in this room that are real builders. I would just try to encourage people to do more of that.
Yeah. We've got 3 minutes left, so I'll make a comment and then I'll throw it to you three for final thoughts on this. But I think it's important to really point out how far funding for developers has come over the last 5 years specifically, and just give a shout out to you two gentlemen specifically for pushing this forward. And then on the for-profit side, like funds like Ego Death, 1031, disclaimer, I'm a partner at 1031, coming to market.
Literally wearing the hat. So
Yeah.
I think you're
but I think like everybody's talked about in the past, like Linux Foundation, Redbox, but I think Bitcoiners have done a really good job over the last 5 years, particularly sort of paving the path for how to fund open source development and setting a new model. And it's just been really cool to see play out. And with that, I'll throw it to you guys for final thoughts.
Be the change you want to see in the world and use Nostr.
To echo a very smart person, stay humble, stack sats, but also stay humble and zap your friends.
Don't get frustrated if you are going for funding and you're getting a lot of no's. Just kind of understand the environmental setting that we're in and how early we are and where you can kind of go for certain types of funding like we talked about on stage. And it's just going to take time. It's just going to take time. And, you know, if the governments start doing their heavy lifting, maybe it'll move a little faster. So we'll see.
Awesome. That's all we got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, very much. We're going to take a minute or two, change over stage, and we have another great panel coming up. You're not going to want to miss this, so hang in. We'll go to some music, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. We're going to get back to main stage in 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes, and we'll be back to our next panel. All right, if you all please take your seats and get yourself prepared. We're going to get going just a second here.
That line in the Constitution is being carried out by Bitcoin, not by guns, not by militia, not by so-called domestic violent extremists. It is a silent revolution.
All right. So just before we get going, how's the room doing? You guys, you still got a lot of gas in the tank? Anybody? Yes. That's what we want to hear. Maybe you want to stand up and stretch or twist or do whatever. And you know what? I knew that's exactly what was going to happen. I love it when you don't follow orders. That's what this room is about. Don't do what I say. Do what you believe. You're critical thinkers, right? And we're going to talk about critical thinking and Bitcoin and Nostr. That's the next panel, and I'd like to welcome them up as they get into place. Come on up, folks. Let's get this thing rolling. Please welcome to the stage, if you will, our next panel, and we'll introduce it. This is Mijan, and Jack Mahlers. Just before you guys say, I had the good fortune, we met in Greenville with the ocean mining pool thing. That was a pleasure. Mijan, you and I, we had a tete-a-tete talking about tech in Toronto. That was back in Uvita. You hadn't launched Primal, and you kept that close to the vest. You were about to explode on the scene.
Yes, and we followed that up at Nostriga in Costa Rica as well.
Exactly. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit starstruck. We haven't met before, but we got to get the panel going. But maybe after, if you
Give
don't
me a hug,
mind,
brother. You're stuttering a little bit.
No.
I appreciate it.
Well, if I could get an autograph for my my grandson.
Well, now I think you're fucking with me.
His name is Reverend.
I think you're
Hoddle.
making fun of me. I will sign whatever you want if you're being serious.
There you go.
But
He's
I can't tell if
62. I
making
mean,
fun
he's
of me.
6, and he would love it.
That's
No, thank
amazing.
you. You guys have all been
Thank you, man.
inspirations to everybody, not only in Bitcoin but in Nostr. And this panel is going to be great. So, folks, let's get this room going. Give them a big round of applause, and we'll get this happening. Take it away, folks.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Amir, and I've been around in the space since some years, providing usually pizzas and Italian languages. So address the two elephants in the room. The first one is no way I'm going to pronounce Nostr correctly most of the time, because to me is Nostr, okay? So let's keep that in mind. And the other thing, this panel is going to be very interesting because the title is quite large. It's just about Bitcoin and Nostr, so I prepared something like probably 100 questions for my amazing panelists here. So we are going to do the best. It's an amazing topic to discuss. I don't think you two guys need any presentation at all, but if you want to say something more about you, please give us a short presentation of yourself for the audience.
Sure. My name is Miljan. I'm the founder of Primal. We build Primal. We build on Nostr and Bitcoin all day long.
Awesome.
Nice. I'm Jack. I've been in Bitcoin for a little while and care deeply about it being successful. And day to day, I play the role. My day job is the CEO of Strike. We sell Bitcoin, do Bitcoin stuff.
Yeah, what I found interesting that I didn't know properly, there is an integration between Primal and Strike, right? Do you want to discuss it a little bit about that?
Sure. So as everybody knows here, on Nostr we have this cool thing called zaps, where you can send micropayments to content authors. You can zap people or their content. It was initially introduced by the Damos client. The zaps were actually invented by Will here in the audience. And the initial implementations involved connecting to external wallet using a really cool technology called Nostr Wallet Connect, which is still quite widely used and quite promising for a number of different implementations. And it was a great way for Bitcoiners who are already onboarded onto Bitcoin, who are enthusiasts, who know how to do these things, who know how to deal with Lightning wallets and things like that, to connect their Nostr client to an existing Lightning wallet and integrate zaps into their kind of workflow. What we wanted to do at Primal is to make it possible for people who are not already on Bitcoin, who might not be familiar with how all these things work, who might not have a wallet, an external wallet and so forth. We wanted to make it possible for them to very easily create a wallet and start participating in this zapping activity on Nostr, which is extremely fun and quite promising in the long run to maybe reshape the web, all of the incentives on the web as well. So the idea there was to make this accessible to many more people. And due to the complexities of Lightning and self-custodial Lightning and so forth, we assessed the situation in such a way that we kind of concluded that built-in custodial wallet was the easiest way to get new people onboarded onto this experience. And so I reached out to Jack. And at that time, we were not well known. Jack, to his credit, took the call and took the pitch from me, and kind of saw the big picture, and generously, offered his platform. We kind of worked on some APIs collaboratively, kind of to make this work, and without the support from Strike, it wouldn't be possible for Primal to offer this capability to so many users. So I think this has been a raging success for us and our users, and we're quite grateful and proud to be partners in this.
Let's fucking go.
Well, I have to confess, I've never tried Primal since some week ago, but I tried it, and because I'm using Amethyst and Iris as clients, but I'm always open to try other clients, of course. And so the user experience and everything went really smoothly. I was really impressed, so I tried also to set up the wallet. But I have a small question. Can I set up another type of wallet if I have an external wallet I want to? In Primal, there's something about that in the future. Is impossible, technically speaking, or yeah?
Yes, it's available today on Android. You mentioned you're on Android?
Yep.
If you go to wallet settings, you can configure to connect to an external wallet through Nostr Wallet Connect and use your
basically
perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not able to do this on iOS. Like, we implemented the same capability, but couldn't quite get it through App Store review.
That's the major problem that we have nowadays with iOS. Yeah, that's pretty cool, and I like it, everything so far. And I like the idea that you can start from Nostr. You cannot go externally because there is the wallet inside. Everything is integrated, and so it makes it so smooth and so easy for a person, for a beginner, and also it looks just like a sort of a normal social media, and really surprised me because I was using other clients and it is a big improvement. So yes, congratulations on that, really.
Thank you.
For what it's worth. But starting our conversation, I wanted to talk about the similarities between Bitcoin and Nostr, the differences, the integration, the complexities, and so on. But first, I have a question for you, Jack.
Let's go.
So in Madeira, I was in the audience in a very beautiful panel you had for kids. And the first question was really, really hard. And the first question was try to explain Bitcoin to a kid. And you did an amazing job in that. And now I want to ask you, if you have to describe Nostr and the integration between Nostr and Bitcoin to a kid, what's your answer to that?
Fuck me.
Yay.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
I'm sorry. But you did a great job, so you can do that again, too.
Okay, I'll do just the Nostr part first,
sure.
and then you'll grade me on that, and then if we want to go to Nostr integrated with Bitcoin, we can try later. Nostr is standardized rules. It's a set of rules on how people can communicate with each other on the internet. In computer terms, standardized rules, we call them protocols, so you can think. And so it's a standardized set of rules that structure how we talk on the internet. And the coolest part is that the set of rules isn't owned by an individual or a corporation or a government. It's owned by the collective people. They both abide by the rules and enforce the rules together. So there's a lot more freedom and inclusion and all of the properties that your parents tell you when you're 5 that you should aspire and try and achieve in the world. And so that is the biggest difference. Is something like Twitter has a set of rules, but they control the rules and enforce the rules and can change the rules. And it's an open network, standardized rules. That would be my, and then the 5-year-old would cry and scream for their mom. But that would be my best. That would be my best effort live right here.
Yeah, well, I think that it's easier in a way to explain Nostr, of course, than Bitcoin, right? Or is it difficult, more difficult? Because, I mean, to a kid, maybe a social media is something more relatable to them in a way they can understand easier. Also about, for both, censorship is something they experience every day with parents. So there is these similarities, right?
I think they're maybe equally difficult because nobody understands money fundamentally, because it's been such an abstracted concept from us. The level of abstractions that we live in financially is just so defeatist to us actually foundationally understanding how it works. And I think it's similar to how we communicate. I mean, for a 5-year-old or a 15-year-old or a 50-year-old to deeply understand that when they send a text message on their iPhone, the level of government and corporations involved in the oversight and the brokering of you being able to talk. So I think these concepts are just so abstracted that something that's a lot of the core value is in not having them involved or not needing them to be involved and not having them be necessary. It's just a difficult thing to wrap your head around. So I think they're both equally, that is a lot of the challenge. You know, if you get Michael Saylor's like talking about energy and thermodynamic, it's just really difficult to like start from scratch in both these concepts. So that's, I think, the challenge.
Can I try?
Absolutely. I love to.
So I would say that Bitcoin is the type of money where no one is in charge, yet it works. The money that we're used to these days is that there's some sort of bank that's in charge, and they set the rules for everyone. Whereas Bitcoin is this magical technology where no one is in charge and it just works. With Nostr, it's the type of communication where no one's in charge, yet it works. And these types of protocols are quite rare. These occurrences where something like this springs up organically. You know, there's the technology, but there also needs to be a network of people that are using these technologies. I think we don't appreciate this enough. We do appreciate it on Bitcoin. This is quite well understood, but we do have another protocol where no one's in charge, yet it works. And we should appreciate it more, maybe.
I completely agree. So this reminds me of a post I saw on Nostr from you, Jack, actually, that really made me smile, because you wrote that one of your friends from Chicago was purple-pilled. Her first ever interaction using Bitcoin was getting zapped on Nostr. A course on the internet didn't make much sense to her until she downloaded Primal. And I really like this idea that, yeah, we can try to make explanation theoretically, but when we see something so practical, so concrete, when even Bitcoin makes immediately sense with a simple action, and in a way, I think that's in a direction Nostr could be a Trojan horse for Bitcoin. Can you agree with that in a way?
Yes, this woman is my best friend's girlfriend, is who you're talking about. Yes, that was her first interaction with Bitcoin, was getting zapped, downloading Primal. So thank you. Dylan, somewhere in the audience. Yeah, I think the best sales approach is delivering value to someone, right? Like a steakhouse doesn't have a sales team. They have good steak, and that sells enough, and that's when customers come back and build a network effect around telling other people where to go eat steak, is if the product is good. I actually think underappreciated, in my opinion, which you could value it for whatever you want, I think that Zaps is a lot of the unique and core value to Nostr, in my personal opinion. I think that there's a lot of work replicating. I hear like, we're going to do Instagram better or Twitter better. I personally think it's a unique value proposition that Zaps are. And I thought that experience was so cool, because this is an individual I know personally. I've told her about Bitcoin ever since my buddy met her. I don't know how long you guys have been dating, 4 or 5 years. And couldn't sell her on Better Money. Was able to sell her on Nostr uniquely because she was looking for community and longer form content, and she downloaded Primal and was pretty interested in some of the content that was on related topics she was looking to talk about, is women's health, actually. And her first interaction was getting zapped in Bitcoin, and it was what broke her brain as far as Bitcoin. You know, it's hard for me to believe, but she did not care about protecting herself against inflation. She does not value saving capital over the long term. These are things that, I mean, I still argue with her to this day. But she did really appreciate getting value for being vulnerable on the internet. She talks, you guys should all follow her. She talks very vulnerably about women's health and some of the struggles that she's been through and what she works on now professionally to overcome that and inspire others. And the fact that people were able to give her money in return for her work, and that she was also able to almost share, like out of love, give real value for value back, was then what got her into Bitcoin. Since then, she's read the Bitcoin Standard. It's a phenomenal story. And so it really is, it was eye-opening for me as well. And I do wish a lot of the energy was focused more on the fact that Zaps is really unique. And we're leveraging a couple of open protocols to give something unique to the customer, as opposed to, well, you know, Twitter was successful by being Twitter, so we're going to do Twitter, but theoretically, you know, better in our version. I don't know if that is going to be as successful as people think. Anyway.
Absolutely, and I have so many questions. Oh my God! But there is this definition that I found somewhere that X is for the war, while Nostr is the garden. And I love the definition, but at the same time, I ask myself, for the adoption and also for talking about Bitcoin, if we all stay on Nostr talking about ourselves all the time, is it worth it? Don't we get too much inside that without explaining that to others? Your experience with that tweet is different, but don't you think in a way that we have to be both on X and on Twitter, and on Nostr, Miljan?
No, I don't think we need to be both on Twitter and Nostr. Nostr only is a good way to go forward.
Awesome. Well, yeah, but it's interesting because I was telling before, maybe Nostr can be a sort of a Trojan horse for Bitcoin, but we are using Bitcoin on Nostr and without Lightning, without the zaps, without a value, just like that, could be possible. Nostr could be possible without those implementation. Yes or no? Do you think that's essential, nice to have, or whatever? What are the intersection between those two?
I think these two protocols are very symbiotic in the sense that each protocol stands on its own. Obviously, Bitcoin works quite fine without Nostr. Nostr works without zaps, definitely. But each of these protocols makes the other one better. And stronger. Obviously, it's obvious what Bitcoin brings to Nostr. This kind of built-in monetary network that's really adding all this value and kind of enabling zaps, and again, giving us the opportunity to reshape the incentive structure of the entire web. But Nostr actually brings quite a bit of value to Bitcoin as well, and this is less understood among Bitcoiners these days, and it's actually one of my favorite topics.
You're going to give a talk about that, right?
Yes,
during the conference.
on Sunday.
On Sunday. Can you give us some spoiler or?
Sure, no problem. So there are a number of fundamental Bitcoin technologies actually that are being built on top of Nostr. Whoever saw Kale's talk yesterday, we kind of saw like a glimpse of the types of things that Nostr brings to, let's say, eCash, mint discovery, and things like that. Nostr, let's not forget, gave us a public Lightning directory, something that we haven't had, for years on Lightning. Now that we bootstrapped this kind of open social graph of cryptographic identities, the majority of whom actually have decided to add Lightning addresses to their profiles. So as a consequence of this, we can look people up by name and send them money. So, and we can do this in an open kind of permissionless way where any wallet can implement this. To the extent that I think we're going to be very, very soon at a state where a Bitcoin wallet that doesn't have this Nostr integration capability is going to feel broken. It's going to feel like it's missing something fundamental. So there are a number of technological kind of and feature improvements that Nostr actually is bringing to Bitcoin. But there are also some of the more like a softer type of kind of contributions that that Nostr is bringing to Bitcoin, like, for example, enabling free speech. And even if you don't care about payments, even if you don't care about any of the, like, let's say, eCash, if you're a Bitcoiner who is a monetary kind of maximalist, just like HODL, for you to be able to do this and fight the fiat system effectively, you need the ability to speak. The fiat system has to kind of assert control over speech in the long run in order to continue essentially stealing from us and controlling us. And they've been able to do this quite successfully over the years with their kind of control of various types of media. Nostr helps fight against that. And then, as we just witnessed from this incredible story that Jack shared, I think Nostr might end up being the onboarding mechanism for orders of magnitude more users than all of the other mechanisms we use so far combined. So there are a number of other kind of points that I'm going to save for Sunday, but there's a lot that Nostr brings to Bitcoin.
I think zaps are the underappreciated success story of Nostr, in my opinion. How long have people been talking about micropayments on the internet? I mean, you could pull up, Satoshi forums on Bitcoin Talk if you want. You could go before Bitcoin was released, in decades ago, in cypherpunk mailing lists if you want. It's at least 10 years old of a desire of the community and a lot of people on the web, but probably decades, many, many decades. And I honestly believe that this is the only scalable product market fit relative version of micropayments on the internet that exists today. How fucking massive of an achievement is that? How is that not what we're focused on in trying to get a consumer from signing up to realizing that value as quick as we possibly can? That's kind of what I mean, where I'm like, I don't know if I'm that interested in the Instagram on Nostr. I'm more interested in who's solving the problem of taking someone to experiencing this open protocol to understanding the unique value that we've been able to achieve here. One, in building Bitcoin, right, and building Lightning, and having a value transfer protocol that's native to the web and open, that works. That's very fucking hard and a lot of hard work from people in this room. And then having Nostr, a protocol that actually delivers value, works as well, right? Like Lightning was invented far before Nostr, and it has not achieved relative product market fit. I think zaps might be the most used use case for Lightning today. And so we power a decent amount of Lightning stuff. Primal's probably one of our most active customers when it comes to making API calls. Volume is different because people aren't moving, $1 million when they zap. But anyway, I think that that's very underappreciated. That's something that's been desired on the web for many decades, from anonymous cypherpunks to the most powerful people in the world have all desired for this use case. We seem to have achieved that. And that's what I am more focused on, is I'm really excited about reads, right? Maybe it's longer form content that you can really build tremendous amounts of value in that actually attract more value for value exchange instead of short informational bursts. Jack invented Twitter, right? But Twitter wasn't necessarily maybe designed, especially today, for really high value content that you would want to spend your hard-earned money on. It's a lot of, at this point with Elon, it's a lot of violent shit posting, right? And attention seeking. And so, yeah, anyway, I agree with you. I think it's super underappreciated that we've somehow achieved that very casually, and that no one seems to really be talking about how big of a deal that is. Seriously, what the fuck? Anyway, that's my take.
Agreed. That's a massive deal that's underappreciated. Remember that the whole narrative that Bitcoin can't scale? And look at what we're doing now with Lightning and Zap.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm going to get a little more aggressive. It's seriously, listen, people don't care as much as they say, right? Money talks, free market as the judge. The panel before, there's a lot of people in this room that still have a Twitter account, including myself. I have a big following on Twitter. We don't spend marketing at Strike. It's a huge asset to the business that I can talk to people about Bitcoin at the size and scale. I'm not afraid to admit that. So, I mean, that's just the reality that we live in, is if everyone cared about privacy as much as they fucking claimed they would do, that they wouldn't have these accounts, but they do. So face reality, right? I think having the vision, everyone shares the same vision. It's not that unique anymore. But the difficult part is the path we have to walk to get there. And I've misstepped constantly in my Bitcoin path, right? I think we all see Bitcoin disrupting Visa and all of these things. It's the execution path to get there is what's difficult. So if you take a step back and you look and you realize okay, people are going to tell you what you want to hear constantly in your life. If everyone actually believed in the merits of privacy and not overly controlling algorithms and censorship, then no one would have a fucking Facebook account. But Zuckerberg's got the most active users of anyone ever. He has everyone on planet Earth that has a brain is a customer of his, right? And so what is unique to what we've achieved? I fundamentally think combining micropayments on the internet with a way to express and post content is something it's a huge achievement. And it's it's a tiny bit, in my opinion, of the focus. You know, it's just me being super honest.
Absolutely. That make me think about paraphrasing something that I read by Martin Malmi, and it was just like Bitcoin is for money, but Nostr is for everything else. Eventually, every app could be built on Nostr. Would you agree with that? Can we be that positive about Nostr in the future, or is this a little bit too much?
Yes, I think we can be that positive, and I think every app will be built on top of Nostr. Don't know how long it's going to take, but as time goes by, the gravitational pull of Nostr is going to increase, because you have kind of two starkly contrasted approaches. You have the legacy approach where every app is a closed silo, and you have what we're doing on Nostr, where you not only have the open social graph with all the identities and connections and web, excuse me, web of trust and things like that, but also content types. So as new applications join the Nostr network, they create their artifacts, their own content types, and if implemented properly, they become Nostr events that become usable by other applications. So as a new application developer, you have the incentive to plug into the network effects of Nostr. Again, not only in terms of users, but also in terms of various artifacts that you can utilize within your application. For example, we presented yesterday an example where for long-form content, there's Medium and Substack. And on Medium, you can create a highlight. It's a very cool feature, and people can kind of collaborate around that highlight. But that highlight is forever trapped within Medium. Whereas on Nostr, you have long-form clients that, when built properly, they produce documents that are Nostr events that can be used on any other client. And the highlight artifact itself is also a Nostr event that can be used in other clients. So imagine this for every content type, for every application type, the creating artifacts and posting them as Nostr events, and then allowing developers to assemble these types of things in ways that we can't even imagine today. So I think it won't be necessarily censorship resistance, or maybe even not even zaps, but the applications that developers will build on Nostr will just be much more sophisticated, much more feature-rich and vibrant, and that's why Nostr is going to win.
I think absolutely. Of course, it's possible, but again, I think you got to build a network effect somehow, somewhere, right? You got to the network. Once you have the network effect, then yes, there's all sorts of possibilities, and I think everyone is arguably better at describing and explaining and articulating that vision better than I am. But I would urge, and I personally, work on when I work with people in the space or when our API supports customers, it's the micropayments use case. I do believe that that is where we can garner a unique network effect. I'm not sure what worked for TikTok is going to work for Nostr. I don't know why that would logically make any sense, right? You download TikTok, and they're very successful because they give you the value as soon as you create an account. You get a video immediately, and you swipe, in about 10 swipes, they know exactly what you want to see, they know exactly who you are. So from signing up to getting the unique value that is their algorithm is immediate and it's frictionless. And I think the most difficult part right now is how do you get someone onto this network in realizing the unique value, like the use case that I experienced, someone that I've personally known for many years. Like how are you able to deliver that frictionlessly? I think that is what's unique, it's global, it's open. So you got to build a network effect and deliver real value in a frictionless way at scale before you're combining Spotify and Instagram and TikTok on one interface. I fundamentally believe that. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'll be the jackass that has to watch this clip back because someone achieved that. But
we'll do both.
I do think the network effect probably starts by focusing on what we've achieved that's fundamentally huge and that's unique. you know?
Well, unfortunately, I'm very sad because the time is over. I had so many other questions for you, and I wanted to challenge you with other things because I'm more skeptical, but I have to say that after this panel, I'm more bullish on Nostr than I have ever been. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your experience, and see you again.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again, panel. We'll get back to main stage in just a minute or two. We'll play some house music, do a quick changeover. Thank you, that was great. We'll be right back.
We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future, that we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. Our ingenuity, what separates us from other species. In El Salvador, we are trying to rescue this idea and start the design of a country for the future, using the best ingredients that makes us who we are, while using sensibility to find the best examples of ideas from history and around the world. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. I believe Bitcoin could be Bitcoin. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas.
Bitcoin, el primer y único objeto físico-digital finito.
All right, we're going to get going with a very exciting speaker. Thank you for being attentive. That's great. Got a couple heading into the home stretch, a couple of sessions left, and they're going to be very interesting. Just before I bring up our next speaker, I did want to just take a second and reflect on kind of a unique thing personally. I do tech. I'm a tech entrepreneur guy, and I figured, hey, I should maybe pivot into this Bitcoin thing. And I'd watched online in our local community. I'm from Vancouver, and there was this clever person that kept posting, and I said, well, I sent him a DM. I go, look, could I pick your brain? Maybe I'll take you to lunch, and you can tell me about this Bitcoin stuff. And only a few minutes into this did I realize I was in the presence of somebody very, very unique. And I continued to follow along, ran into him once in a while at our Vancouver Bit Devs thing. And then I see him post this thing, said, hey, I'm working with this Nostr. And I'm thinking maybe it's a new kind of code language or Rust or something like that. But what is this Nostr thing? And I could see it developing and getting more and more exciting. And he was posting his updates. And we would run in again at Bit Devs, and at this point, things were starting to happen. And there was one particular time I remember, because I was surprised to see you there, Will, but his life had just changed. He had been recognized for his work, and some very important people got behind the initiative and tapped him on the shoulder and said, let's make something happen here. And at that one particular time, you arrived, and I could tell that your mind was literally being blown as we spoke. He was kind of hiding off in a corner in the kitchen of that area. And I wandered over. I said, hey, nice that you still hang out with us mere mortals. But I think the sarcasm was lost at the time, because it was pretty overwhelming. But the thing was, there was a very special moment as we were all departing, and we were in an elevator together. And I said, seriously, Will, this is going to be a hell of a ride. Congratulations for everything that's happening. And he said something so simple and very much JV55. He says, I just want to protect free speech. And everything that was going on in his life, he had that core principle that mattered. And I realized that not only was this a brilliant mind, it's a brilliant soul. And one of the people that are the guardians taking this thing forward, and many of them that are here, and they should all be acknowledged, of course. But in this particular case, we are going to hear from the developer of Damus, and he'll tell you why or why not privacy is important in Nostr. Will, would you please give us your knowledge and expertise? Thank you so much.
Hello. It's kind of crazy. It's been like 2 years. I think I started working on Damus in 2020, early 2020. And I kind of feel like an old man. Like, I don't know, I just feel like, I still have like NIP04, like DMs in my client. You know, there's a lot of crazy cool stuff happening. And I started thinking like, wow, like, I feel like I'm so out of date with like the latest technology in Nostr, and just things are moving at such an insanely accelerated rate in this space that even me, like I spend every day like looking at NIPs, just the markdown version of that, that it's like I still miss so much stuff. And so I decided to go and I think this was the first proposed talk on the Nostriga GitHub repo. But then after this, there's been like, 5 or 6, talks on private, like DM technology. And so I'm really glad that, we got this kickstarted and we're talking about this now, even though it's only been like 2 years or so, like since we started Nostr. And, but it's a pretty important topic, because as I'll get into, privacy is pretty fundamental. You can't have free speech without privacy. So let's get into it. This is me. I work on protocol stuff. I've been working on Bitcoin Core, not developing on Bitcoin Core in 2010, but oh, Jesus, how did I break this already? You can see my calendar. What happened? Oh. There we go. I've been working on Lightning very early. I'm kind of a protocol hipster in some sense. I'm starting to work on Arc now. I think it's kind of cool. Shout out to Stephen Roos. And yeah, Nostr dev. So let's jump into private Nostr. I really wanted to just do a kind of like a high-level overview of kind of the latest privacy technology. I'm not going to jump into nips on this panel, on this discussion. There's been a lot of discussions on this. The Jeff G did a really good one that dove into some of these things, but I'm going to give a high level about kind of the current privacy issues on Nostr. Can we even make Nostr more private? Is that something we want to do? Is it something we can even do? What does a private Nostr look like? Like, what does it mean? Does it just mean more DM, like more DM types, or like can we make all of Nostr private? And is private Nostr even possible? So let's jump into it. Nostr, I really like Rabble's description of his little tagline, the social app protocol, because it truly underpins a very important aspect of the protocol, which is this social graph layer. And it enables lots of kind of unique and cool things. And one of the properties of the Nostr protocol is how open it is. Openness is awesome. I truly believe that the reason why developers find it so easy to build interoperable apps in the first place is because the data is there. You can see it, you can pull it down. If some client is doing something weird, you can be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll adapt my client to that weird thing you're doing. So openness is like a really important property, and we want to keep that property there. But it's kind of, openness has a few issues. So here's a little visualization of something I've been working on lately in NodeDeck. I've been playing with like visualization of kind of my social graph and things that are in the local database. And it's truly mind-blowing how much data that's just in your phone. And you don't really think about it because we don't have really good tools for visualizing it. But there is so much data, and all that data is, in some sense, is tracking the activity of the users. So all of these individuals who are all communicating with each other, with NIP04 specifically, you can log into their account and just start seeing all the people they've talked to. You can't see the contents of the message, but it's still very concerning. And this is actually a huge issue when people first join Damus and they learn about this and they immediately leave because they're like, oh, this is really creepy. And it's because it's such a rare thing. It's not something that's, people don't expect that on a modern social app these days. And yeah, so even when the content is encrypted, it still exposes lots of metadata. So thank you, Vanessa, for like, I was writing these slides, and I was like, oh, metadata. She's like, what are you talking about? Like, what is metadata? Like, what does that mean? I'm like, oh, right. So thank you for grounding me back in normie land and reality. So I'm going to explain quickly, just define what metadata is. So metadata is the auxiliary information that kind of, it's attached to the main content of the message. So in the case of a letter, it might be, the actual contents of this envelope, which is like the actual letter. You might not be able to read the letter, but you can still see some metadata about the letter, such as who it's from, who it's to. And the main thing it does is associate who is talking to who is talking to who. So why is that a bad thing? Like, why should you be concerned about that? The dangers of metadata. Ex-NSA chief Michael Hayden, famously said, "We kill people based on metadata." So obviously, if you're sending a DM, you don't want to get drone striked. So we try to avoid that as much as possible. If you're an activist fighting corruption in some corrupt regime, the threat of detention for associating with certain groups is a real threat, and that's like a real concern. And especially since I've been experiencing going to a lot more HRF events, I didn't realize how common this is still an issue across the world. Like, we're very fortunate that we don't have to deal with these issues, but a large majority of the world that we're building this technology for still has this issue, and we want to make sure that, they're not going to be thrown in jail for just sending a shit post or something, So that's really important. And maybe more day-to-day realistic thing, you could get caught by your partner chatting up your ex. Don't do that, but, that's people like something you have to worry about. Like, this is something that's real people have these issues. So what's the current state of metadata on legacy social media today? So there's still metadata, but it's kind of hidden from you. So employees can see the metadata. They have access to the database. And a lot of the time, they can even see the contents of your messages. If you're sending a message on Instagram, someone within that company they could go into your DMs and look at it because they have no incentive to encrypt your information. We at least started with encrypted DMs at the start, which is just insane, but surprisingly the majority of social media still doesn't have that property. And even if you trust them not to read your DMs, data leaks still happen all the time. Recently, hackers leaked 1.1 terabytes of Disney's internal Slack chat. So if you're a company, you got to worry about internal leaks and all these things. So the situation's not great, even on legacy social media, but like we should still be a lot better than that still, because we want to build the future of communication protocols that's decentralized. So what can we do? So some initial ideas that were first thrown around on this idea was, the first thing I thought of was like, okay, well, you just have a private relay. You auth to that relay, which means that the relay is like, okay, I know who you are. I'm going to serve you the notes, and only you can read the notes, or only the whitelisted people can read the notes. And this is actually pretty simple. I like it. If you're running an internal like Slack for your company, you can just keep your notes private and only allow people to read them. But it still has a huge issue in the sense of if someone's on that relay, they can still broadcast it to the public network. And that is a property it's not good. You don't want that, because if you have a disgruntled employee, they can just broadcast things to the network. And so we're trying to avoid that situation as well. This little fancy thing is called a protected event. And this came out of the genius mind of Fiat Jaff, of just adding a dash to the tag, and that's just going to solve all our issues. But it's simple. I added this to the Damus relay, so if you add that tag to your note, the Damus relay will reject it. And the main point of it is to give some agency back to the user how notes appear on certain relays. So we're trying to get all the relays to implement that. So and if you build a custom relay, you can handle that specifically to allow it in certain situations. So it's simple, but you still have the issue where anyone can broadcast a note. So what do we really want? Signal kind of took this problem very seriously. And there's certain properties of the Signal protocol and the Simplex protocol that are very important. The big one is post-compromise security, which is if you leak your key, which you probably do because you're an idiot and you store it in notes, then you don't want to have all your conversation history leaked. I say idiot because I'm an idiot and I've done this in the past. I've posted my private key on Nostr, and because I thought it was a public key, because back then we had hex keys, and that's how NSEX and NPub came to be, because I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that again. So now when you paste your NSEC in Damus, it'll actually just paste your NPub instead. So it will protect you. So the post-compromise security is important, but also forward secrecy, so that people can't just harvest your data and then decrypt it later. So the big question is, can we do just as good on Nostr? Is it possible? This is the question I asked myself, and I was really interested in exploring this idea. So a big part of this is the metadata security. So one thing that I think Vitor came up with it, maybe Hodlbod was contributing as well, but this idea of GIF wraps, which is a very simple idea. And I think it's a very simple idea, but I don't think it's explained very well. So I think this slide should at least clear it up for everyone. So you can imagine you're sending a message to Vitor, and there's nothing else associated. You don't know who it's from. It's just a random key that generated the note. But inside the note is a seal. So it actually has my signature on it. Only Vitor could read that. But it's still another envelope you have to unwrap, which is it's a private note to Vitor. But the important thing about this internally, so again, on the outside we got the GIF wrap, and we have the seal, which has my signature on it, and then the internal thing is called the rumor. So the important thing, the reason why we do this is because the rumor does not have a signature on it, so you can't broadcast it to the network, which is actually really, really important, because I want to send him these messages, but I don't want him to just broadcast it to say that I actually did that. There's no way for him to do that on the protocol. So that's a really cool tool. The only downside is that GIF wraps, they're really just one-to-one. You can only send one to someone, and it has some spam issues, and it's like a DOS vector in some situations if you're sending people lots of GIF wraps and they got to decrypt them. But I don't think it's that big of an issue. I think Damus will probably have NIP17 DM GIF wraps soon. So here's an example. So you have all these issues with metadata, but with GIF wraps for DMs, NIP17, this issue just goes away. So we're already making progress. But we want more. We want everything to be private. Let's make all of Nostr private if you choose to do so. So this is where Jeff G has been looking at making this more efficient, being able to encrypt notes to larger numbers of people all at once. You don't have to spam 100 notes every time you want to send a note to a group of 100 people. So he gave a talk about this, the MLS stuff. It basically just creates this crazy tree thing with lots of keys that makes it efficient. I don't really understand it. It's very complicated moon math stuff. I try to not dive too deep unless I'm doing drugs or something. But yeah, I'm sure I'll get into this soon, but to me, we're moving into a direction where if this actually works, where you can take a note and you can encrypt it to a group of your friends. So you just say, like, imagine you have a friend group, and actually Rabel gave me this when he was on the harassment panel. He had this thing that he wanted where he was like, I want to be able to send a private note to like 100 of my followers. And Shores, actually, I was talking to him just like like 10 minutes ago or like an hour ago, and he was like, this is very similar to the protected accounts on Twitter in some sense, right? I mean, I've never used it, so I don't really know how they work, but you want to just share it to a group of your followers, and only they can see it. So using this MLS technology, in theory, we could start exploring some of these ideas. And so maybe we can leverage MLS, which is kind of just an improved signal protocol, and Nostr notes, just encrypting Nostr notes, to, like, if you want to, use any of the apps you're currently using and just upgrade the notes to encrypted versions. And have basically signal-like privacy properties on Nostr. And this could open up in a whole new way that people use Nostr. And I think the MLS spec was just launched like a week or two ago or something. So this is still very, very new. I basically had to like rewrite my slides like 3 times when I was preparing for this. But so this is cutting edge stuff. And if you're a developer and you want to get involved, I think a lot of us should be putting more focus on this because it's really exciting and it's really promising. And I think it's the best chance that we have for saving private Nostr. Nostrich, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, thank you. I just kept it short. I want to open up to questions if anyone has any questions related to this. So feel free to shoot them to me.
Show of hands, and we'll get to... Put up your hand. We'll bring a mic over if you got a question for Will. There's got to be a bunch. That was a pretty cool presentation. It's just sinking in. What are we thinking?
You can always just come and talk to me afterwards, too. That's fine.
Yeah, hunt him down afterwards. All right?
Okay.
Thank you,
Cheers.
Will. Okay, we are going to take a little bit of a break, probably give you a time to go get yourself a beverage, visit the washroom if you need to. We're back at main stage at 4:30, so that puts us at about 14 minutes time. So see you back here at 4:30 sharp.
Thermodynamics cannot be taught. An idea whose time has come will not be stopped. When Satoshi looks down at us, he would be proud. We all have fun staying poor at the knock corners in the crowd. Resisting surveillance with KYC and compliance. This is cypherpunk culture with the foundation of compliance. How can you argue this is not mass adoption when politicians say that NGU is the only option? Walking through TSA to hear your favorite podcaster. A strategic reserve of stolen funds, says the political master. When compliance becomes defiance, are we missing the point? Submitting to their authority in a security checkpoint. Satoshi envisioned PodConf controlling the narrative, or did he believe that defiance was an imperative? When people use Bitcoin, they undermine the system. When they submit KYC, they still resist them. Thermodynamics cannot be taught. An idea whose time has come will not be stopped. When Satoshi looks down at us, he would be proud. We all have fun staying poor at the knock corners in the crowd. Resisting surveillance with KYC and compliance. This is cypherpunk culture with the foundation of compliance. When Satoshi set out, he wanted more Bitcoin podcasts and influencers shilling products to the beaten and downcast. When he looks down at us from above, there is a tear in his eye. Satoshi is proud that the Bitcoin community is so alive.
of the sun? Only dream I ever have. Every time I shut my eyes, it's always the same.
Maybe you should talk to Dr. Searle. See if he can help you out.
Maybe. Let me guess. The surface of the sun? Only dream I ever have. Every time I shut my eyes, it's always the same. Good dream? Good dream? Let me guess. The surface of the sun? Only dream I ever have. Every time I shut my eyes, it's always the same.
Maybe you should talk to Dr. Searle. See if he can help you out.
Maybe. Maybe. Only dream I ever have. Only dream I ever have.
We might get started a little bit early, a few minutes. No, never mind that. Check that. We're right on time at 4:30. 2-minute call, folks. 2-minute call to the main stage, and we'll get underway 4:30 sharp. 2 minutes. All right, we're stirring. We're getting excited. This is something that's been a highlight on the schedule, absolutely. Fireside chat. This is kind of interesting term, fireside. But I think there was a fireside chat, again, in the very first Nostriga, took place by the river. But we're going to imagine this is a fireside chat here with two of our coming panelists. They'll just make their way here and start riffing on some stuff for you, chatting at the fireside. There is, you guys, you want to do this now, or do you want to? Should we strike up the band, or what are you thinking? They're just going to kind of wander on. This is it. Oh, this is loose. Look at this. That's how you do it. Yeah. So. I'm watching the Super Bowl, and there's this cutaway to the booth, and there's this picture, kind of an iconic picture, if you know what I'm talking about. And my wife and my daughter, my phone blows up a second later, and I happen to spot somebody that we know, and I'm thinking, oh, they're gonna call and go, oh, we saw that really cute guy, that Nostr guy, but actually they went, where can I get that shirt? And that was it. That was the shirt heard. Yeah, please do. And it's from?
The Lightning Store.
Exactly. And I think it blew up after the shirt heard around the world. I think that's what we referred to it. So anyhow, nothing personal. You are a cute guy, but they loved the shirt. And I think it's your signature now. Hey, very rarely can people be addressed simply by one name, and everybody knows who we're talking about. So these two gentlemen are certainly within that company, and we know exactly when we say Odell and Jack.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Do you own any other shirts?
No.
Just that one?
Just this one.
I think most people in this room know this. Maybe people on the live stream do not know this. But Jack personally pays for these Nostr events. This is the third one that a team of volunteers has put on. First in Costa Rica, then Tokyo, now here in Latvia and Riga. It's incredibly important for you and the team of volunteers to try and do it as global as possible. But can we just give Jack a huge round of applause for? It's kind of ridiculous. Like, that's an insane thing to do, is throw free conferences around the world. I've never been to a packed free conference before. It's
Matt
thing.
did suggest over lunch that we charge for the next one.
I did.
And if we do, blame him.
Wait. There's some nuance here. I said charge $21 in Bitcoin, and every guest here today got a payable Bitcoin NFC card where they can pay with Bitcoin at the bar or the restaurants, at the food trucks outside, that had $21 on it. So I suggested you pay $21 and then you get $42 if you show up on the card, so there's some proof of work. So actually, it's even better than free because you actually make money to come to the event. So I mean, you got to be clear here.
What's the goal? But I do think I want another round of applause for all of our volunteers because they really do all the work and come up with all creativity. Apologies in advance. I'm getting over bronchitis, so if my voice is a little bit weak. But I do think it's really important that we foster this community and we foster the development through meeting in person. And we did start in Costa Rica. We went to another continent, chose Tokyo. Another continent chose Europe, and we'll continue to bounce around the world every single year. And hopefully it continues to grow. But while our attendance hasn't grown a lot, the depth of the conversation and the presentation has really been impressive. And I think just getting together in person like this really accelerates what we're able to do. And I think it's complementary to a bunch of the work Matt and others are doing in terms of funding development and funding education, funding content. All these things add up, and all these parts play a significant role in compounding to building this thing that we love and the thing that we know will impact so many people in a positive. Not just yet, but over time, absolutely.
Love it. I mean, so while we're on that topic, why do you focus so much time, energy, money on Nostr?
It's the only reason I'm in a position that I can even consider doing something like this is because of the grace of the open source developers on the internet and the way that the internet was built. For those of you who are as old as me, you remember Usenet, you remember the early days of Linux, you remember Gopher, you remember the early days of the web, you remember the principles, but most importantly, you remember that you could read the code. And that was incredible. And the fact that all these APIs were open, the fact that Rabel brought this up, that TCP/IP, the very foundation of the internet, was considered the ugly, wrong choice, and people made it work. And every single interaction we have today in the world, every single person in the world has an interaction today where they touch that work, and they touch this concept of the bazaar model instead of the cathedral. And we have so many companies and we have so many organizations trying to build this cathedral model and control it and take more and more so that they can profit more and more. And we need to have an opinionated and different approach that we build in parallel. For when those things fail, which they will, we have some place that people can go to. And that's what gives me a lot of patience around what everyone is building here, is because like our only goal here is just to build in parallel and to make sure that we continue to build something that when people need it, it's available. And I think that's really important, that we always have those options available to us. The same is true for Bitcoin. There's a lot of talk about how censorship resistance is important, and a lot of talk about censoring, and a lot of talk about freedom of speech and all these things, but no one has proven that they actually want that. If they actually wanted it, they'd be using it every single day. And it's a lot of, it's really good marketing right now. But if you actually want to see if people believe in it, believe it in their soul, they're going to act and they're going to do something about it. And we're just not seeing that right now. But when they are ready, and when they're forced to be ready, or when their mind is finally open to take another action and sacrifice the convenience they have right now and the network they have right now, that this place is ready and that Bitcoin is ready. And it's up to the task of supporting billions and billions of people. So it's a long haul, and it's something that, you know, we may not even see the entire fruits in our lifetime. I think we will. But the fact that we have this collection of people working on this and working on these ideals and thinking about the long term and suffering through the small numbers right now, I think is really important, really unique, and I don't know, I love it. I love being part of this community. Matt is very big on clapping and getting energy back from the audience, so I don't care. So after any time he stops talking, if you could just give him some energy back, and I'm good.
No, we clap after Jack.
No.
Let's, we have a packed house here. We have short time, so let's get in it. You're the co-founder of Twitter, obviously. Now it's X. Elon took it private. Now it's X. It has about 500 million users, 500 million users. 5 years, does Nostr have more users than X?
Yeah, great question. It's not about the answers, it's the questions you ask, and that's how we're judging this conversation. It's finding the right question, right? In 5 years, I don't know. I certainly hope so. The thing about Nostr and Bitcoin is there's no fundamental reason why it can't have all of the Earth's information. Like have the largest corpus of information. And I think we want that. I think we should push for that. There's a lot of conversation today about information overload. I think we want and we benefit from more and more information. The other side of that is we need the right ability to organize it. And that's where algorithms do come in. And if we have agency around choosing whether to use those algorithms or not, being able to build them, then we have a perfect union. But there's no reason, there's nothing stopping people from just putting everything on this platform. And there's no reason why we shouldn't welcome it. Because if we do have the largest corpus of information, people can build really amazing things on top of it. And I think from that degree, maybe the number of users is the wrong metric. It's how useful it is, and how useful the information is, and how much is actually there. What is the density? Because it's not just going to be humans utilizing this. It's not just going to be humans connecting on all this. I know they're a bad word right now, but like bots are our future, and they will be a valuable part of our future if we have agency over them, if we can help control them, if we can choose to use them or not, and they're transparent. And there's no better platform to start working with agentic AI and bots than Nostr because of the openness, because of the transparency, because you don't have to ask for permission for anything. So we have a playground that these new systems can actually intersect on, and I think we should embrace that. And we should, our strongest message right now, and this was said by, I don't know what presentation it was, but there was a slide with a number of developers, Blue Sky and Twitter, and who said that? Was that Pablo?
It was Pablo and Julian.
That's our strongest message right now is the strength and the size of our developer network. And that is unbounded in terms of growth. And that metric, I think, is unique and super important.
We're going to have more users than X in 5 years. Very long-winded non-answer from Jack. I think you believe it. I think you just feel a little bit pigeonholed.
No, not at all. I'm just being realistic. Sure, X is cutting down on bots and all these things. I don't think we don't have that constraint because we don't have that problem.
Fair enough.
And I think we should embrace that. So along that metric, having more programs and having more automations and having more experiments, Rob will remember this. This is what made Twitter super weird and super interesting back in the day, is people were hooking real things to it, and devices and bots and Tamagotchis and all these things. And it was fun because it was like humans you could talk to, but also like things that were like suddenly had emotion and were alive. And that was so early. This was over 18 years ago. But all that technology behind all that stuff right now, with everything we're seeing with AI and agentic systems, it's really mature now. It's actually useful. It's actually useful, and it's providing real value. And I think it's a big, big part of our future. So if Nostr can be one of those protocols and those playgrounds, like there's no question that we have more. But how are you measuring that?
Okay, so you're saying that you expect Nostr to be more useful than X in 5 years.
I would say it's already more usable because people don't have to ask permission to change it, so they can make it usable for themselves. They can make it usable for people like them, and as you saw with the Ditto presentation from Alex, people can come to it and build their own custom viewport and their own custom experience that fits them, and everything they do in that small little world benefits the entire world and the entire protocol of Nostr, and it ends up benefiting everyone. No.
More energy.
After he asked the questions only. They were doing the right thing.
Okay, so on Tuesday, in a court case with Elon and X from his ex-employees, the investor shareholder cap table of X got released in that court proceeding. And in there, they listed the different investors that took X private. It includes a who's who of like a P. Diddy connected VC fund, A16Z, the Saudis, a Palantir connected VC fund, and you. And so my question for you is, how do you feel about the direction that Elon has taken the platform that you built?
I think that was actually sincere applause for you. I made a decision to roll over my shares. So I had 3% of the company. Elon bought it. I kept all my shares. I didn't sell any. I didn't have this giant payday as the company was sold. I did so because, first and foremost, I believe in the idea of Twitter, much more than any particular manifestation. The manifestation of the idea that I believed in the least, the absolute least, was a public company. We were a public company that was reliant upon one business model solely, in a singular fashion, and that was the advertising model. And the reason why we had an advertising model is because our peers did. We wanted to go public, and that was the fastest path to do so. And there was no ability to send value across the internet. There was no micropayments on the internet, as Jack talked about. We've actually been talking about it for 40 years, if not more. And Zaps is the biggest living, scaling experimentation of that idea. Thank you, Will, and thank you for the entire Bitcoin ecosystem for making that possible. So, taking it private, I'm so grateful that someone was able to do that. I'm so grateful that it was taken private by an entrepreneur and a technologist instead of a private equity firm. It would be dead at this point. It would be dead if it was still a public company, because there's no hope of competing with the likes of Facebook and Google. And it allows the space to do some experimentation and do a lot of different things. And Elon is testing that. I don't always agree with the methods or the sequence. The reaction to perceived threats, which I don't see as threats at all. But I appreciate that it's covered and protected and they can experiment. The biggest disagreement I have with the way it's run and the potential for it in the future is, before I left, we wanted to build a protocol. Right now, Twitter owns the protocol. It owns the presentation layer, and it owns the distribution. All three. It puts a ton of pressure for whoever's running that company to make decisions around what's on the service and what's not. Having a protocol where the content lives and you can separate those other layers takes away a bunch of the liability and still allows you to build a really amazing business on top of it. And it'd be my hope that Elon and the company recognize this, and they recognize the single point of failure that they're in. It doesn't matter who is the CEO of that company, no matter how much you love them or hate them. They're in a place where they have a choke point. And that choke point can be their business model. It can be the relationship with their other businesses. It can be countries threatening to raid the offices of their employees or put them in jail, which we had when I was CEO of Twitter many, many times in countries all around the world. And it's not sustainable. You can't build a company that means to serve as a town square, a public town square, without having something underneath it that no single entity owns. And that's what Nostr represents to me, is that you can remove some of that liability and you can get back to the idea of what Twitter was meant to be and what it ultimately is by providing a much stronger foundation that no single person, no government, no company owns or can remove. And that's what this is all about to me, is giving options to a company like Twitter so that they can take that option. I'm not saying that they will, but the fact that it's an option is really important. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I really love Twitter. I loved building it. I still love it. I think the algorithm has taken over too much. Everything I don't love about it, I see alternatives in Nostr that I do love. And it's not me saying like, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this. People just come to their own conclusions. I'm like, man, that's awesome. That's awesome that someone's thinking about that and they're doing it and no one's telling them to do it. They just want it, then they want to build it. And they don't have to ask for any permission. As a CEO of another company, like people have to ask permission from me all the time to get money and to fund their projects and to get budget and whatnot, and to be able to take myself out of that equation and instead take the benefit I've had from building something like Twitter and Square and Block and giving it to organizations like Matt to make those decisions in a rigorous way with a board of 9 people, which I'm told is extremely important, that particular size, and other organizations. And for them to make those funding decisions about ideas that we should have in these experiences, in these protocols, and these platforms, is pretty amazing to see. And so, while I'm upset about various things in Twitter, I love that the idea persist, and that it's even being made stronger and stronger and stronger every day in the work that we're talking about over these past 2 days. They're pre-clapping for your question, because they know the next one's going to be a banger.
I mean, I used to love Twitter too, but I think Nostr fixes this.
Yeah, I do. I also agree.
That wasn't a question.
I respect that you are able to delete your account and that you did. It's a big step to walk away from an audience. It's a big step to take away the convenience, and it's a big step to go the opposite direction of the momentum. And you're brave, because you're in a world that is dependent upon people knowing what you do and your audience, and you're only as good as your reach ultimately. And to take that channel and just say, I'm building elsewhere, I think is important, because if people don't follow your lead, we're not really going to be anywhere. Like, we need to have that, and we need to have this new experience that you haven't seen elsewhere. And I agree completely with Rabel in terms of the magic. The first magic thing is being able to plug that NSEC into different clients and different apps. I think it's amazing. The second for me is apps, but that freedom that gives is important. Having more of those, but also people like you that are braving ahead and saying like, I'm forgetting this. You can find me here, and I'm dedicating myself to it, is important. Snowden was going that direction, and the technology got in his way. He has a very complicated setup, and there were some issues with Tor, and we haven't seen him for quite some time on either service. But he wanted to do something very similar. He has a massive audience elsewhere. But the more people we have like you and him, and hopefully others that do that, and make this a thing and make it present, I think we all benefit, and as long as technology is backing up in the product experience. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's drill in a little bit more there. Do you have an opinion on Elon's decision to do mass identity verification on X's 500 million users?
This is great. Yeah, I mean, I think I wish he didn't have to, and I wish he wouldn't. But running a company that we have to, I understand. You know, we're running a payments company. It's a public company, and we have a lot of regulation around us and a lot of requirements, as was talked about in some other presentations. We can't be a full Bitcoin company. No company can be a full Bitcoin company, because as soon as you intersect US law or any other law, you make compromises. So you have to keep in mind that Elon's stated goal is for X to be the everything app, and part of the everything app is moving money. And I don't know what the plans are and how they move that money, but they're certainly getting money transmitter licenses, and that requires KYC.
Yeah, but that's not, I mean, his explanation for why he's doing it is to combat bots and spam, and there are other ways you can do that that don't require identity verification. We've had a couple panels today that have discussed ways that Nostr clients can do that through proof of work or through micropayments with Bitcoin.
Yeah. There are other ways, but it's a question of like convenience for the individual. And again, the reality is people might say they care, but they don't care. They don't. And they'd rather go the convenient path and just get the blue check and go and get the bigger audience or remove the ads. And it's not important to them right now. And hopefully it becomes important through more understanding, or hopefully not through a crisis that they have in terms of like losing some of their identity or being doxxed or whatnot. But it's not important. If it was important, people would care about it and would demand it and the market would provide a different solution, but that's not the case.
I mean, the concern is you got a
Shout
fan
out,
back
I
there.
see you.
We appreciate you.
We'll talk.
The concern is when you see the increasing attacks on speech around the world, we see a country like the UK right now, right, where they are targeting people who are retweeting tweets, who are liking the wrong tweet, that are posting the wrong comment on Facebook, and they're throwing them in jail. And then you couple that with widespread identity verification on social media users, and then all of a sudden you have these governments that are going to use that information to then target people that say things they don't want to say. And unfortunately, the reality is most people will learn this the hard way. As you said, they choose convenience first. But it will be people being thrown in jail, people having their lives ruined before they realize the danger of this mass identity verification.
100%, but it's not just that. And I agree. I would rather not link any identity to, you know, quote unquote dangerous political speech. But an activist today who's questioning their government, choosing between X and choosing Nostr, the risks are effectively the same.
Why?
In terms of privacy. We're very leaky with IP addresses. There are ways to go around this, but the average activist doesn't know how to use those tools effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think the IP address concern is a real concern. That's just a general internet concern. Obviously, you are leaking your IP address to Twitter or Facebook or anything else you use.
Right,
but you're not leaking it externally. You can use VPNs, you can use Tor. We're going to have clients that provide different types of services to try and mitigate that kind of exposure to users, and we're not quite there yet, so I do agree with you.
And if that audience is truly important to us, then we need to build those tools into the stack as much as we can,
I agree,
right?
100%, 100%. I mean, it's the same way I view Bitcoin. If an activist in an authoritarian country can't safely use it in an easy way, we've completely failed. Like the mission, the movement, it's a complete failure.
There's a percent of a percent of a percent of a percent of a percent is who's going to go through the same setup that someone like Snowden goes through to truly protect their identity. And if we can build that into these stacks, and again, play towards the convenience and the momentum that people naturally drive towards because they need to get something out, then we win for that audience. But right now, there is an equivalence. I know it doesn't feel that way, but like the fact is the tools are pretty scarce and they're pretty dangerous for this use case that we care so much about.
So I have one last question for you, because we're up on time. I mean, so you're a fascinating person. You've built two massive publicly traded companies, juggernaut tech businesses, and you've said on the stage today that you regret that Twitter went public, right? And this is something that at 1031 I'm like constantly thinking about with the private Bitcoin businesses that we're investing in. Do you think there's ever a reason for a company to go public, or should just no one go to public markets, just stay in private markets?
It's a question of incentives, because as soon as you go public, your different incentives are forced upon you, and it's very, very challenging to build against those incentives. And I don't know, like it's a question of I don't think companies are inherently evil, but it's very easy for them to go that direction. And it's almost incentivized for them to go that direction. And I think if you make conscious choices around how you build your company, like we gave equity to our employees day one. And that equity is a promise that they have an ownership in the company that will eventually be made good in one of three ways. One, we go out of business, so they lose everything. Two, we're purchased, so they get some potential markup on what they originally got the price of the share for. And third, we go public, which is an open market and it's traded and up and down and all the volatility that suggests, or the long tail. So if you're building your company and you're hiring folks with that promise, then you have to deliver on it. If you strike a different thing where there's a revenue share or we're going to, as a company, we've made so much money, we're going to buy back your shares and we're going to put a premium on it. They have to agree with it, because companies really come down to the team ultimately, and it's just a function and a strategy for like how you build that and ultimately what you can do with it. But I don't think I regret the fact that Twitter could not have just been an open source project, could not have just been an API. But I don't regret the fact that we turned it into a company because it spread the idea super quick. And if I had to choose anything, it'd be the idea. The manifestation of it doesn't matter. I think the idea is really solid, and the idea has inspired new things, such as what we've been talking about, and it makes the idea even better and better and better.
So time is scarce, but we just got it. We got an added 15 minutes here, and I think it's because you guys are clapping so hard. So thank you. So you said you wish Twitter was an open protocol. Obviously, I think that is Nostr.
It is.
before you left leadership at Twitter, because now we know you are continuing, you still own the same amount, so nothing really changed there. You launched this initiative, Blue Sky, which from my perspective was an unmitigated disaster. Do you have any insight in what went wrong there?
So I wrote some tweets. I don't know what year it was. Rabble, do you know? Where's Rabble? So
I'm over here.
Hey, Rabble.
Yeah. Hey.
What's up? So Rabble was my boss for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you know when we announced like the initiative to build the protocol?
I think it was 2020 or 2021. It was maybe 2019. I think the first time I sat down and said, hey, let's do a protocol was 2018. And you were like, oh, so I'll invest. And then some Twitter person, like lawyer, was like, oh no, you can't invest personally and Twitter can't invest in this either. And then it took a couple of years until you figured out how to do it.
Yeah. In a lot of pain, by the way. But we did it, we committed to it, and we launched this thing, and then we had a small team who were talking with this growing community. And actually someone named Fiat Jaff actually came by and had conversations with us. Not physically came by, but talked with a group, Rabble, a bunch of others. And the team, you know, eventually came upon the ultimate lead of what became Blue Sky, which was Jay. And at that time, I was also, well, when we had an activist come into our stock, and that time, when the activist came in, is when I committed to leaving the company. It took me about a year, but that year was up, and as I was leaving the company, we were hiring Jay, and she was launching Blue Sky, and then suddenly Elon expressed interest to buy the company, and that actually went through after a lot of back and forth, which really, really depressed me, and I thought was terrible, and really hurt the company, and I think set up Elon for some negative outcomes early on, and then Jay got pretty nervous about funding existing. We gave them 14 million, and funding continuing to exist after Elon's purchase, and she started to raise money from other VCs, and that and the fact that it had a board and the way it was being developed, as Rabble talked about earlier, and finding Fiat Jaff's markdown file on GitHub where he diagnosed every single problem Twitter had and an actual solution that kind of worked, and the humility in releasing that, and the number of people that were coming to me saying you should look at Nostr, and then tweeting about it and downloading Damus and talking with Will, and again, like the moment for me was taking my NSEC, which was kind of a mix between NSEC and the hex fields at that point, and moving it to another client on the web was like, wow, like this is it. Like it's super janky right now, but there's something here, and the people are amazing. And the next day, I realized like fundamentally Blue Sky is the wrong direction in terms of the way this has been built, and that I should do whatever it takes to help Nostr. And I reached out to Fiat Jaff and Will, and I said, like, do you have a foundation I can donate to? Because I'm donating money to these internet nonprofits. And they both said, hell no. So we figured out other ways to do that, and that started the Nostr Development Fund. And ever since that moment, it's just gotten more and more exciting. More and more people have come on. More and more people have taken it seriously, and I'm just so grateful for like the grace of the folks in this room, Will and Fia Jaff and all the early people that stuck it out for at least a year and a half before I discovered y'all, and just because they believed in it. And like that moment right there, like that time span is the most fragile of any project, of any company, of any initiative. And we have, we have Will and we have Fia Jaff and a bunch of others to thank. So huge round of applause for them. And Matt actually had a podcast with Will early on, and he used it on that podcast and then never used it again until recently, where he's now deleted his X account. So we also have him to thank for finding early technology and finding early folks like Will and believing in them and believing enough in them that you put them on the platform and the stage of your huge podcast platform.
What is the name of that podcast?
Was it Citadel Dispatch or I don't know which one?
It was Citadel Dispatch.
Okay, so
open your
what's up?
podcast app, click subscribe. That was a fun rip. It feels like a decade ago. What was that, like 3 years ago, Will? Like 3 years ago? Oh, yeah. Feels like a decade. We do have the best open source contributors. This movement is a special beast, and I don't think you can overstate that. It is incredibly undervalued. You can throw it up in all caps on the back screen over there, and people would still not appreciate it enough.
True. That claps.
So, I mean, one of the coolest parts about Nostr to me is this idea of being able to move between apps without permission, right? We have this massive ecosystem of hyper-focused apps that do different things. We have apps that do events. We have apps that are based on streaming videos. We have clients that look like an Instagram or clients that look like Reddit. I think OpenSats alone is now funding over 30 Nostr clients, and you can just easily move that private key, that NSEC that is generated when you first launch Nostr in any Nostr app, and you can easily move it to any other client. So it's like the ultimate. First of all, it's ultimate in terms of interoperability, of being able to move around with your social graph and have all your followers and have everyone that you want to communicate and interact with move with you between apps. But it's also the ultimate check on corruption or apps doing things that users don't want or that are predatory against users. It's like a core foundational element of Nostr, right? The difficulty there, right, is so like we might have a lot of people watching this live stream right now that have never used Nostr before. And I find myself in this situation a lot where it's how do you recommend to a new user where to start on Nostr without going into all the nuance of I don't know how to phrase this question. Basically, instead of like listing 30 apps and be like, you could use all of these clients, how do you do it? Like, do you just tell people to like Google Nostr? Do you tell them to go to nostr.com or nostr.org? Like, how do you handle that situation?
I start sending them links. I start sending them posts because I think the thing that's going to drive people to it is who's on it and the content and what they can find ultimately. So whatever client I'm on, there's a share sheet and it goes to iMessage or Signal, and that to me has been the stickiest way to get people in. I think Primal did a really good job of making people feel the importance of it through the Bitcoin wallet built in and being able to buy Bitcoin and receive zaps. Like the thing that really made Twitter click for people early on was the fact that like it was SMS based and it would actually buzz your pocket and your pocket would like vibrate. Like it felt really, really tangible. Like you could feel the network. And zaps is another amazing way to feel the network. The fact that you're getting value, however it's denominated or explained to you. I just signed someone up this guy Tony Shafrazi, and check out my recent notes, because this guy is a legend. This guy was one of the people that found Basquiat, the artist, defaced a number of really important paintings as a statement, as an artistic statement. And this guy just knows everyone. He's just got such an interesting mind. And him posting, and then me reposting him and introducing him, and him getting zaps, because I signed him up for the wallet right away. He's just like, I'm gonna look at this again. And I think that someone said this in an earlier presentation, but it's very easy to get people to try it, and it's very hard to get, I think it was you, Paul, very hard to get them to stay and to come back to it. But the only thing that gets people coming back is like the content, ultimately. And right now, when you sign up with Primal, for instance, I'm gonna pick on you guys. The experience is, why am I following 134 people? Who are these people? And it puts them in this defensive position of like, why am I following these people? And how do I unfollow them? And what the hell are they talking about? And to Rabel's point, they're all talking about Bitcoin. And now they're just like doubly insulted and never gonna open the app, never open the app again unless like you send them posts and through other channels. So the onboarding experience and how people get in is really, really critical and really important. And none of the clients have really figured it out yet. But it's not that far off. Like, it's really not that far off. And I think we see line of sight to it. But it's work. And people will reintroduce themselves to services like this, but only so much. And we have to, just be really hyper aware of like, they're only going to try this maybe twice. And if we miss them on the first time and we miss them on the second time, we're probably going to miss them out completely. And that's the power of the social app protocol that Rabel was talking about, or this ecosystem of apps, is that you may not get them for the Twitter clone. You might get them for another app experience. And they're still using Nostr. And if they're using Nostr for any one of those social apps, then the whole network benefits, including the Twitter clone. That's magic. Like, you don't see that anywhere else. Like, the power of an ecosystem is every part positively reinforces other parts, even if they're completely different use cases and completely disconnected. And like, if you were to talk about an everything app, like, it's amazing. We've seen proof of it in China and in other places, but to actually have an everything ecosystem where you have thousands and thousands of apps that are not controlled by an Apple or a Google, that people control themselves, and they can control their data and bring their data and their identity anywhere, and they can even take it off and remove it. That's powerful, and it will be something that people want over time. But what they want right now is utility. They want immediate realization of value, and we're not going to get it by just competing with the use case of Twitter. We're going to get it by offering a bunch of doorways in, and one of them is going to hook, and it's going to provide that value and that lifting all the boats for all the other use cases that we care about.
They just keep adding time for us.
We have another panel, right, about the whole conference?
Yes. So let's wrap this on one more question, and we'll bring it back to, now that I have more time, we're bringing it back to X.
For someone who's deleted their X account and doesn't care about X, there's a lot of conversation.
You're the co-founder. I have you on stage. We have a
I'm the co-founder of Twitter.
It's and you still own the same percent of X. So one of the reasons I love Twitter, right? It was the only social media I used for over a decade, right? And the reason I love Twitter, one of the core reasons I love Twitter, was because I knew that if I had a Twitter link, if I had a piece of content on Twitter, I could share it with the world, and they didn't have to be logged in, they didn't have to be signed in, they didn't have to have an account, and they were able to see it. Reddit famously called itself the homepage of the internet. Both X and Reddit require you to have accounts in order to view and engage and interact with it. Like right now, if I open an X link on my phone and I don't have a Twitter account, I literally can't see replies, I can't click the user profile, I can't see any responses or anything. It's completely broken. Was that a bad decision on X's part? Was it a necessary decision? And how does Nostr, that's an edge for Nostr.
You have to answer that question in the context of where it's being asked. Like the context of X right now is a business that has to make money, and their money right now is either selling a premium account or advertising, and logging in is important to that. For Nostr, like one of the beauties of Twitter in the early days was that I could text from my phone to our short code 40404, and it would create a permalinked web page that anyone could see immediately, and then the conversation would build. So it was literally the fastest way to reach the world. And I think that's what grew it. It's because I know it doesn't matter what device I put this into, it's going to something that every single person in the world could read immediately. And without an account and without logging in. And I think that's what made the public conversation the public conversation. And that's what made Twitter, in my view, a news app. Like when I was CEO, we pulled Twitter out of the social network category in the App Store, where we were 20, and we put it in the news category in the App Store, where we were number 1. And we did that globally because it's news. It's literally new. And that speed is really important. And it's speed of the access of information, it's speed of the interface. And if we want any hope in competing with that use case, we need that speed. We have it. Like in terms of like a technology that I can put something out where I know it's going to be up and I know it's going to be readable by every single person in the world in a format that they can consume, to me, the best answer right now is Nostr. It is. Because everyone can read it. And the consumption side of it is extremely, extremely critical and important. We have some issues with the URLs we produce and how things are cached and how the page is constructed, and it's a little bit slow. But if we focus on that and become the permalink for all conversation in the world, which I think we can, it's something that people turn their heads to more and more, because like it's now not just the fastest way to put something out, it's the most durable and resilient place to put something out, because no one can take it down except for me, the author, and right now you can't even do that. But the fact that a government can't do it, a company can't do it, it's the fastest place, it's the most stable place, the most resilient place, and most durable place, and those are some pretty powerful attributes.
But just real quick, just to drill into that, these walled gardens that are popping up all throughout the centralized internet are obviously bad for users. It's a worse user experience. The argument that's being made by leadership, at least internally and sometimes externally for publicly facing companies, is that it's going to be better for business, that they want to control their product and the users are their product, so they don't want that content out there. Do you think it's actually a good business decision?
It depends on the business model. For the business model of advertising, it helps because you get more identity, and more identity leads to better targeting for the advertiser.
Yeah, but it's ultimately going to be the kill shot, right? It's how Nostr really takes over everything.
This is a statement you wanted to make instead of the question you asked.
There was a question mark at the end.
Yes, yeah, I'm a believer in protocols over platforms, obviously. I believe that companies can benefit from protocols. I'm building a company that benefits massively from protocol, and that protocol is Bitcoin. And recognizing that and being able to contribute back to it, and recognizing the fact that like it's the only thing that levels the playing field for us, inclusive of like all those open protocols that the internet has provided, and I hope all the open source and open protocols that AI will provide us in the future, instead of like having 5 CEOs make all decisions around these models. You know, I can build a fantastic business on top of that, and others can as well, and it doesn't favor our business versus other businesses. So I think open is always the way to go, but like I understand that businesses will have different decisions based on like what their model is around.
Fair enough. I think it's a shit business decision, though. I guess we'll find out. Do you have any final thoughts for everyone before we wrap?
Thank you. I mean, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of time, one, to even consider this concept, to come all the way out here, some of you away from your families and your friends for these few days, for a conference that, while free, like no one's paying you to be here, and you're sacrificing a lot. Even if it's not a lot, it's meaningful. And the fact that we show up for something like this, I think says everything. The fact that we can have this conference, and that we can have this gathering, and that we have tons of amazing conversations, says it all about the future of this work to me. Like, people are willing to sacrifice real tangible things to make this matter. And that means a lot. It means a lot to everyone here. It means a lot to me that these things are appreciated and that we should continue doing them. I think that's what the new panel is about. We always have this, should we continue doing this? Like, should we do it every year? Where should we do it next? A wrap-up panel. What worked, what didn't. But generally, I think it's working, and I think we'll only benefit these permissionless tools, and I hope it inspires more conferences like this for different use cases and different permissionless tools that we all know we need.
Love it. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Use the tools, try out Nostr, play around with it. Freedom Tech is hope. Let's make this thing happen. Peace.
Thank you. Are we staying up here and doing this right away?
Pretty quick. We're going to get a just short video in here. We're going to do, there's an after. It's a still. Okay, we're going to talk about the after party part of the fun, and then the closing remarks from the panel. So make sure you hang in, folks, because this is an interactive portion of the program, and it's all about feedback from you, how to keep things rolling, and the group that put this all together for you is going to come up on the stage in just a second. But how about you tell us about the after party? Go up with your yellow shirt.
All right. Hey, it's Tomek. So, guys, we are on Nostr, but we need to create real-life social networks. That's why we prepared the best after party for you tonight in the outside space of Latvia. But the weather is bad, but we find even better place. It's called Bar 21, Laska 21 to be precise. We're starting at 6, and we can party all day long. We'll have concerts, DJs, barbecue. We'll have shops offline, fire dance. So hope to see you all there. Bar Laska 21. Thank you.
She just took it.
All right, welcome onto the stage the people that put this thing together. They do all the work behind the scenes. Nobody sees it, but everybody appreciates it. Give them a big hand as they come on up. This is Nostr World.
Are you hosting this?
Yeah, Jack.
Hey,
I'll host
people.
this for you. No?
I mean,
X always gets his
I just want
share.
everybody to scream really loud because we just closed an amazing conference in Europe, Nostr, for the first time. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank everyone on the stage. These are the people that make it work, and there's folks who are not on the stage as well. that have helped immensely as well.
It's very true. Thank you, Alex. I know you're out there and watching.
Yes, let's start with the thank yous. So thank you, McShane, Alex McShane. We are, why are you not here again? But yes, we miss McShane so much. Thank you for everything. I'm going to do a little list of people I want to thank that are not here on stage with us. So let's start with McShane. We don't have NVK, so our conference was organized.
It was so much better without him.
Do you?
100%.
What?
100%.
You guys don't-
Sorry, NVK. I have picked up all the jokes that you usually do. So, but we hope to have you for the next one, both you and McShane.
I'm actually sad I don't have our conference disorganizer.
Well, it's also the last one for you, Marce. You have really took the organization of this one, you and Anna. So big applause for them.
This is my last Nostr That World conference, but it's not my last contribution to Nostr, okay? So I'm not leaving Nostr, but I am taking a step back organizing the conferences. So thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity. I'm happy to contribute. And keeping the list of people we need to thank. Wait, hold your horses, dude. We need to thank the Baltic Honey Badger team, but especially my best friend, the woman that holds me all the time, picks me up. Anna, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This wouldn't be possible without the Baltic Honey Badger team. Anna, Max, all of you, Nas, you see all these beautiful designs? Well, Nas is the mastermind behind all of these beautiful designs. So please give her a huge applause because what? And I want to thank the BTC Pay server team because for the first time, we have a Nostr conference that integrated Bitcoin. So thank you, Cooks, the most dev in the world. I love you. Thank you to the rest of the team. You're all amazing. Round of applause.
Linux, Webworthy, Nicholas, Sandit. Yeah,
Everyone. I mean, you guys are kind of like a big team, so. But love you all. Thank you. And who am I missing? So many people. But yes, so many people.
You always think you're missing something, Marce, but I think you cover all the bases, seeing by the applauses.
I mean, I want to make sure we thank all the volunteers because,
yes!
There's not many people up on this stage, but there's so many people that help make this happen.
Volunteers, 100%.
And that's the biggest thing I want to say. I'm only here because I subscribed as a volunteer. I found out one morning that Jack asked that I'm added to a Telegram channel, and I was added to Telegram channel, and 18 months later, it's the third conference I helped organize. So Jack, you will keep doing this? And
yeah. Well, I mean, first, by show of hands, who should we do next year? Okay, so we've successfully gone to 3 different continents. We're going to hit Central America, we hit Asia, Europe. Should we go back to one of those continents or choose a new one?
I think we got to do Australia.
Australia.
South America.
Guys, Latin America
Africa.
is South America, please.
Africa.
Geography.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica?
We
You
did
want to
Costa
go
Rica.
back home?
No.
I mean, yeah.
No, but so I think probably the next one is a new continent. I'd go back to our previous ones. We're completely open to which one that might be. I thought the team here did a really amazing job because the first 2 were our own things, and our own things can challenge the attendance, and it can also be super expensive. So the fact that we can piggyback off of Honey Badger, and it's a place that people would be in generally, is awesome. To Rabble, I'm gonna keep bringing your name up because your presentation was fantastic, and I can't wait to share it with everyone. But to that point, we could choose to piggyback off a different type of conference, not a Bitcoin conference, and maybe shine more light on that particular idea. So we're open to all these ideas, and please send notes about them and post about them, and we'll make decisions around. Like,
we
what
will
happens
run
next.
a poll on the Nostriga account, and then we can get all the input, because I love the idea of a new continent, whether it's South America, Africa, or Australia, and then maybe some of the conference organizers can also help us by saying, hey, we will give you 2 days ahead of the conference.
So before we start choosing a new place, it's important to know that I'm leaving, but we are totally, for real, open sourcing how we did this whole thing. So we have kept really good records this time. XRUG, Mads have been amazing at doing that with me, and we will share every step on how we got here, so that not only the next organizers and these guys can pick a new place, but also all of you can make your own conference. So this is key. In a few months, we're going to give you all a full-on package with everything. And then I guess you guys will decide.
But in the meantime, I'm going to spin up a new GitHub spot. So if you have ideas that are coming up just straight out of the event, just post an issue about it somewhere where we can all aggregate our information. And we might not use GitHub. There are plenty of emergent Nostr things that could help us do the same thing without it being tied to Microsoft. But we'll gather all the information and use it to help guide the future.
Yeah, and I was also talking about this, like from my side, I will write a summary on Nostr about my experience of helping organize this conference, because it's something that I also invested time, and want to make it also clear that I'm only here because you wanted me here. You know, like you added me to team, you have been such a great teammate supporting me, and as you are stepping down, Marcel, like I'm doing the same, but more to open a place for someone else, you know, in the audience, or someone that's watching this on live stream. They're like, I want to help organize Nostr conference, you know, like join the team, and I'm going to write a Nostr post, link all the resources we'll produce, and, you know, like be a rock star, step up, you know, and help organize Nostr conference.
Yeah, but definitely looking for people. Just out of curiosity, by a show of hands, how many people went to Costa Rica with us? What about Tokyo? And how many of you all are sticking around for Honey Badger? Awesome. So like this says a lot, and like I think there is real opportunity to merge forces with other conferences, and making sure that we have those ideas and are seeing them is really critical. And like the more we can take that feedback, the better it's going to get. And how many of you like the idea of Matt Odell's idea of charging next year?
But getting more money back.
But getting more money back, yeah. Getting more money back.
Everyone, let's go.
Because the reason I wanted to do these things is because I didn't want any corporate sponsorship. And I wanted to make sure that we have a conference that is free of any other incentive, that it could really be itself. And early on, like the free part was also like, we need to get people here. It's already hard enough to get to a place like Costa Rica or Tokyo or Riga, and there's a lot of expense that goes into that, the hotels and planes, and a lot of you brought your families. And some of the original principles we had is we wanted to make this family friendly. And inclusive. We wanted it to be inclusive of folks who choose not to share their identity with the world, which I think we've more or less succeeded with. And we wanted it to be a place where the lack of structure like creates creativity, and that's the unconference part of it.
And still make it accessible for people who can't
make it
all the way here.
Yeah. And the fact that not everyone can make this trip. Thank you for all the technology to stream it to the world.
And thank you, Playful Screen, for all of the live streaming.
So I think those principles are still ring true and resonate. But we're always looking for new ideas and new things that we should be considering that are consistent with what we're trying to build.
Yeah, and again, from our side, and from my side, I will be glad to share the experiences of organizing these conferences because there are a lot of gotchas. One of the biggest one, Jack, I must say, that I didn't see coming. Coming to Nostriga, I was so excited. Like usually Bitcoin conferences and adjacent to Bitcoin, which is what I saw in Nostr. Usually it's 90% males, But I come to Nostriga and it's 50%. So I was like, more women are into Nostr. Yeah, they are. Let's go. Applause for that.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing about the first one, and I think even this one in Tokyo, is it's not just about developers, it's about the people using it. And the more people we have that are actually using it, that are in these audiences, the more opportunities we have for developers to talk with them and really understand like what the failures and what the gaps are, and we need more of that. So even if you're not a developer or know someone who's not a developer but loves the work, invite them next year, wherever it happens to be. Or invite them to watch it online.
And on that note, I want to have a big thank you for Derek Ross for fostering the 101 track and helping bring noobs up to the speed.
Derek is a legend. Legend.
Also, Rabel for doing the what's it called?
Foo camp.
Foo camp. Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so
Rabel,
much. Amazing idea.
Rabel Razor.
And I mean, what is a Nostr conference without like 700 Pablo talks? How many did we have, Mads?
I think 8 confirmed talks from Pablo. We've also floated the idea of the next conference, if maybe him just having his own stage so we don't have to send him running as much, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it was a bit like X and Mats put the agenda together, and the whole thing was like, okay, we need to move this because this person canceled, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, no, where is Pablo? Oh, it collides with him, we need to move it again. No, we need to do this. Oh, what? Where is Pablo? Like, yeah, either we clone Pablo or we give him his own stage.
Okay, so I know the biggest value in these conferences is actually having conversations in the hallway and outside and whatnot. So I'm sure people want to do that and want to get to the after party. Are there any other critical things that we need to share with folks?
Oh, yeah, we have numbers.
We have numbers.
Yeah.
Wow, first time.
We're growing. We're mature adults now.
While she's looking at that, I can share you, Jack, one critical thing. Like at Nostriga, when you came to me and hugged me, and you're like, yeah, going to stage to talk. After that, I've had like 10 women approach me, ask me to get an introduction to you. So whoever is organizing the future conference, watch out for that. So be aware.
Thank you for sharing that.
It's valuable data, of course. Well, after that data, I think like mine is probably shit. But guys, we had at like 342 people come in between today and yesterday. Some people just came yesterday, some people just came today, but I think this is the first time we have actual numbers, but this is actually the most amount of people we've ever had at a Nostr conference. And I don't think there is on any other protocol, like I don't think Mastodon or Blue Sky or anyone has a conference like this one. So this is for all of you. Thank you.
Do we have viewership? I just asked if we have viewership numbers online. But I think that the attention continues to grow, and we want to continue to make this better, and it's only going to get better with feedback. So please be frank, tell us what's up, tell us how to make it, how to improve it, and how to make it super cool and keep it super weird.
What you want to see and what you want to do to make it a reality, because we can't do it all ourselves. We need everyone here to help make the next thing whatever it's going to be.
And maybe that's a perfect segue that we take a couple of questions, 3, 4. And
I thought we had more numbers. I mean, there were 100 issues submitted to GitHub, and like.
Yeah. Well, those are your beautiful numbers. We had 60. So at closing date of submissions for the agenda, we had the best number. We had 69 submissions.
Nice.
But in total, including the open mic stage, we had over 100 submissions to the agenda. So.
And that was really a testament to the process, and I would really encourage if the next conference, like I will be there definitely, whether I'm organizing or not, just like hanging out with you, Jack. So, and then use this process on GitHub that was pioneered by TabConf, Michael Tidwell, Brianna, Brendan, the process where you really allow all the people to open an issue on GitHub, say, you know, what they're going to talk about, what they want to talk about, how they want to contribute. Like, and the success rate is pretty high. Like, out of 100 issues that we had submitted, only 2 like didn't show up, Svetsky and Water Blower.
Yeah.
So, missing you, Svetsky. But all the other people showed up, did, you know, great presentations, created a great conversation, which is what it's all about. I've traveled the conferences, but as Jack is saying, it's all about those conversations in hallway, the connections you make, and that's what I really think like we made this edition about, but next edition should also be all about that.
Okay. Should we take no more than 3 questions, because I'm sure people want to get out
Let's
here
do
and
it.
talking.
Anna has the mic.
Oh,
If there are
wait.
any questions.
Anna was our chief what? Chief
Croissant officer?
Yeah, big applause to our chief croissant officer.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or statements?
I'll
3.
say something while Anna's looking. Come to the next Nostr conference. I had a pretty cool conversation today with some of the Nostr client developers and about private messaging DMs. I'm not technical. I can contribute. It was pretty cool. So please, we need developers and we need people that are challenged at GitHub, like we are, to be here, because I think that's how we keep moving it forward for the masses.
All right, one question or statement?
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an engineer on the GitHub on Nostr thing. This is an awesome conference. It was also awesome that it was free. I would like to see more art. I mean, art is really like an emotional thing. You know, this like it's inspiration. This ostrich who's like pissed off about something is really cool. And
Are you an artist? Will you bring art to the next one?
I'm friends with lots of great artists. I'm not an artist, but I would love to promote them here.
As long as they're not trying to sell their art. Like, we're trying not to have a monetized
free.
thing. Just like bring the art, display it, but.
Yeah. I tried to bring art to the stage, my hammer, like you
Yeah.
took it.
Yeah. I know.
It's okay, we'll
It's
have
cool.
art in the lobby.
Also, on the proof of talk stage, there was someone sketching the talks the whole time, so a lot of art. But if you have art, bring your art.
The guy's handle is Satoshi Builds. Satoshi definitely builds.
Okay, we have one here.
First of all, thank you so much for organizing this. I can imagine how hard it is to make the agenda fit, to make it all work out. I think my only point of feedback, if I may, is it's been a little hard sometimes to like find the time slots of the separate the presentations and like make a agenda for myself. That's my experience, and there was sometimes some like 5 or 10 minutes overlap. That was a little hard sometimes, but again, thanks so much, and I know for sure I'm ready to quit my fiat job and start developing for Nostr.
Woo!
Amazing.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I want a 3 or 4 day conference. I want 30 minutes between every session. I want them staggered. I want people to be able to go out and talk to the people who are presenting right after it happens. Maybe go into a room like the DIY room and like continue the conversation, but without any of the tech. Yeah, Let's do it. Help us do it.
Yeah, one person is excited about that.
Last question.
Developers, 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 developers.
I might just take this opportunity because just take the last question. It's especially for Jack, but if anyone else has opinions or thoughts, then it's cool. So Jack, it's like spending money on development and these type of things and bootstrapping is not necessarily easy. It requires organization. Luckily, we have OpenSats that really helps doing it. But initially, you send some Bitcoin to Fiat Jeff, and he has a really hard time actually spending that money. So, what kind of thoughts do you have for Fiat Jeff to get rid of this Bitcoin?
Well, I think he helps make decisions on OpenSats as well. But one of the reasons so I'd never met Fiat Jeff. I've never had a phone call with him. I have no idea where he is. I know that he's somewhere in Brazil, but
next to a very busy road.
Okay, yeah. But I just immediately had this sense of I don't know that he would do the right thing, and he hasn't failed that. And if he needs to take the time to release these funds, so be it. Like I trust him, and I think he's been very deliberate about everything, and I think he's really measured and tried to balance as much as he can. And you know, he can be cranky, and he can be concise and to the point. But I think he has the protocol's best interests at heart, and we need someone like that, who's just kind of an asshole sometimes, that is looking out for how this thing lives up to its promises. And saying that is one thing, but putting money behind it is a completely different thing that has far greater weight. So I don't want to rush him. Take his time.
Okay, but that will mean that I will spend it. That's basically what it comes down to.
Okay.
That's the fourth question, so we wrap up.
I think the perfect way to end this, especially talking about Fiat Jeff, is everybody take out your phone, send him a GM message. Everybody test the internet here, see if we can bring it down like we did it in the jungle.
Should it be good night?
No, because what time is it in Brazil right now? It's always GM.
Well, that is true. GM.
Everybody send Fiat Jeff GM.
Good morning, Fiat Jeff. He loves it. The reason we send him that is because he loves it. He loves seeing those two letters together with his name. And the more you do that, not just right now, please all do it right now, but the more you do it, the more he falls in love with all of us. Hi. Thank you all.
Love you, Fiat Jeff.
This is amazing.
Thank you.
See you soon.
So that'll wrap it up. Thank you to the fantastic technical crew, all the speakers that were here all weekend long. Thank you to the fellow MCs, Preston Pish on day one, Paul Keating, and yours truly, Reverend Hoddle. Thank you for being a great audience. We'll see you at the next Nostr World.
control of your future today.